want to go to Chrome. There we go. And start whenever you can. Countdown.
We're going.
Yep.
Yay! Woo!
Are you wanting me to stick around for the rest of BUF 3? I am pretty tired with
If you can, but if you can't, that's fine. No worries about it.
I just know we have another hour here, likely, so...
Yeah, at least 1 hour.
It's up to you. I'm not gonna hold you to it. Obviously, this is a bit more than expected, and you did do the overnight shift. So, if you can, great. But I'm not too terribly worried. We'll take care of it. There we go. Should help a bit.
Can we get some Breath of Fire 4 hype in chat? I think how we just started and now it's kind of funny how one game kind of ends and another one starts in the desert.
Yeah,
right.
that is a bit of irony. Yeah.
Look, I am pretty certain at this point now Team Nina only lost so much time so that we can have, this reference here.
There's an echo.
Oh, is there? Okay. I figured that was going to happen. Let me turn off that setting then. There we go. That should get rid of the echo. It's sound included? That is a good question. Oh, yeah, no. You got to remember to unmute the gameplay if you want the actual sound. GG, it has been a juggling contest, and I've been dropping all the balls.
Just pick them up again and keep going.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
All right.
But yeah, honestly, kind of loving the fact that we have Breath of Fire 3 in the desert right now, whereas Breath of Fire 4 starts in the desert as well.
Yeah.
The sacrifices of Team Nina were worth it for this.
I think I am done. So thank you.
Yep.
Congrats everyone. And good luck for the next runners. Good job for the organization. Sid, it's very nice. Was very easy to set up. Very cool. Very clean.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Irving, for commentating. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, thank you both
time,
for committing to the runs and your time, especially with you. I know it was very late and not a very convenient time.
Yeah. It's stayed up all night, so I think I will probably go. I'll just let the BOF 4 gang take over, because there's not too much more happening in BOF 3.
Sure. Thanks for... I'm glad to have you all.
Thank you as well. Until next year.
Until next year.
Yeah, maybe.
Good luck BOF 4, and good luck Jersey with the rest of the run, and all y'all have a great day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a great end of relay. Bye.
See you around. Yeah, Breath of Fire 4. As we established, we are once again in the desert with one major difference, I guess, to Breath of Fire 3. We do not have Rio in our party yet, as you can see, because, he's still trapped in Breath of Fire 3, I guess, wandering around in that desert. That is, why it's not at the start of 4 here. But no, new Breath of Fire game. This is, as we've already talked about this a little bit in the Twitch chat over here. It's a bit disconnected from the first 3 games with the story and everything. No clear connection. But story-wise, you might have read the text there. We are starting with Nina, which is a recurring character across all the Breath of Fire games, but also a new character, Cray, the tiger-looking character right here. And they are in this desert because they are looking for Nina's sister, Alina, who has gone missing on a diplomatic mission in a city near here, and they are trying to find her at this point. And the dragon basically crashed the little sand flyer there, so while Cray is now staying behind looking after their sand flyer so it doesn't get stolen, Lina now sets out to a nearby town to try and find some items to basically fix it up again so they can continue their journey. On the way there, however, she falls into this little hole and makes a very drastic discovery, I want to say. Because she is not alone. As we will soon discover. Dragon jump scare! There he is. And like one thing that I just already want to go point out is that, you can see it here on screen, right? Breath of Fire 4 still has the sprite art from the previous games. However, it mixes in a lot of 3D models, especially for like very outlandish creatures like dragons in this case, or gods, or basically higher dimensional beings in a way. And I just really like the fact that they are mixing this 2D art style with 3D models, which are literally of a higher dimension if you think about it. And I think this is like a really nice contrast to the rest of the game. I know they can stick out a little bit like a sore thumb at points, clashing a little bit with the overall art style, but I think it's a very nice and kind of subtle touch actually to make them like really stick out of the world here. But yeah, this dragon that Nina just saw turns into a very naked man all of a sudden. And this very naked man, as you can probably tell already by the blue hair, is Ryu, the main character, of course, of the Breath of Fire series. So I don't know how he's still walking on the right there through the other desert, but he is here now. And he will be forever our main character.
Actually, his name is Jenya, actually, not Ryu.
Right. You did change the name, didn't you?
Jenya is the main character of the Breath of Fire relay.
You know what? I'll take it. The crazy lad that ran all 5 of the games in one of the relay. I think it was the very first Breath of Fire relay, wasn't it? Where he ran them all back to back. This is in his old team, in his own team, sorry. Oh yeah, brave man Jenya. But yeah, Jenya actually doesn't remember anything, so he has main character amnesia. He does remember his name, but nothing else. So he's basically just joining up with Nina on her mission here because he doesn't know what else to do. He doesn't know where else to go. So might as well just track along with a princess here. Still on her way to the next town to try and get some sandfly repair parts. And not only were there clothes in that caravan for Ryu, they were also like fitting size, which rare match, I guess, or maybe he's just of such average height and size that they just match him. I don't know.
I think we're getting some stream through the Discord, Sid.
I think so, yeah.
What's going on?
Or some
Getting a little bit of
from me.
A little bit of stream through the Discord. I'm hearing the commentary delayed coming through somebody's mic.
Oh.
I also hear that. I think it was Ashen's.
Oh,
yeah,
I got Ashen. I got Ashen turned down on my end, so I didn't even notice it. Yeah, Ashen's trying to take over for 4 and 5, so that I don't have to do adding Rex in mid-run. So we're trying to work out some audio issues because obviously Ashen needs to send you guys the audio, and then I also need to get it for the stream too. So we're doing some hanky-panky here.
So we're both, me and Draxus are going to be playing on the GOG version, which was released, I don't know, 7 months ago now. This is my first actual full speed run on the GOG version, but I did do a full playthrough in segments over the last month and just spot check some things, and there's definitely some differences audio and visually from the PlayStation 2 version or PS1 version, I should say. But nothing other than that, really, mechanic wise. It's pretty much exactly the same.
I do remember mentioning it being mentioned that this is pretty much the original PC version, which unfortunately does have some random crashes you really can't predict. So
yeah, in my experience, I mean, I probably played 20 to 25 hours without a single crash. So here's hoping.
Fingers crossed, everybody.
But
yes.
you know, it's really quick to save because there's no memory cards or anything. So I will just be saving all the time.
But that was also like one of the reasons why the PC version, at least for speedrunning of this game, didn't really take off, because it was just prone to a lot of crashes. So, you know, there are no autosaves because it's an older game. So if you didn't have like a manual save doing a speedrun somewhere, which of course you wouldn't normally do because, you know, it takes time to do so, year one was just basically dead.
It is crazy though. Like the PlayStation version is like, it takes probably 20 to 30 seconds to save, and the PC version is maybe 5 to 10.
Oh wow, okay.
It's really quick. There's no like scanning memory card or anything like that. It doesn't even fake it. It's just like save menu loads immediately. You say yes, and then you're done.
Nice.
Because obviously the rest of the loads too are much quicker. So
yeah,
saves
battles,
quite a bit of time.
Battles, areas, everything you name it. It's gonna be. I'm excited. I'm a little curious to see what my final time is gonna be. I think I'm gonna blow my PS2 time out of the water.
All right, PB time, everybody. Here we go. Strap in.
Gonna try and keep me on my toes so that I don't, you know, I'll be like sitting here practicing, and it'll be like, Sid, you've got 15 minutes. I'll be like, okay.
Well, when I was doing my practice run through, I got probably the worst Astral and Tyrant patterns, so I'll have plenty of time to yell at you in terms of how much time you have. You'll know, because I'll be complaining a lot.
Alright, keeping an eye out. Coming back to the game for a little bit, you might have noticed we have switched characters at this point, which is a first for the series, I want to actually say, because I don't remember any of the other games where we actually switched to a different character that you took control of for, you know, longer periods of time. But Nina and Rio are having this rest in the cave because, you know, it's getting night in the desert. And the game switches over to Fowl, the little white-haired guy that we can see over here. And he is the first emperor of the Fowl Empire, which is now up to, I think, the 13th emperor. So he's had a bit of a sleep, has now freshly awoken out of his tomb, and is making his way back to the capital. Now, one of his guard dogs, Wong-Ku, the, you know, blue big dog you saw earlier when he emerged from the tomb, kind of comments on the fact that nobody is welcoming his resurrection because it was preordained, you know, back in the day. And yeah, Fowl like takes it in stride and is just making his way over to the capital until he runs into this guy, who turns out to be General Yom of the Fu Empire. And the general here is not too happy, I want to say, to meet the previous emperor. As we will very quickly see, he's actually out there to try and kill him. And thus starts the first boss fight of the game, which is pretty much a non-issue. I want to say you are basically hoping for Calm here to mostly physically attack Fowl, because Fowl is super powerful. Like, he starts at, I think, level 50 or so, and he deals a bunch of damage. You basically only can just go ahead and, you know, use your physical attacks to, or even Frost Strike if you wanted to, and be a little bit fancy to get rid of him. But yeah, Calm has, I think, 3 or is it only 2 different attacks? One of them is Mystic Fire that you don't want to see, like, at all if possible. Yeah, he has Flaming Fist and he has just a physical attack. You want Calm to mainly physical attack because that gives Balu a chance to do a counter attack, which might save a turn later on in the fight. But yeah, altogether, really a non-issue of a fight. There's very little chance of Fowl dying. Yeah, I saw that he did a physical attack. It dealt about 150 damage to Fowl's 5,000 HP. So if you manage to actually die here, well, hats off to you, I guess. But there we go. Yeah, Mystic Fire. This is the attack you don't want to see. Not necessarily because it deals a lot of damage or anything. It's just, it's pitiful damage. It just takes a lot of time for the animation to play out, which obviously loses you a bit of time. But yeah,
I also
the fight
can't
in itself
counter-
pretty much a non-issue.
I can't counter magic either, so
Exactly.
I transformed there, which is not my typical strategy. I would normally just charge with normal Falu, but I didn't save before going into this area. And I also had seen, I was just doing some investigating on some work in progress tasks that popped up for this game over the years, and I saw one that transformed anyway and seemed to be about as fast as the average untransformed fight. I figured why not, I might as well keep it safe and
Yeah, that's fair.
for my victory.
Like when Countdown says he would normally use charge. Charge isn't an ability, it's just like an option in the battle menu that if you select charge, all of your characters will just continuously use physical attacks basically until you cancel it or the fight is over. So since Faulu is so powerful and Karm is like pretty much pitiful, you can just select the charge option and watch Faulu just wail on the guy until he's basically dead. Which, saves a lot of time over going through the transformation animation into Astral and then using Frost Strike. But, as you said, it's kind of cancels these other out time-wise. So it really kind of depends more on if Karm is using physical attacks or just Mystic Fire over and over. Because I've definitely had fights against that guy where he just used Mystic Fire 3 times in a row and you're just sitting there like, oh my god, can you please stop?
All right, we're gonna try and see if the magic works. I'm gonna have to transition to the other scene, so if you guys aren't getting audio on the stream, yell at me immediately. It looks like we're good.
You'll know because I'll be
But
complaining a
looks
lot.
and reality are two different things.
Alright, keeping an eye out. Coming back to the game for a little bit, you might have noticed we've switched characters.
Sounds rough. Okay.
This one, which is a first for the series, I want to actually say, because I don't remember in any of the other games where I actually switched to a different character that you took control of for longer periods of time. But Nina and Rio are having this rest in the cave because
That should fix our audio for the moment. Okay, and
okay, while Sid is going through the technical side, I hope you guys can hear me okay enough because our brave man Genya has just made it to the town of Sarai, where Nina is hoping to find some sandflyer parts to fix up her broken sandflyer back where Cray is waiting. And in order to do that, we have to have a little look around the town here. Now, there is at the start, like Nina is asking Ryu what he wants to do because, she's here on a mission, so to speak, and he still doesn't know what to do. So selecting I don't know is the fastest option because then Nina just invites Ryu to, keep tagging along with her. If you select any of the other options, the two would separate and then you would have to go ahead and find Nina again and go through more dialogue. So it's just fast in a speedrun setting to, say I don't know and continue to drag along with Nina. And now here we have our first minigame, because of course it's a fire game, it does have to have minigames where you have to make this dude happy by continuously feeding him. And the easiest way to do this is basically just alternatively feed him steak and wine. You have more than enough money to go ahead and do that and maybe give him a sausage or a beer at the end if there's only like a little bit of the happy bar left to fill before that, because if the happy bar is full, the minigame is basically over, but you are not allowed to fill either his drink or food bar before that, because then he will just keel over and not be too happy about that. Then we go to this information broker. He apparently knows more of where we can find the Sandflyer parts, and there's a little I don't want to say necessarily trick here, but you have to buy the information off him, and if you do it on the first try, he will actually give you a ginseng item, which we very much do want for later in the run. It's like very important that we get that. So you have to know that you have to pay him 123 zenny to actually go ahead and get that. And then we continue our quest to get these Sandflyer parts, because they are pretty elusive somehow. Apparently not a lot of repair shops around here. Apparently not a lot of repair shops around here that you can just go to and get what you want.
All right. We jumped over again. Is audio good?
It's a little bit random.
Sorry.
We jumped
Like,
over
you have
again. Is
to-
audio good? Everybody? Sorry about that.
No worries,
Chat's
let's
not
hear it.
yelling at me yet, which is a good sign.
Chat's not yelling at me yet, which is a good sign.
And delay.
Echo and delay?
Doop,
Mm-hmm. Doop, doop.
The echo and delay should be gone. My bad.
The echo and delay should be gone. My bad.
Alright, I can talk a little bit,
Plus loud.
if it's still there.
Okay.
Plus loud.
Yeah, the
I
layers
think also
are
the
really
timer disappeared.
goofy. Yeah, the layers
Okay,
are
so we
really
turned it
goofy.
down.
There shouldn't be an echo anymore.
Okay, so we turned it down. There shouldn't be an echo anymore.
Trust.
Still echoing? Huh. Still echoing? Huh. Oh, yep. Missed one.
Oh, yep. Missed one.
Should be no more echo. Everything else is quiet.
Should be no more echo. Everything else is quiet.
I thought I
Fingers
hit all the
crossed.
sources and I missed
I thought
jerseys.
I hit all the sources and
Still?
I missed jerseys.
All right, I'll give you
Still
guys
the
back
fun of
everything.
relays, isn't it?
Master. And then it would be doop, doop, doop. Very weird. I'll put the master back up.
Nothing more ironic than to say there's no more echo just to have it repeated back to you by yourself.
We'll give it a couple more tries, and if it keeps being a problem. Actually, when you guys say echo, was it me echoing on that last one? Not Game or any of the other commentators? So it was just me. Okay, I know what the problem was then. Ashen correctly diagnosed the issue. I should have muted myself. Which I'm sure everybody wants.
Never said, never.
All right, we're going to try this one
Mission
more time.
impossible.
I'm going to just mute... I'm
will
going
not be
to
muted.
hide everything first, and then I'm going to bring in Ashen's. And if there's any sort of echo or anything, yell at me immediately. All right. Surely we can do this.
Alright, back to Warfare 4. Content has made it, or Jenya, I should say, has made it into the valley where supposedly we can find some of the Sandflyer parts that we are looking for. Now, he actually decided to take one battle here, and this one is actually pretty important because the Red Goose, the Mage Goose, they can teach you the burn spell. You know, this is kind of like a system that has been taken over from Breath of Fire 3, where if you examine an enemy, or in the Graves of Breath of Fire 4, you just defend. You have a chance of learning certain abilities that the enemies use, and you want the burn ability on Ryu because he doesn't naturally learn it, and that will become important a little bit later on in the run. But this is basically the best point in the game where you can reliably and easily learn the burn spell on Ryu. And now we also will be having our next little minigame here, because we can't just get the sandfly parts, we have to dig them up out of a hole. And of course, it's another minigame. So you can find the sandflyer parts like right in the middle of this screen right here, where Genya has just dug them up. However, there are 2 more items you want to get, because you can do 3 digs before your shovel breaks and the minigame ends. And the first one is the Molotov, and then also I think it's the baton.
Sage's staff.
Double
It's actually
check.
the only weapon
Sage's
for
staff,
Nina
right.
that increases her wisdom stat in the entire game.
Right, I think she starts with the baton and then you switch it out to the Sage staff. It's basically a better weapon for Nina, which increases her magic damage, of course, which will be important for the next fights, because Nina is like I think she actually never leaves our party for any of the fights. Now that I think about it, like she is your most potent magic damage dealer, or one of the most potent. I think Ursula is also up there. But yeah, very important to keep leveling up. Also, the next boss fight coming up is a solo fight. That is why we have to make sure that Nina is fully healed here, because as long as we make sure that Nina is basically capped off on HP and she has a reasonable amount of AP, the next boss fight is like very easy to do and really nothing can go wrong. However, if Nina would have low HP here, could be a bit troublesome. Just make sure that Nina is healed and everything will be fine. But very, very pivotal scene happening here, where we will meet Daniel Craig, as Bowie the Hero would probably put it. There's this striking young lad with a very blonde hair and blue eyes. This is Captain Rasso. I think he's a captain.
That's right.
In the Imperial Army. And he's roughing up some of the locals here. And of course, our goody two-shoe heroes have to intervene there. I'm not quite sure what Ryo's train of thought is at this point, because, Nina kind of goes toe-to-toe with that guy, which will culminate in a boss fight. And Ryo is basically just standing there and doing nothing. I was like, this boss fight goes on for a couple turns. You could have helped there, Ryo. I don't know, man. But anyway, this is Joe. Joe is once again, we're still early in the game, so pretty easy boss fight. I haven't seen if Genya already equipped the Sage Staff or not, but you can just do it from the item menu, like in the fight. There we go. And then we throw Sever 4 times at him and just finish it off with a normal attack, and the fight is basically done. And the way, or why this works is like Joe will not attack Nina. Oh, even got a parry, very nice. So yeah, we're more than good here. Because Joe also will not attack on his 4th turn. So even if you were low health at that point, you could just go ahead for one more attack and the fight would be over anyway.
All right, I'm going to poke in here for an echo test, since it was all me that everybody had to hear twice. I'm very much remembered why having a physical mixer makes this so much easier, because you can see it. Like you're just like, well, no, that shouldn't be going out. Sorry about that, everybody.
Pure digital interfaces.
Yeah.
So we hate this guy so much that Ryu intervenes and breaks the king's sword on his face, which makes him speak in a very large text. How dare you!
Dude's got a Terminator face going on.
Oh, absolutely.
Just literally cracked a sword over his head.
Also, it doesn't seem very important, but if you paid close attention to that scene, you can actually see the king's sword shatter and the tip of the blade basically flying away. And this will actually, believe it or not, become a major plot point later on in the game. So keep that in mind for now. But yeah, obviously, we angered a captain of the Imperial Army, so they are not all too happy with us at the moment. So we're basically on the run here right now to try and escape them. Ditching in this little side alley in the desert. And this guy basically comes along and tells us, oh, there's another way to, get back where we came from. However, it's a bit of a detour. So instead, because, we did get the Sandflyer parts, right? So we just have to get to our Sandflyer and be on our merry way. we can't just go back the way we came, so we have to take a detour, which will take us through a couple more places before we are reunited with Cray, who is still waiting at the 10 flyer. And that leads us to Chamba. The Chamba is a very interesting town. It's a very like industrious town at the moment. It has two halves of it. Now we are like in the quote-unquote normal half of it, but there are other people working in the hexed part of the town. Now, a hex is basically something that the Empire invented. They have like this very big cannon mounted like on a city on the other side of the sea, basically. And a hex is basically like a lot of negative emotions from people that they harness and then basically shoot out through the cannon anywhere on the world, basically, because the cannon has such a reach. And how to best describe it? Like it
Big
basically
sadness gun.
curses the area. Yeah, like big sadness circle basically around it. Because, you know, all this negative energy like basically accumulates there and curses the area. And then we have these purifiers, the people you just saw coming through the gate there, who are trying to, well, you know, purify the area and make it inhabitable again. And we have to go through Chamba to, you know, circumvent the Imperials that are looking for us and to get back to where Cray is. But we can't go through the hacks alone. Like, we have to have a guide. So we are now trying to find somebody who would lead us through Chamba. However, none of them are really all too pleased with, you know, having to basically escort us through the hexed area, because it's a very dangerous area, obviously. There's like ghosts and zombies and whatnot walking around there. We basically just have to talk to a couple people here and then rest for the night. See if they would have time for us on the next day.
Basically to force our only option to be the coolest character in the game.
What do you mean? This is clearly a very dangerous monster coming for us right through the gates. Like,
Yes.
be on the lookout, guys. It's coming for us.
The big
It's
bad
coming.
hex is gonna
There
get
it
us.
is. Oh my god. Can they see the monster approaching through the hex?
By the way, can I just say I love the tech in 3 where you just run as close as you can to the wall to avoid encounters because they can't physically spawn there. It's very funny to me. Anyway, this is Ershin. Ershin is awesome, and if you're a Days fan, then you're an Ershin fan. I hope.
If that doesn't make sense to anybody out there just yet, just keep watching the stream. You'll figure out eventually why.
Yeah, in about 2.5, 3 hours, it'll make sense.
But yeah, this is Ershin. Ershin is a very particular character because it only speaks in third person. Some very peculiar mannerisms there, but it's also willing to escort us through the hacks. So we finally got our third party member. And just look at that cape. Yeah. Like, that cape really sells the character of the little robot armor thing, whatever.
That encounter was so early. What?
Ah, damn.
I've never seen that before in my life.
Like, my headcanon is just now that Team Nina has, you know, shot their negative emotions over to Chamba, trying to stop you going faster. Oh, okay. It was just a sleeping ghost.
Yeah,
the nice thing,
confused enemy or whatever, sleeping.
the nice thing in Battlefield 4 is you can kind of tell how the encounter will start based on what color the screen turns to when it happens. Like, if it's just a blue swirl, then it's just like a normal encounter. If it is a green swirl, like, you get a first strike, so you are able to act first. And if it's a red swirl, as we just saw now, it's a surprise attack by the enemy. So they basically get a free turn at the start of the encounter, and then you get to go. However, since that was a ghost enemy who are always sleeping at the start of the fight, you could just immediately run from that fight again. no biggie there. A little of a puddle section going on here. We have to make our way once again through Chamba here. However, there is like fog that Nina and Ryu are not allowed to enter. So Ershin can, enter it because she's in that armor. But we have to find a way to drain that fog down, and that is why we have to maneuver our characters around in a way that we can make our way over to a mechanism where we can turn a valve and basically suck the mist away. So it gets lowered enough that Nina and Ryu can safely go to the lower area here. I also picked up another Molotov from that chest there, as you saw. And those Molotovs will basically become useful for the upcoming boss fights. So kind of important that we pick that up.
Did a little bit of time-saving tech there, by the way, that I mentioned in the Breath of Fire 4 channel. When you move Nina and Ryu into place up there, you don't actually have to examine the switch. You just switch to Ershin and then bring Ershin to the switch, the other one. And it skips like a little dialogue box of them going, oh, this is the other switch.
Oh, nice. I actually did not know that.
It was just one of those things when I was messing around trying to like optimize step route. Like, oh, I wonder if I can just get away with this. And of course I could. So here we are.
I guess the nice thing about running Breath of Fire 4, I'm not quite sure how it is in the other games, but I think it's kind of similar. There is no step route or anything that you have to follow like in a lot of the Final Fantasy games. Like basically you have your start, you have to end, and you just run for it. Like you don't have to count your steps or anything because the RNG for the battles doesn't work in any way that we were able to discern. But it just makes it, easier on the runner side because you don't have to count your steps or anything like that.
Yeah, it works pretty much consistently throughout every map that has encounters. Like you get one in the first couple of steps that you take in the area, and then it's like another, 15 or so steps for the next one and the next one and the next one. So there are certain places, like I already did it in the Sandflyer Valley, where if you move well enough, you'd get an encounter like on the last step before you hit the loading zone.
Yeah.
And I did skip that one in Sandflyer Valley, so I'm stoked about that.
A little thing about what just happened here when the skullfish was chasing Ryu, you are actually able to not outrun him, and then Ryu falls into the hex and he just starts the fight, I think, poisoned and blind. So not a major detriment, but obviously you want to try and avoid it. But yeah, another boss fight, a skullfish. Skullfish is of course an undead enemy, as you can probably tell, so Nina is just able to basically heal it to death. And that's basically what we're gonna do. We want to try and kill off Ryu and Ershin during this fight, so all the experience will go to Nina, because it is very important that Nina is at a high enough level a little bit later on in the run, so the earlier we can get the experience fed off to her, the easier it will be for us to reach that level at that critical point. But it obviously depends on what Skullfish intends to do here. But yeah, this is basically a fight of Nina healing, Ryu throwing Molotovs, and Ershin just going ahead and attacking. And then RNG will just decide if either Ryu or Ershin or maybe both die or not. Like, it's not too bad if they survive this fight just yet, because there are other boss fights coming up before Nina has to hit that level threshold. But it just gives you like an early peace of mind basically for the rest of the run.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's not a big deal. I've never really had an issue not getting hitting level 14, but I also, in my practice playthrough, Ershin died on like every boss fight, and so I'm gonna try and keep Ershin alive. That's why I didn't unequip Ershin's armor or anything.
Yeah. Like, it's kind of funny, you look at Ershin and it's basically just this giant but kind of miniature-sized suit of armor, right? So it's kind of interesting to know that you can actually unequip the armor. I don't know how that technically works, but obviously in gameplay terms, it lowers her defense by a bunch, but it raises her agility. She's actually going to be faster when you do that.
Yeah, part of the menu that I skipped in Chamba, which was removing everybody's armor, I should have removed Ryu's armor, so he would have died in that fight.
Yeah. There's actually an interesting counterpoint. I want to say that correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like in all the other Breath of Fire games, like it's kind of important to have Ryu around and keep level with everybody, except Breath of Fire 4, where it doesn't matter that much in the beginning of the run. Like obviously Ryu will come into his own later on, but like at least in the first half of the run, he doesn't really contribute that much to the fights, other than being there and maybe using an item or so.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned earlier was when I stopped to learn Burn in Sandflower Valley. There's a route, I guess we'll call it, that where you don't do that. And the reason I do it is for a boss coming up that requires you to hit combos on him. And you can also do the combo with Nina and Ershin if you let Ershin, if you do what I did and let Ershin survive, so that Ershin learns Wild Shot. So you can combo Sever and Wild Shot. I don't like doing that. I feel like Nina and Ershin don't combo as well as Nina and Ryu, and
it's like I think it's like the age-old contention, like with the combo system. Like, do Nina and Ryu actually get along better than the rest of the team or not? They seem to combo off each other more often than the rest of the team, but obviously there's like no real way to tell.
There's no empirical evidence. It's just vibes. But it's what I've done the entire time I've played this game, so I'm just gonna do it. It also it makes the bot grind fight a little different, because then you're not using Cray the whole time through that bot fight and then killing him off at the last second. You just get to kill off Sias and Cray and Ershin, and then just let the 3 all-stars rip from then on. So it's just a preference thing. It's probably optimally it's definitely slower to stop and learn Burn, but it's what I'm comfortable with.
Maybe we'll see Drixus later on actually do that route, but now Jersey is still representing Team Nina, trying to finish Breath of Fire 3, getting kind of close though, approaching Dragon Lord on the other side. Back in Breath of Fire 3 though, we are in this playable dream area, because as you all have gathered so far, Ryu is a dragon, and he has the Dragon's Eye. And the Dragon's Eye is basically some kind of fortune-telling ability that he apparently has. So what we're playing right now is basically a look into the future. And what we're learning here is that apparently Nina's sister, Alina, has been brought to the Empire. And if you remember from the start of the game, Cray and Nina are looking for Alina right now. So through this dream of Ryu, they have now learned where Alina is, roughly over in the Empire. So they believe if they keep following Ryu or having Ryu around, they will eventually find Nina's sister.
Also, a little thing about that dream, it's totally RNG dependent, whether you get an encounter or not in that segment. And I moved almost optimally. I took one extra step and still skipped the encounter. So it's not as big a deal in the GOG version, obviously, because the encounters are so much quicker. But there's also the chance that you fail to run from the encounter. It's the enemy. You fail to run and the enemy uses a long animation. It's just better to skip. And so it's just a wild amount of variance. And that's pretty annoying as a runner if you don't get, because especially on the PlayStation version, it's like it could be 15-20 seconds.
Like, encounters on the PlayStation version are bad. Like, not because they're hard or anything, but just because of the loading times associated with them. Like, even if you manage to immediately run from an encounter, just the after battle experience and item get screens and whatnot, they take so much time. So it really adds up over this roughly 8-hour run or what have you. But yeah,
also took Cray out of the active party because he's slow.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, we have our 4th party member here now, Cray. And one thing that I absolutely love about Breath of Fire 4 is, you probably already saw it in that encounter we got to, right? Like, normally in an RPG, especially JRPGs, you get this huge cast of characters that join your party, like, I don't know, like 9 people or what have you. And you only ever get to select like between 3 or 5 of them in your active party, and the rest is just, I don't know, chilling in the background doing absolutely nothing, right? Not so much in this game. Like, even though you have your 3 front-facing characters, all the other characters in your party are still part of the fight, and you can actively switch them in or out. So even though Cray isn't technically in the fighting party right now, you can see him on screen right there. And during the fight, you can just shuffle your party around all the time, so they can actively participate in the fight basically whenever. Now, the thing is, only your front 3 facing characters will generally take damage, aside from a couple special attacks. But as long as they are on the back, they will also passively regenerate AP. And that is like a really, not necessarily for the speedrun, a game changer, but if you're playing this casually, you will love this feature. I think it's so good, and I think more games really should implement it because it actually makes the size of your party matter, right? Because usually in a JRPG, you get like your 3 characters, and then all the other characters that joined really don't matter because you will only ever play as those 3, whoever those 3 are, right? But yeah, we are continuing our way here through the story. The next thing we have to do is we have to pass through this dam. And in order to be able to do that, we have to first, go to the manager of the dam, so to speak. So we have to climb down the whole thing. For some reason, there are monsters here that we have to evade. You'd think this would be like a pacified area, but nope, there are these pools and other baddies around that can drag you into a random fight and make you lose time. But luckily, with some clever, quick movement, you won't get dragged into too many fights here. Sadly, Breath of Fire 4 doesn't have the thing that Breath of Fire 3 does, right? Where if you have like a big burly character like Gar in your party and just stick to the walls, you won't get dragged into as many fights. They kind of quote-unquote fixed that problem for Breath of Fire 4, much to the chagrin of all the runners. But yeah, I have to talk to this guy, tell him that, okay, we need to go pass through the dam here. How can we do that? And he basically tells us we have to close the sluices in order to do that. And for us to do that, we have to go and get the key first. We can access the mechanism that will let us operate the sluice gates. I mean, alternatively, they could have just one person on the other side of that bridge, right? Just drop the bridge down, let us be on our way. But nope, they have to go ahead and make it complicated because JRPG. Just answering a quick question from chat. Yes, the Breath of Fire relay here runs all 5 Breath of Fire games in order. We started with Breath of Fire 1, went through Breath of Fire 2, and the end of 3, as you can see, and one team is on to Breath of Fire 4. And once we're done with that, there will be Dragon Quarter to top it all off. Also, why can Nina just fly there? Very good question. I think they actually explained that at one point, that the Windians can't really use their wings anymore for flying, but more just like hovering or floating, as we saw Nina do like at the start of the game when she, quote unquote, fell down that ravine. But I might be misremembering that.
So
also, this is the second sluice gate that we have to lower here to continue. And of course, the game has to throw in a minigame because we were able to close the first one without problems. So of course, the second one will have some problems that we have to deal with. And you kind of just have to rotate your digipad there and press the button at the right time in order to make this machinery work. And then we can go on our way here. You know what, you're right. Nina does have a field skill in this game where she just straight up flies into the air and you can, survey the or not the battlefield, but the area a bit more closely. You're right. Forgot about that. Okay, so never mind what I said earlier. I guess I was thinking of something else then.
I'm taking this encounter for a little extra XP in Zenny.
There's actually like a mechanic in this game, or I think that's like a mechanic that's also happening in a couple of other Breath of Fire games, where if you hit a specific enemy with a specific skill, in this case the Flugoop with a fire-based spell, it actually changes that enemy a little bit, and in this case he will give you more experience if you kill them after. So while it's not needed to do this, it's just a little bit of safety for the race here. Because Team Rio definitely does have the time to go for a couple more safety strats, I would say, seeing how egregious the lead is at the moment.
I'm looking at the
Team
battle
has-
rewards for that, and I don't know if it's worth it.
Well, I guess we'll see very soon. But yeah, Team Nina making their way to the end of the game as well. I think they just defeated the Dragon Lord. So basically only the last boss and the way there. Or they will also switch to Fire 4.
It's ding 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 time.
Yeah, we're definitely about 30 out.
I think it might actually be less than that. But yeah. I think it's more like 20 actually, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. If we lost all our commentators. Yeah, soonish, Drexus. Whenever you want to like pop in, I can pull you in and start up your stream. That'd be appreciated. I should probably. We are now on Breath of Fire 4.
Also, yes, Fate will have it just as we make our way to the elevator to get out of the dam. Somebody rings the emergency bell because there is a huge tidal wave that's coming to drown us all. And our team just makes it onto the elevator in the nick of time. Because the people around here have warned us earlier that there is a much dragon, swimming around in all that water causing trouble recently. So we have to be a little bit careful, and I guess they were right.
Wahoo! And that's why that guy was wearing an inner tube.
And people called him crazy. Who's the crazy person now?
All right, we got you in here, Drexus. I will start the timer once we finish up 3. And then that'll give you the minute countdown. I'll also count it out or call it out as best as I can.
Awesome. I'll get this game up and get the stream up for you.
Hello.
Hello.
So are you gonna show both songs countdown or just the
No.
one?
It's slow.
Fair enough.
It's like a minute and a half to play the other song. It's dangerous with
As in-
Turbo. Thankfully, I know when the screen transitions, when it's gonna give me the prompts, because I messed it up even without Turbo on PS2.
Oh damn. Yeah, so this is
How
the
do we
dragon
know
that
what
just
Baby
caused
Frogs
that
are?
tidal wave at the dam there, and we get to meet him, and he's actually seems pretty docile. And this little frog lady over there is offering us to sing us a little song about the dragons themselves. With a little bit of actual story foreshadowing. Like there's 2 songs that you can choose to have her play. One of them is very amusing, and one of them is actually required to continue the game.
All right, we did it. Oh, we skipped Tadpole as a frog. I'm sorry.
God damn it, it's such a good song though. But
What,
I'm
you
not
don't
quite
wanna
sure
hear
what
the
she does
main
with that
theme?
money. Like, she just eats it up.
Impressive. Yeah, if she doesn't just like hides it in her cheek, it's impressive to be able to sing.
Mm,
Also impressive
mean,
that she can produce multiple voices out of one body.
but it's also like, she basically spills out the whole story of the game right there for you in this little song. You know, you hear the call, abandon yourself to fate and surrender yourself in all, which is basically, you know, like the common theme for Rio and Fowl, what is happening to them over the course of the story. Not trying to spoil it too much just now, but we'll get to that way later, like roughly at the end of the second chapter of the game.
She also
Where we
sort of
finally find out what the Endless are.
she also sort of spoils it as you're walking off screen because she's like, you've
Yeah.
got one walking around with you.
Yep. Much to the surprise of every Breath of Fire fan out there. Rio is a dragon? What? Yeah, a little cheeky commentary from Frog Lady. But yeah, next up on our way is going to be Curia. Now, Curia is a very interesting town. You can see all these traps lying around, and you can actually walk into them and lose a little bit of time. So, of course, we don't want to do that, except this pitfall here that we have to fall down so we can actually get into the mayor's house. Because the mayor is so endeared with traps, because there's like a monster running around eating off the food of the land at the moment that they are trying to trap. But we can't find the mayor, and we need the mayor's permission to basically continue on our adventure here. So we have to talk to the mayor's parrot in a very specific way. So they tell us where, you know, the mayor went. He also has like a bit of an Australian accent, I want to say. Like very interesting parrot that they raised there. But yeah, before we leave town, though, we are going to make a little shopping stop here. We're going to sell off a couple things that we picked up in the previous areas, just so we have more money to actually go ahead and buy the things that we need. So a couple items, a couple of the equipment that we picked up. Then we're going to buy a bunch of Molotov cocktails, among other things. The Molotov cocktails are attack items that you can use in battle. They each deal, was it 200 or 300? I think it's 200 damage a pop. And they're basically, you know, ignoring defense and everything. So since we are pretty much under-leveled at this point because we are fleeing from all the encounters except the boss fights, we're really starting to fall behind on the leveling curve. So our attacks really don't deal as much damage anymore. Which is why we need the Molotovs for the next boss fight specifically. Yeah, there's a little monster that the mayor is hounding through the forest, trying to catch them. They're just too elusive. They've been able to avoid all the traps that the mayor and the townsfolk have been setting for them. Interesting tidbit here, the villager there directs you to the apple tree behind you, and you can actually use Ershin and the headbutt ability to continuously make apples fall down from the tree that you can pick up. And the apples you can use as either a healing item, or you can use it as a distraction in the coming boss fight. Now, they're not needed for the boss fight themselves, because obviously if you use the apple on the boss, you would heal them a little bit. But you can definitely use them as a bit of a safety net. So if you are like an inexperienced genre, you might want to go ahead and pick a couple of them up just to get you out of a tight spot if necessary. But obviously, since you are healing up the boss whenever you use an apple, it also drags out the fight a little bit. So if you're going for like a world record or whatnot, you don't want to go ahead and prolong that battle for longer than it actually is already. Alright, Jason, it's also getting towards the end for Fire 3, about to face Miria, the last boss fight. But of course, since it's the last boss fight, there is still a bunch of cutscenes to get through beforehand. But Janina's getting there. So we are about to face the next boss fight already, which will be Mammon. Mammon has 3,600 HP. And that is basically where we picked up all these Molotov cocktails. Yeah, I think they deal 300 damage actually. So we need 12 Molotov cocktails in order to kill her. Also, watch the mayor just throw a bomb at that poor little creature here and drive it away. And he is so pleased with themselves. Until Mama comes a knocking. And there she is. Number one is actually somewhat of a pivotal boss fight. At this point, not only because she has a lot of health, but also you basically need Cray and Nina to survive this fight, so they get enough experience to hit the level thresholds that we need for later on in the game. So if Ryu and Ershin die, it's not too bad, doesn't really matter that much. But if Nina and Cray die, you are in for a bit of a tough awakening. So we'll see how that goes. Like, Mon can't insta-kill anybody, but she has area of effect attacks, which can deal quite a bit of damage.
She can instant kill Ryu and Ershin with body press because it does a random amount of damage.
Fair
in
enough.
like a range, but it's unusual. In fact, we want to see low damage body press pretty much all the time, but physicals, all right.
There's one attack on Nina.
Yeah, and I forgot to buy ammonia, so I need Nina to live.
Yeah, so optimally, this fight will last for 4 rounds, where you use 3 Molotov cocktails each. But, you know, since he had to heal Nina here, it will at least last for a 5th round. We'll see how it goes. But other than that, there's really not that much to the fight. You just continuously throw Molotov cocktails with everybody. And just basically hope for the best. Maybe circle your characters around. Whatever you need to do to make Nina and Cray survive here. There we go, Rock Blast. That's the AoE attack. It can be a little bit of a bother. Again, it doesn't kill anybody like outright, but it, you know, deals enough damage to everybody that they would all die with the next attack if they don't get healed in between. And there we go, that's the boss fight. Nice.
Little sketchy, but it's fine. I kind of wanted that. I needed that attack to not miss Ryu, but it is what it is.
Like the one thing that you can do is when you are initially in Curia, you can buy an ammonia, which is a revive item, but they are pretty pricey, and you kind of do also need the Molotov cocktails and the healing herbs, so it's a bit tight money-wise there. So
I need to go back. I need to go back to that
judgment.
merchant. I forgot to sell some normal items, and I'm gonna need to.
Okay.
I mean, at this point,
Like money.
At this point, it doesn't matter. I guess I could just go get the chest, the ammonia chest, but I want to be safe.
Yeah, at this point in the game, and like all throughout the game, I want to say actually money is like really tight. Like we barely buy anything, and we sell almost everything we have and find, just to be able to afford whatever it is that we need. So money is very tightly routed in this game.
So we're trying to find a way to Sinesta, which is the last known sighting of Nina's sister Alina, and the mayor here, which we just helped by defeating Mammon, is going to let us use the secret passage from Curia to Sinesta. So we just have to go through a little tunnel and fight some encounters, or run from them, I should say. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
In the meantime, we see Fowl has finally awakened. Like, if you guys remember, like a little while ago, the last time you saw him, he was falling down from that bridge that General Yom had burned when Fulu was on it to try and kill him. He somehow survived and ended up all the way atop this mountain together with Bunyan, who you might remember from the Breath of Fire run from previously. Once again, Bunyan playing the role as the local wood chopper and taking care of other people that just randomly fights along the way or something.
Yeah, and this is a theme. This is going to be a common theme.
Yeah.
Where Folu gets hurt, then somebody revives Fowl and nurtures him back to health, and then he gets hurt again once he tries to flex on the Imperial army.
You have to keep in mind, Fowl just awoke from like, I think it's a 500-year slumber or something. So he is still, regaining his strength as he goes through the game, even though he starts at level 50 and can just basically, not necessarily one-shot everything, but pretty much everything. But yeah, back with the party, we can now use the secret passage, as Countdown just explained, in order to get to Sinesta, which is the initial point that Cray and Nina were trying to get to at the very start of the game before their Sandfly got attacked by the Sand Dragon.
I made a safety pit stop there to sell some stuff and buy those ammonias.
The interesting thing about the routing of this game, like we are basically following the magic route, as it's called, because going on with the game, and especially like the boss fight, we will basically almost exclusively be using magic attacks and magic attack combos in order to defeat the bosses. However, like in the early speedrun days of the game, I want to say, like especially when Bowie the Hero was actively running this, there was also a physical route that they were trying out. And for the physical route, what you would have to do is you would have to learn a specific skill of the bats that you can encounter in this passage here. I think it's Shadow Walk, actually.
It is, but
problem...
I don't know that ever
Right?
panned out. Shadow
Yeah,
Walk
that's the
specifically, I
thing.
don't think ever worked. I think he just relied on like Last Resort and a few other physical skills that you also have to learn from enemies in this game.
Yeah, right.
And I think maybe got Shadow Walk like later
It's
on.
like at least the route that I remember was like Shadow Walk that you could learn from the bats here. And the reason that is like very finicky, yeah, there they are, the army bats. However, they will only use Shadow Walk when they are very low on HP. And as you can see, even Nina is able to insta-kill them with a physical attack. So it's very hard, actually, to get these bats on low HP.
They have
you
five.
basically
They have
have-
5 HP. And and the only strat is to poison them so that they go down to 1.
Exactly. And then you still have to be lucky for your party members to learn Shadow Walk. And then use that to go ahead and, get you through the game. So it's a very finicky strategy. Like, I think in theory, if everything goes wrong, the physical route would be a little bit faster, but the magic route is just so much more consistent than everything that, like, yeah, I think nobody really ever pursued a physical route after the initial testings that were done because of that. Because the thing is also, at least as far as I remember, for the physical route, you would have to do 2 grinding sessions. Now, we haven't done a single grinding session yet, and that will come actually way later in the game, because at some point we just have to catch up on the leveling, because otherwise it would just be way too squishy and not strong enough to be able to defeat the bosses quickly enough. But with the physical route, I do remember they would have to go through 2 of those cycles, and they take like 15 to 20 minutes each, which sets back the physical route even further. If it wouldn't for that, it might actually pan out to be faster than magic route. But I don't think anybody's doing physical route anymore nowadays.
No. Good luck, Jersey. Going into the Myria
Jersey
fight.
about to head into the final boss fight of Breath of Fire 3.
Yeah, final boss fight. Then I'll start the timer once we do a last hit. And then we'll, as usual, tell Drexus to go once we hit that minute.
They went down Sinesta, and we basically immediately went into the orphanage because there was a nun there that apparently had seen Alina. And now we have to catch this little miscreant, Chino. Good job catching him immediately, because if you don't catch Chino at this specific point, this was another minigame, by the way, it can be a lot of work to try and catch him at any other point.
Yeah, Chino runs as fast
throughout
as
the
you
town.
do and runs in circles around the exterior of the town. So it's like You basically just have to sit in one place and wait for Chino to come by you again if you miss him in the speedrun setting. But thankfully, there's a nice setup where you'll see I switched to Cray, and switching to Cray lets me mash triangle, which is also the button for personal action. The Cray's personal action doesn't really work unless you're pushing something. So you mash triangle to get through the text boxes and just hold up. And if you hold up and X, you'll always run into Chino in the way that I did and catch him on the first cycle, and it's very quick. Yeah, it's a nice little setup.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Nice. But yeah, apparently Chino knows what happened to Alina, and he's only willing to divulge that information if we play another game with him and the other orphans here. So now they all have dispersed across town, and we have to play a little game of hide and seek with them, where we have to run around town and talk to each one of them in order to find them and get them back to the orphanage. Now, the one thing that you have to keep in mind here, you are actually able to rotate the camera like 90 degrees each time you press the button in order to make this a little bit more manageable, because you can see Countdown just, running around the town here and talk to a lot of these kids that are hiding basically off screen. It obviously makes it easy if you rotate the camera around. However, every time you rotate the camera, it takes, like, I want to say 2 to 3 seconds or so for the camera to, rotate around and show that movement off. And if you keep doing that, obviously it starts adding a lot of time to your speedrun. So optimally, you know where everything is from the original perspective that the game shows you an area, and just go from there, and you just have to learn the quote-unquote off-screen movements, which can be a little bit tricky, but if you run the game often enough, you obviously know where everything is. But especially if you're starting to learn the speedrun, if you're just playing this casually, there's absolutely no shame using the camera rotation to have this made a little bit easier for you.
Yeah, rotating the camera is really slow, and you can't do it while you're moving, so you kind of just have to go with it
you come to a full
you're...
stop. Now, even though we've quote-unquote found all of the kids, of course, one kid is still missing, and that kid is Chino. And the nun knows that his favorite hiding spot is in the enemy-ridden cellar that this man here is guarding with his life. He's very serious about his job. However, he's also a little bit thirsty in one way or another, so we can go ahead and talk to this woman.
Okay, take your guess. Ryu, Nina, or Cray? Everybody place your bets.
Ooh. All right, Chad, we'd like to play a little mini game here, because we now have to wait for that woman to arrive so this guard leaves his post. And in the meantime, we'll rotate our characters. And there's always, a little classic game going on here. Which character will we walk down the stairs as? Ryu, Nino, or Cray? Get your bets in now.
Spoilers, it's Ryu for Team Ryu.
Hey! All right on the nose.
All right, that should start our 1 minute timer, because Miria is now dead. As long as I'm...
No, GG, Jersey.
Yep. GG. So
GG's for Team Nina.
I'll give you a 5-second count in once we hit 55 seconds. So we'll be switching over to Drexus soon, Ashen. $20 seconds remaining. $10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Hey, Team Nina. Woo! Go, Nina. Go, Nina. Go. Go, Nina.
Right,
go, Nina. Go. All right. What if Drexus actually managed to fly that sand flyer from the start of the game right to Sinesta? What then?
Then we'd be all tied up. Although I'd have a lot more levels.
And he wouldn't have Ryu and Ershin, I guess.
I think I'd be going straight to trying to bot grind. I think that's what I'd be doing.
Nice. Also, I should have made sure to do that actually before we are all here and live. But how do I pronounce your name correctly? I am so sorry to ask this now.
I mean, I'm not too funny about it. It's either Draxus. Most people we just call me Draxus. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm so sorry. I should have asked beforehand. But I thought before I mispronounce it for the next 8 hours or so, I just get it all the way at the start, and then we just roll with it.
Yeah, I realize that is something I probably should have asked beforehand too. I'm like, oh no.
Anyway, it's boss fight time. And this is one of the best tracks in the game, don't at me, but I just love the track when you fight Khan. Khan is a little interesting. He has 3,000 HP, and he can straight up one-shot some of your characters if he does the little power-up into the punch thing he does. He can also shout, as he just did. And what shout does is it has a chance to cancel any of your character's actions, which can be problematic if he repeatedly gets us off. So he managed it once. Let's hope he doesn't do it again. He can also guard. Guard is fine-ish. Obviously, you know, it's good because he doesn't attack you. It's bad because he takes less damage. And the way we go through this fight, we bought another weapon for Cray because Cray is basically our best physical attacker at this point. However, Cray, as most, you know, big and beefy physical attackers in JRPG, suffers from a low-ish hit chance. So there is quite a high chance of him, you know, missing his attacks and us wasting our turn in turn. So yeah, this fight is not necessarily that bad. It can just drag on a little bit longer than you would want it to. Another thing we're trying to do here is combo Ryu and Nino's attacks. And again, this is why we learned Burn earlier. Not the only reason we learned Burn, but one of them. Because this game has a combo system where if you manage to use specific attacks one after the other, they form a combo attack, which is stronger than the two individual attacks. In this case, we combine a fire spell with a wind spell to create a... I don't even know if it has a specific element. I think it's just counted as a wind element spell because that was the last element used in the combo. And in this case, Burn and Sever form a fire wind, which again deals more damage than Sever would have done on its own. So, you know, you just can add a little bit more damage output as you would normally have at this point. But the combo system will be very important the further we get along in the run. There are specific combos. I think the other one was like Earth and then a fire spell. And then there was water and then Earth. Like it is like this usual elemental rotation of, I think it's fire into wind, wind into water, water into earth, and earth into fire, if I remember that correctly. The only problem with this is that there not necessarily are few water spells in the game, but obviously the higher the quote-unquote level or the tier of your is, the higher the corresponding combo attack would be. However, since both Ryu and Fowl, you know, share opposing elements, in this case Ryu is fire and Fowl is water, we will actually never get access to high-level water elemental spells. So there's actually a spell in the game that we don't get access to by normal means, which is kind of interesting because it is coded in the game as far as I'm aware. You just can't access it because, you know, we don't get a, I think it's a level 3 or tier 3 water elemental spell, if I remember correctly. But hey, here we are.
So Chino told us that the last person to see Alina alive was this guy, Marlock, and then we had to fight his bodyguard, and that was Khan. And I'm actually now a little worried about Nina's XP because I wanted Ryu to die, but every time Khan just would not focus or attack, and he missed. And the one time he attacked Ryu, I was guarding, which was dumb, but I don't know. I'm a little worried. We'll see.
as I explained earlier, like you really, and I want to stress this, you really need Nina to be level 14 a little bit later in the run. So if you are able to kill off some of your party members during the boss fights, up to the point leading there, obviously it basically guarantees that Nina will get to level 14 at that point, or even a little bit earlier. But it depends on what the enemies are doing to you, right? Like sometimes the enemy just don't focus the right characters, or they focus the wrong characters, or whatever it is, and everybody survives the fight because the experience at the end of the fight is divided through all party members that are alive in your party. So obviously, the less members are alive, the more experience the surviving party members get. But yeah, Moloch here wants us to run a couple odd jobs for him before he divulges his information. Now, he keeps Nina not necessarily as a hostage, but she is doing some other things for him while the lads are sent out to retrieve some stolen goods from him, which this thief here took from him.
She's
Now, at
just
this point-
massaging his shoulders. That's it. Just massaging the shoulders.
Why does he have that glint in his eye? But yeah, when they were talking to the thief, they didn't know at that point that that was actually the thief. So they were just having a chat until they noticed it. Also, of course, now we have to catch said thief, and it's another, minigame. Because Breath of Fire just loves its minigames. And for this minigame, we basically have to, quote-unquote, set a trap for the thief by pushing barrels in a way that we basically form a blockade to trap him in. Now, he can still outrun us if you're not, quick enough in your button presses. But hopefully this will just be enough that he runs into it on the way out. We are then able to press the button when he passes us by in order to go ahead and catch him. Go, just lead him into the dead end. Hopefully on the way back, because he is a bit of a slippery bastard. You have to be very careful there. As you can see, he's just zooming at the closer you get. But yeah, very nicely done there. Because if he manages to get out of that little dead end there and actually accesses the rest of the cave, all bets are off when you will be able to actually go ahead and capture them. I guess that is also why Countdown went out of the cave and made that safety save that, in case things go wrong, he can just load that and try again, because it's very hard to try and maneuver Stolf, which is the name of the thief there, back into the little cubby hole. But in the meantime, Drixis has met Rio.
Yeah, it just straight up reset all the things I did to OBS too.
Yeah, if it crashes out, it generally doesn't save everything properly.
You wouldn't happen to have the stream key on hand, would you?
For
RPGLB.
ooh,
I have it here somewhere. I've just gotta find it. Important. There it is.
so I don't have it quickly to hand.
Alright, use stream key. V. Apply OK. That should get it going. Now we're just gonna figure out what because I don't have the streams on my end, that's why. So the easiest way is I'll just have to open the streams back up. But chat should be getting Okay, there we go. And then move this below live split. And the next thing is just going to be adding a
Alright, Drax says you gotta beat a 109 crane game.
I'm not
Should be free.
mildly worried a moment. Oh dear.
weird. Why is the audio?
There we go. We're good.
Yeah, the audio's still crispy. You need to. Did you restart what you need to, Ashton?
I have not tried that on my side yet. Let me go.
Thought that earlier how easy calm is and how nobody's ever gonna die to that thing, and then he was nearly proving me a liar.
I have never died to that yet in any run. I think yellow health is the lowest I've ever got, but yeah, the early Mystic Fire and his first move being a crit physical was
Yeah, that's rough.
Let's see here. So.
Yeah, while we sort out the rest of the technical issues, you haven't missed a lot. Like on Countdown's side, there was just a lot of mini games you had to go through for Moloch here before we get transported off. And then on Drix's side, we had our first boss fight. Also mostly a non-issue, except he does what he just did. Then it can be a little bit dicey.
Okay. I need to. Oh boy, oh boy, oh
Yeah,
boy, oh boy.
chat, please let us know how audio is feeling right now. I think we've hit enough buttons that it should be better, theoretically.
Yeah. Ideally, hopefully, fingers crossed.
If it isn't better, you haven't hit enough buttons.
Right? Up, up, down, down, VA, VA, start.
Yeah, forced restart in the middle of a run. My favorite way to go down.
Happens.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But hey, at least we have double Fulu on the stream right now in the runs. Well, not any.
Paste this again. All right. Turn that off, and then hopefully we should be good here. Whew. Yeah, I can switch. So you guys should be able to hear everything again until we get a chance to fix our other sources. So give me a second here to set everything up. Unfortunately, it's a bit sticky to try and set this up on the fly. Okay. Nope, I want to move countdown. Not everything else. There we go. Get that in the right spot. Okay. That should be reasonably good enough. Now let's get Nina on the board too. Sorry about all this. Yeah, we're switching back to a different, to me capturing right now. I need you. And then I want to be on, let me check. Okay. It should be this one. Okay. Yep, that is correct. Now let me just pop this out. We're going to do some boop. Oh, thanks for nothing, Twitch. Okay. Sorry about all this. I just decided to crash, so some days you just get wrecked. Google Chrome. Okay. Should be able to see all that. Yep. All right. Undo, undo. Let me get this out of here so I can tweak it real quick. F it, we're doing it live. I must have left the Discord channel because I'm not hearing much of anything.
No,
Oh,
you're
I
here.
think we're all just giving you a chance to
Oh, yeah.
figure out what's happening.
Yeah, we've got the capture back for the moment. So the video feed should be good, audio should be good. I have no idea why it decided to crash, but isn't that just the live marathon experience, right?
Sid, when you get the chance, could you also stream it in Discord again?
Yeah, I'll get that in just a second. I'm almost done tweaking the
no worries.
capture. All right. And then the next thing is going to be figuring out where our timer died so I can just put a... It's plus this time. Sorry, guys. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
also
I've got that for you in a second.
You can have live split start at a certain time too, if you want.
Yeah,
Just add the times
I'll add
together.
it in, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I know what I'm missing. I need to go virtual cam. And then I can give you that.
Alright, I mean, basically just in time for a double boss fight against Captain Rasso happening here.
Okay. There we go.
Nice. Now on the right side, we have our first encounter with Captain Rasso, and on the left side, we have our second encounter with Captain Rasso. Now, Drixes will be fighting Joe once again. Pretty easy fight. Luckily, you just have to use Sever a couple times, make sure that Nina is healed to full before you go into the fight, and it should be pretty easy on there. Just cast Sever a couple times, and Joe will basically fall over. No problem if you have the Sage's staff equipped.
However, on my side, much more difficult and testy fight.
Things are a bit more difficult, yes. Because Countdown will be facing Imichef. Imichef has about 6,000 HP, and he has a bit of a gimmick to him where his weak point is on his back. Now you can try and brute force your way through this if you're playing casually in a speedrun setting. It's just not feasible. The fight would drag on too long and you would run out of resources, so we have to play through the gimmick. Now, how do we play to the gimmick? Well, you saw us do combos earlier, and this is basically where Ryu learning the burn spell at the very start of the run basically comes into effect, because Ryu and Nina, if they use burn and sever, use fire wind, which is a combo, and if you use a combo, Imichef will turn around and expose his weak point. And then we'll go ahead and use Cray in order to deal massive damage against him. So basically what we're doing here at the start, we're using a ginseng on Cray, which raises his physical attack power by I think 20 or 25%. And then in the meantime, we'll go ahead with Ryu and Nina to use the combo here. And luckily it worked, because that's the big thing. It might not work every turn, and then you are on a roll of hurt. The nice thing is, if you use a combo on Imichef, he unbalances, turns around, and he won't use an action this turn. So on the next turn, we can now use Cray to hit him for a lot of damage in the back. He will turn around, and then immediately Ryu and Nina will use their abilities again, hopefully combo and turn him around again, and then we repeat that until the fight is over. Now sadly, as you can see here, now the combo didn't work, so Imichef did not turn around, and he will actually get to attack. So that is just a tough luck. So hopefully this won't happen a lot of times, because then we might actually be in a bit of trouble here. The other thing that can happen is, we talked about this earlier, right? Like your whole party is in this fight, even though you only see your front-facing 3 characters. However, Ershin is still part of the fight. Now the thing is, with your characters that are in the back row, so to speak, they can use certain actions when they are on the back row. That are basically assist actions. Ershin's assist is that they will try and attack the enemy by, shooting their arm. And this would be very bad, because the way that we have set up our turns, right? Cray attacks, turns Imichef, so his front faces us. Then Ryu and Nina combo their attacks to turn him around again, which is where we want him at the end of our turn. If Ershin then comes in and shoots Imichef, she would damage him, and then he would turn around again, so Cray wouldn't be able to hit the back. So that is the trade-off that we are having here with this strategy. It's a little bit better, because, Ryu and Nina are able to combo off each other a little bit easier, as we all think, than Ershin and Nina would if you were to do the other strategy. But again, it comes with the trade-off that Ershin is in the background. There we go, covering fire. Here it comes, 64 damage.
Thank you,
whereas
Ershin.
Cray would have been able to deal about 700. So yeah, thank you, Ershin. Much appreciated.
And a no combo. This is a really crappy fight.
Oh yeah. The problem with this is also that eventually your characters will run out of AP. Like I think Nina will be the first one to run out, because if you just continuously using Sever, that of course uses up your AP. And Imichef can hurt. He can hurt real bad, especially if he keeps focusing one character.
Dude.
Like optimally, Imichef would not get a single turn other than the first one, because he would continuously be off balance at the end of a turn. But yeah, this fight is definitely going a little bit sideways, and this is also why runners generally opt to do like a safety save at least before this fight. But yeah, generally if you're on world record, like grinding or something, if something goes too wrong in this fight, it's basically run over.
I think this will do it. Yeah, that's enough. All right. That was a really bad fight, but we lived.
But hey, you made it through first try. Nice. But yeah, bottom line is basically there's like 2 sources of RNG in this fight, right? Like, will Ryu and Nino combo their attacks, and will Ershin assist you?
Yeah, and this is something that the record holder for the PS2 run, Zeal, has said as his justification for Ershin. It's that Ershin won't attack if you're using Ershin in the front to combo. And also, again, there's no empirical evidence about the combo thing. It's just vibes. And so it's really just my stubbornness to not learn, how to ensure that Ershin learns Wild Shot, and then, continuing to see that strategy through. I just haven't practiced it. So I'm just going with what I know. And I got through by the skin of my teeth.
But hey, maybe we'll see Drexus doing it later, because I have to admit, I missed if his Ryu learned burn or not.
No,
No,
Draxus
I
does
gotta
it.
do the other strat.
Yeah, Draxus
You
does
do the other
Ershin.
side. Okay, so we will actually see that in, I don't know, 1.5 hours or so ish. So,
The real
yeah,
risk
stick around,
with it
everybody.
is that Ershin likes to not do enough damage for it to count as a combo occasionally.
Oh, wow, that can happen with that? That is wild.
I think if Ershin does 0 damage, right?
Yeah, you have to actually do damage for it to count as a combo still.
Or if Ershin misses.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just using the ability, it's also the ability actually contributing to something.
There's other
that
factors
triggers the combo.
than just vibes, yeah. It just adds to the vibes.
Nice. But yeah, with that, Genja has officially made it into the Empire. Woohoo! Because the reason we climbed up that tower, you saw it there. There is like this portal that connects basically the Western continent to the Eastern continent. So the Eastern continent is inhabited by the alliance of, you know, different tribes and whatnot, whereas all of the West is just the Fu Empire, you know, under Fowl. And basically both sides were at a very terrible war at each other for a long time, and they just recently-ish basically made a peace treaty. But it's still a little bit uneasy, so access to the Empire is, I wouldn't say almost off limits to, you know, except like merchants and diplomats and stuff like that. So we had to find like a bit of a sneaky way to actually be able to get into the Empire, because once again, this is where we now believe Alina, Nina's sister, to be, as the Dragon Eye showed us all the way back shortly after Chamba. We will actually see that scene again shortly on Drex's side there.
Are we gonna sync the real thing in the dream?
I
I'm
think
entering the dream,
not,
the
but
real
it's
thing
not
right now.
that far off. It's not that far off now. He's still in Chamba. Like, he hasn't even made it to Skullfish just yet, but it's close. But honestly,
Let's
like, you know, the difference between the two teams is actually kind of working out, so... We will actually be seeing the dream very shortly on Team Nina, whereas Team Rio is actually living through the actual right now.
Yeah, we
Like,
get to
give it,
find
like,
out what's on the other.
Maybe 5 minutes or so, and they would have synced up perfectly here.
I get to find out what's on the other side of the curtain now.
Ooh, mysterious.
Well, I know. The viewers get to find out.
But the speedrunner knows what's actually going to happen in the run? Preposterous. I think we were all just running this blindly. Chad, I was betrayed, I was lied to.
Unfortunately, it's not much of a... It's kind of anticlimactic, because we get caught immediately after we go through that door by the guy we were spying on, Yuna. And is a deeply evil character, as we will find out later. And so we will not be finding out what happened to Nina's sister Alina. We will be captured and sent back to the Eastern continent. And as we will see in just a few seconds, Cray is going to have to face a tribunal for his actions of infiltrating the Western continent unannounced.
I think some would even go so far as to say that Yuna is the true villain of the game in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. But Yuna is a pacifist, unfortunately, so there's nothing we can do about that.
All about that. But yeah, basically, as Countdown has touched upon, what's happening now is we got captured, you know, trespassing on basically Empire territory. And because the peace treaty between the Alliance and the Empire is still so uneasy, the Empire treated this basically as grounds to say, hey, you are basically, you know, the Alliance is in breach of contract, quote unquote, invading our territory. So we have to renegotiate this peace treaty and make a lot of ramifications for the Alliance there. So like harsher conditions and whatnot. And now Cray is being put before this tribunal and try and explain what the hell he was thinking, because he is the chieftain of the Warren tribe, right? Like technically, he is a diplomat in a way and representing all of the Warrens, and so he now has to answer for his actions in front of this tribunal. And also keep in mind that Nina is the princess of Windia, so they are actually like, you know, political goings at work here. So we're basically just, you know, chilling around. Like, we have actually been put under house arrest, and this is Sias, the dog in the green kimono over here, and he's basically the bodyguard, making sure that we are not misbehaving. But very importantly, he has been asked to watch us. Yeah. It's a very important distinction that's to be made here. Now we're trying to go into the castle to, you know, see how Cray is doing and maybe watch the tribunal.
Yeah,
But we are not allowed in.
we want to reason with these people because Nina is a reasonable person, and they aren't. And yeah, they don't want anything to do with us. Also, oh no, never mind. Next time we go through that door, our heads will clip, I think. If Sias goes through the north tile. There are a couple of doorways where your heads will clip. It's kind of goofy looking.
And one of the things that Cray has to answer for is, if you remember, like back at the start of the game, like Nina gave Rio the King's Sword, which is like a symbol that, well, symbolizes the peace treaty that the Empire and the Alliance has made. And if you remember, he broke it when he rescued Nina from Captain Rasso. And that is also another point, you know, that the Empire is bringing to the tribunal. It's like, hey, you know, you broke the symbol of our peace treaty. How dare you? So what Nina is thinking now, if they could manage to repair the King's Sword, that would, you know, ease up the tribunal that Cray is about to face. So we are now trying to go ahead and find a way to basically reforge the King's Sword at this point. Also, Draxus just made it through North Chamba, disposed of the skullfish, and yeah, he's gonna have that dream we spoke about in just a moment over there with the dragon's eye.
And I should get both lucky and unlucky with that skullfish fight, because the poison stuck, so we didn't get second venom breath, but it then used confuse, which is really slow anyway.
Ooh. Yeah, confusion, of course, you know, every JRPG player loves it to bits, am I right? We all love confusion when one of our characters gets hit by that, because it basically makes them do whatever the hell they want, and we have no input and no reasoning about it. Also, apparently,
the nice thing,
Nina
though,
just disappeared.
The nice thing about confusion is that if they also become unconfused from magic damage, they don't have to just be take a physical. I got a cutscene on the tile. The cutscene starts. I mean, I got a battle. The tile. The cutscene starts. That's awesome. I was gonna say typically there's an encounter there that if you move perfectly, you'll skip every time, but never lucky.
Not this time. Also, yeah, there we go. There is the dream sequence. It's almost like we've seen this before. Almost. But yeah, as it turns out, there are fairies living in the Witchwood, and they are of the impish sort of fairy, who like playing tricks on, you know, the passers-by going through the Witchwood. And in this case, they have shrunk Nina to the size of an ant or so, because they thought it would be funny. And because she has wings, she immediately got adopted by the sparrow, who thought that she was one of its fledglings, and put it back into the bird's nest. So we're actually gonna have another solo boss fight. Well, I say boss fight very loosely at this point, with Nina in a moment here.
I have a question for you, Draxus. Who do you use the ginseng on for Con 2? Or who uses it?
Con 2?
Yeah, do you use Ershin or Ryu to throw the ginseng?
Oh. Well, normally I use... Well, it depends. Last time I forgot to heal Nina before it, so I ended up using Ershin, but normally I'd throw it with Nina in Warrant. And she just survives the Tiger Fist after.
Interesting, okay.
I mean, literally
I thought I killed her.
just... I used to back when I would unequip her armor and stuff, but with armor on, she survives.
Oh yeah, interesting. Oh, feeding time. Okay, good thing the life sandals saved me.
Yeah, that's the worst place to get confused.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah,
never
the
lost
Sparrow
five
can use feeding
for that.
time, and I think it afflicts a random status effect.
I think it's random, but I pretty much every time I see it, it's confused. You might be able to get poisoned too, or sleep.
Whatever the effect is, it's pretty bad in that fight because once again, Nina has to fight it alone. So there's really no real place to, get rid of the status effect, whatever it is. Luckily, the Sparrow has very little HP, so 2 uses of Sever generally ends the fight. So at least he won't be in there for long. And with that, hey, at least you got Nina back. But don't worry, we'll be back to those fairies. And not too long a time. Right, now that we are in Warrant, which is, the place where Cray is the chief and off, I think I kind of spoiled the story a little bit because we are actually not trying to reforge the King's Sword just yet. We are going back to the Warrant tribe to figure out how to help Cray. Because, we think that somebody there might have a good idea how we would be able to do that. And that is a little bit later when the King's Sword gets brought up.
Oh yeah,
repaired.
strict
Well,
volume
too early
warning,
on
by
that.
the way. The spell that Khan is going to use at the first turn of this battle is, for whatever reason on the PC version, very loud. So I implore everybody, when the battle starts, even though the song is really good, you should probably turn your volume down just a bit. If you have your volume up loud, you're gonna go deaf.
You're talking about Team Ryu here?
I think there's some audio doubling or even tripling going on with that move for some weird reason.
Oh, you know what? It probably would help if I...
But yeah, definitely make sure that everybody's healed up for the next boss fight because, hey, our favorite buy is back.
You're talking about
It's
Ryu, right?
Khan.
For the audio?
Yes, Team Ryu.
Yeah,
Oh.
Team Rio.
I'll give it a little bit of a turn down here just to assist with that. Let me know when it's bad.
Just the first attack he does. Because Khan has leveled up and he is gonna use Tiger Fist. There it goes.
Damn. Should have turned it down more. Is it just that one
I told
time,
you.
or is it gonna happen again?
It's gonna
no,
happen one more time. It can happen in the next con fight.
Oh, in the next fight. Okay.
Yeah, that won't be until a couple hours later then. Because yeah, the fun thing is, Khan, after his defeat at our hands a little bit earlier in the game, he has, been in search of a new master that can teach him how to be stronger. And he found a master in Una, here in Warrant, and she taught him Tiger Fist. Now the problem with Khan is though he's a bit of a dum-dum, so he doesn't have a lot of AP, so he can only use Tiger Fist once at the start of the fight. I mean, luckily for us, because if he would keep using it, I don't think he would be able to take him on, because it deals a lot of damage, as you can see. However, it also has a high chance of missing, so yeah, give or take. But yeah, other than that, the fight isn't that hard, I want to say. Like, you can still use the shouts that can stun your characters or rather cancel their attacks. But luckily we also have Sias on our side now, and he deals quite a bit of damage with his Shining Blade there, as you saw, like about 1,000 every time you use it. The problem with that is just he doesn't have a lot of AP, so you can only use it like 3 times until he is out. So, you have to make the fight not last as long. But Khan only has like 3,500-ish HP, so with 3 uses of Shining Blade and a bit of more, fight is already over there.
Yeah, I forgot until it was too late, but I think we're even worse off now with Nina's XP. So we'll see how this goes.
Right, we still have that problem. Yeah, because we are fast approaching the point where we need Lina at level 14. So she has learned Cyclone, which is basically the next level wind spell that she can learn. Because there will come a point where we desperately need the damage it does. But first of all, we are now basically looking for Kray's mother. She is of the Warren tribe, however, she is not living with the Warren right now. She has gone to the Golden Plains to live there. She was a chieftain of the tribe before Kray basically took over. And ever since then, you know, she has become a bit of a recluse, I want to say. However, the Golden Plains are like this vast grassland that you can't just, you know, walk in willy-nilly. You will just get lost and never find your way out. So you have to take one of these whelks, I think they're called, which are these weird floating sea urchin thingy that you can ride or something. And one of them has taken a liking to Rio, even though he has absolutely no idea how to ride them properly, at least now.
Yeah, but Ryu's an endless, so he figures it out. And the Whelk, him and the Whelk are vibing. They're bros.
As you can see, yeah, that thing just absolutely loves the guy.
Yeah. They were like, we can
just
take
face
this.
planting.
They talked to the salesman, and they were like, yeah, we could borrow your horse. And he was like, I don't think the horse is gonna make it to across the plains. And then the Whelk sort of crawls up to Ryu and starts displays a little smiley face and starts walking around him with Ershin in a circle around Ryu. Basically to say,
see like this.
We're all endless, he.
You can see this little screen shake when Ryu goes off screen, basically indicating that he fell off the thing again.
Yeah, he's struggling. And Sias, of course, is wondering why we're doing all of this.
Yeah. But yeah, now we are in the Golden Plains for the first time, and the Golden Plains kind of works like the desert at the end of Breath of Fire 3, where you can find a lot of different things in there if you follow certain routes. Like, as the game describes it, you would have to follow a more complicated route to get to the camp of Kray's mother. However, you can also just align yourself very acutely before setting out, and then just follow that straight line, and then you will still reach her. So you don't have to follow the, or you don't just, go into that straight line as long as you know where it is. And the problem with all of that is the nut enemies that you saw there, Count on Fighting one. Because they are small, but they are very fast, and they can dodge your attacks pretty easily. So they can be very dangerous, because at this point in the game, you are only in control of Ryu, and, it's a speedrun. We are pretty much on the level at this point, so these nut tubes can make very quick work of Ryu, but that is also why we still bring a couple of extra Molotovs, because the Molotovs kill them in one hit. And especially if you're fighting the nut mages, they actually drop Molotovs when you kill them. So you're basically trading a Molotov for a Molotov. Which basically just nets you the experience out of that fight. Which is kind of nice to have. Because we still need a couple more Molotovs after we are done with the Golden Plains for a boss fight coming up. So you don't want to just go ahead and go ham with your Molotov usage. And I'm really saying Molotov a lot, aren't I?
Is this audio bug a PC version thing only, where the ringing of the bell can carry on after the guy's already underwater?
I think it also can happen on PlayStation, but it happens a lot less commonly. It sounds like it happens pretty commonly on PC. It happened to me in my practice run.
Yeah, I've got it at the moment. I've got the extra ringing.
All right, it's 3 encounter planes on the way to Tarn. You can get to Kray's mother with just 2 encounters if you're lucky, but also if you're really unlucky, you can get 4. So anywhere from 2 to 4, 3 is average. I'll take 3. I bought some extra Molotovs, so I should be good.
But yeah, this is Crazy Mother, and we're basically like, they're like, okay, what can we do? You know, what can we do to help Cray get out of this sticky situation that he finds himself in? And she is the one basically proposing about the repairing of the King's Sword.
Actually, it's Ryu. You have to that dialogue that I'm gonna do when I wake
I mean,
up.
technically, yeah.
She's gonna be like,
It's
she
just
gives you a
Dragonfly
list
again.
of the game gives you a list of options to propose to her, as far as what you want to do, and the correct answer is picking the King's Sword. And Tarn then goes, "Oh yeah, well why don't you try and I know a guy. Why don't you try and repair the King's Sword, so that you can show them that you didn't actually lose it or break it, and you're not irresponsible, all that." So we're on a bit of a fetch quest here at the beginning of chapter 2. And this is a little insight into Cray's tribunal. He's saying, you know, they kidnapped a princess, and the tribunal is saying you can't break international law for one life. It's not worth it. Also, you shouldn't have slashed Captain Rasso's face and broken the King's Sword. You dum-dum.
Even though you totally should have, because he is a bit of a bum.
Don't worry, he'll get his.
But yeah, it's like a nice little, you know, flashback scene in a way. We're just going through the game, like a couple memories. But also scenes that you haven't seen before, because of course you weren't there when Cray was standing before the tribunal. But it's still, you know, shown to us through Rio's Dragon Eye. And in the meantime, over Drex's side, we got a little frog lady song again about the endless. And how they, you know, you should abandon yourself to them.
Yes, sadly, we're never going to know what a baby frog is today, though.
God damn it.
I love
Not gonna lie,
accidentally
that
double
Tadpole
talking.
song is a bit of a banger.
I love accidentally double talking to Tarn because it reminds me I have to go to Warrant first before going back into the plains. Otherwise, you waste a lot of time.
I think we got some Dragon Quarter on stream right now.
Yeah, that is my bad. Boop, there we go. Should have been in studio mode.
No worries. We caught it.
Yeah, so during that crash, it turned off my capture card, so I can't play on console anymore. Now I have to set up the emulator. That is the only reason I did that.
Oh no.
Luckily, I've done both. The only reason I didn't want to use the emulator is it gives me weird input sometimes, so let's just hope it doesn't give me a random left into an enemy. Luckily, I have a ridiculous amount of save states, so we should be able to, we'll get there somehow.
Goddamn tech issues. We love them, but we hate them.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one, that's for sure. I guess it could be worse. I don't know how, but it could be.
Oh, don't jinx it, please.
We've already hit peak. I'm not even concerned at this point.
But yeah, so at this point, you know, we were at Tan's camp, learned about that we should go ahead and repair the King's Sword. Then we went back to Warren, talked to the elders about where to find the guy that could help us repair it. And now we're back in the Golden Plains on our second trip to try and get to Mount Glom. What is Mount Glom? Well, it is the smoking volcano that you can see a little bit in the background there. And you would think, well, how hard can it be to find a volcano in a very large, flat environment? And let me answer that by saying, if you walk straight at the volcano in the Golden Plains, you will not get to the volcano.
Well, not only that, but if you don't go and talk to the elder in Warrant, if you do walk correctly to the volcano, it will just be a cliff, and you will not be able to enter the volcano, even though you know where it is.
Yep. You have to follow the critical steps in order to get to the volcano. Kind of interesting how that works, but I guess that's video games for you. Don't look too hard into some of the logic here. But yeah, we
Alina
actually want to
hit
make it
12.
to the volcano.
I think my XP is just a little short, but I should be fine. I'm fighting
Okay,
all
nice.
the planes encounters to make up for it, so it's 200.
You still have enough Molotovs?
Oh, well, yeah, I've been getting major.
Okay.
Yeah, I still have 5.
I
I'm
think
good.
you need... Okay, yeah, I think you need 2 or 3 after this when it's done.
I'll need 4 for the fairy world encounters, but then I'll be
4?
good. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, this is Mount Glom. Mount Glom is kind of interesting because it actually has different levels of the lava that you can see here. And it changes after every... Is it every encounter or every second encounter? It's definitely after the first one and then after the second one, or the third one again. And you want to take one encounter here at the start in order to lower the lava level in the next room that we're going into, so you can actually walk onto a platform. And you have to take another encounter there for it to rise again, so you can continue on your way. So it doesn't matter too much where you take that first encounter, as long as it isn't too early, so you would get a second encounter before you are able to get onto the platform that you need to weigh on before the lava rises again. But yeah, it turns out running away from tree stumps can be trickier than you might think. I can kind of see these platforms. Countdown is on now. You have to get into another encounter, yeah. Or the lava, or I think it's just the platforms, not actually the lava that rises, but the platforms themselves that go up and down.
The platforms in this room rise and
Yeah.
and fall, and so I'm trying to get one and force an encounter. I mean, I just walked optimally for the first one, but you saw me force the second one. I got some safety vitamins out of that chest there too. Hold right strats.
We make it to the cabin of this little dwarf here that is willing to reforge the king's sword for us. However, in order to do that, he needs a fairy drop. And you can kind of see where this is going, where we're going on another fetch quest back to the Witchwood, where the fairies are, to go ahead and ask for a fairy drop, so you can actually go ahead and reforge the king's sword. In the meantime, Drexus is coming up on Mammon. Mammon, once again, being a fight where you basically just chuck a bunch of Molotovs and hope for the best.
I managed to have the worst possible forest there. Every encounter had a fungoid in it. We failed to run away from all of them. And we got
I was just going to say,
the
it looked
enemy
a bit
at
rough
every
going through
turn
there.
in between. Just demonstrating the worst it can get. It's fine.
Are you trying to get Rio killed off for it?
Not really.
Okay.
Ideally,
Let's
I'd
see if
like
Mammon plays
Ershin to
ball.
live here, but it's not mandatory, really. It's just Nina and Cray has to live. Oh, and of course, Nina's maximum health is lower because she got killed on the way through here as well.
Yeah, that's a thing that they took over from Breath of Fire 3, I think, also had it, that if a character dies and you revive them, their max HP will actually get lowered until you rested like an inn. So that can lead to the odd problem here and there. In the meantime, Countdown now getting taken to Fairyland. And the fairies, once again, having a little problem. This time, not of the dolphin kind, but there are some phantoms skulking about. Kind of forcing them out of the place. And we have to, of course, go around and help them. And the phantoms obviously are undead creatures, so what we can do is we can just go ahead and heal them to death. And this is once again where the combo system of the game comes in, because Sias has a heal spell. Nina is high enough level to have Rejuvenate, which is basically the next level healing spell, and you can combine those to deal even a little bit more damage, which is kills these ghosts outright if they are managed to combine that way. However, one of these ghosts here actually doesn't count as undead, or at least doesn't take damage from healing spells, and that is basically where the Molotovs come in that we've been holding off to for now.
Oh,
Which is like very cheeky if you think about it. Oh god, the double sleep. Yeah, so everything is going well at the moment. Like Ershin is dead against Mammon. And then both Sias and Nina have been slipped. Oh boy. Now luckily, you can attack your own party members, so you can try and wake them up, because we're also a little bit low level, so you know, we're not dealing that much damage with physical attacks on some of our members here. I guess if Sias was to attack somebody physically, it would probably kill them, but Ershin and Rio at least, and even Nina, really deal that much damage with physical attacks.
This is not good. I guess I have a panacea. I don't.
Yeah, this is where it can get a bit dicey. Because the problem here is, of course, that we don't have a lot of items to heal, and you can't really use your AP to heal as well, because you need them for these fights.
Oh, Nina's awake. Okay. Sias, don't fall asleep, please. Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh my god, that is amazingly bad. So again, you need both Sias and Nina to do the healing combo to be able to kill this ghost guy.
It's fine.
I guess just
Everything's fine. In fact, I'm funneling more XP to Nina.
I was just gonna say, maybe this will actually work out in your favor with Ershin and Rio dead. And now Sias is awake, so we have a chance. We have a chance of resolving this matter.
No way. There's no way. There's simply no way.
Speaking
Oh
of
my god.
resolving matters, we're gonna try and pivot over to Ashen to do the restream at a point in the nearest future. We don't have it fully set up, but if there's a good spot to take like a 1 minute break for everybody to cycle over, that'd be great. I'll let you know when Ashen's ready to do takeover, because he's still getting live split set up on his end, since I have this super arbitrary green color combination that's really annoying to set up without the file.
Sounds interesting. I mean, I guess we could technically do it after this gauntlet-ish. Or how much heads up would you need?
Just a little bit. I'll let you know as soon as Ashen's ready, and then we can find a spot, and we'll take a quick break, and then start up as soon as Ashen gets the stream live again.
Yeah, but Udi here, he is the ghost type that you can't just heal to death, so we actually have to fight him, quote-unquote, normally. And when I say normally, that basically just means just chuck a couple of Molotovs at him. You know, interspersed with the odd spell cast. I think the most important thing here is that he doesn't drain too much of Nina or Sias's AP. I think Nina's actually more important, because she uses more. Sias should be good with his usage. All right, one more ghost to go. And luckily, this one is just like the first couples where you can just use heal and rejuvenate again, and the fight should be over.
God, that's sketchy.
But we're not done yet, because of course there's like a big bad ghost, or phantom, or phantom, if you will. Like this guy, and he's a bit of a doozy. Like not necessarily in the fight. The fight is pretty simple as long as Nina is at least level 11 and has her learned rejuvenate here. Because once again, he is susceptible to healing spells. So if you just go ahead and use the tried and true combo of heal and to rejuvenate,
So
we will actually be able to kill him in 2 applications of that. But it does matter that we get combos off of it like both times. Because he has 5,000 HP. And if you see the damage number here, if we get the combo, because it actually does, I don't know if you've noticed that, but it does like an extra hit when it does the combo. And just that little extra deals enough damage that we can kill him in 2 turns with that. Also, why the hell is his nose, his mouth at his nose? That's just like, ugh. Ugh. Yeah, you can see, like the combo just deals like 2,503 damage, and again he has 5,000 health, so we are just able to kill him with 2 of those combos, which is just amazing routing.
So, about how far behind is Drex's? Are we about like 2 hours behind, or did we manage to make up some time?
I don't know. I'd say about an hour.
About an hour? Okay.
I think it was an hour and 20-ish when I started.
Yeah.
I've been playing really safe
roughly that.
and also just got owned for like 5 minutes. So
Just
yeah,
wanna
I'd say
make-
about an hour.
Okay. Just want to make sure Rex had the right time.
Right, I need to remember I haven't checked that one in a moment, because, you know...
But yeah, the fairies are so thankful that we helped them that they give us this fairy drop. And if you paid very close attention, you saw that fairy go into the bushes and squat down before she gave us the fairy
It's
drop.
fairy poop. It's fairy poop. Let's be real. It's fairy poop. She pooped, and then we're gonna smith a sword with it.
You know,
Yeah.
If-
Yeah.
I'm thinking since the Bot 4 run got shredded into like 1 billion pieces, we can, once the relay's over, we can schedule a solo show just for Bot 4 so that we can give you guys another chance at it if you want for a good clean run on the Limit Break channel.
I forgot one of the children.
Oh no, which one? And now goes the search. Which one was it?
As soon as I realized, I know which one it is.
Ah, this little bastard over there. Yeah.
I haven't done that in a very long time.
It's just been that's never happened before, just across the board.
A breath of that's never happened before.
If
Like,
it doesn't go off the rails, is it even a relay event?
I've never had OBS crash everything. I've had it crash itself before. But it like nuked everything,
I mean-
and then the computer came back up. I didn't even need to restart it. I was like,
I mean, it's kind of just, you know, in line with the title of the game, right? Because it's Breath of Never Happened before. Huh? Before? Hmm?
The shame is
Anybody?
Ashen was set up.
Anybody?
If the audio hadn't decided to glitch out, we could have just shifted over to Ashen. It's like a double decker. It just 2 things broke at once. It's like repairing a car.
Hey.
Oh yeah, it's got to be the battery. No, it's the battery, the alternator, and the wires. What? That it all three at the same time? No, that's just uncommon.
I mean, you don't want it to be just one thing, that
Hmm.
because then you could have just easily fixed it. So why was it broken in the first place?
Yeah. Normally with anything in general, especially with cars, it's usually like one thing. And it's an extreme rarity for multiple things to break at the same time.
Hmm.
Obviously, like one broken part can make another part go bad sooner, but
Yeah, sure.
usually doesn't break it at the same exact time. It's such a unicorn moment, and that's what we had right here, where it's like two things completely independent of one another broke at the same time for some reason.
Gotta be a connection somewhere. Speaking of connections, while we were able to repair the King's Sword with the fairy drop, we now proudly went back to Lydia and saying, hey, we've got the King's Sword here, like, it didn't break at all. And then we learned that, the Empire, not the Empire, the Alliance here has gotten another King's Sword, courtesy of the Empire, who repaired a King's Sword, quote unquote, by themselves and gifted it back to them, as a show of goodwill, and of course, with a list of things that the Alliance now has to adhere by. So, basically everything that we've been doing Act 2 so far was for naught, if you think about it. And also, Sai's got a little bit of a talk down from his employer there because, as Sai's put it, he was paid to watch them and not to stop them where they to do anything. And that is basically why Sai's went along with us this whole way. Because nobody ever told him not to. It's just that literal of a guy. So we're basically out of options now to get Cray out of the pickle that he is in. So what we're basically opting to do now is to just break him out by force. So we are sneaking into the castle, and we have some special battles to get through because these guards will actually sound the alarm if we let them. So what we have to do is we have to kill them like in one turn, because if it gets to a second turn, the guards will basically wake up, call for alarm, and we get thrown out of the castle again. Luckily, we have Sais. He can just, shining blade his way to victory, and there's also not a lot of encounters we have to get through here. I think it's only 2 of them, actually.
Yeah.
So it's not too hard.
I'm queuing up Sever with Nina. Nice, she hit 14. I'm queuing up Sever with Nina just in case one of the hits of Shining Blade misses.
Yeah, because it's a 2-hit attack, and each attack gets rolled individually, so one of them can hit, one of them cannot. And of course, you have to land both of them to actually be able to kill that guard. Also, an interesting thing about Sais is that in the English translation, he stutters when he talks. However, this is basically censorship happening in the Western releases of the game, because in the original, he's more embodying like a Ronin type of character who is basically constantly drunk. And so he is not actually stuttering, he is slurring because, well, he's drunk. But that has been changed for the Western release of the game because, alcohol usage and whatnot. Just a little bit of a tidbit for you guys there. But yeah, we made our way to Cray. And he's a bit reluctant to just go ahead with us, but obviously, it serves his life because they were actually gonna go ahead and make an example out of him. So really doesn't have a choice but to go along with our plan here. If he wants to live, that is. In the meantime, Draxus has made it over to the first con fight. See how that one is going.
He's guarding a lot, is what he's doing.
Yeah, I got 4 or 5 guards too.
It's all he's done so far is guard.
Yeah,
he's carried
same.
like 2 of my attacks.
It was so bad. Yeah, I had a really bad con 1 as well.
That's like the thing, right? Like, if he is just guarding, I mean, you're not taking damage, so you don't have to heal and, run into a situation where he might kill off a character that you would need the XP for. But it also means that you're dealing a lot less damage, so the fight just goes on for longer. But hey, he's shouting and missed everybody, so that's good.
Yeah,
Basically the
luckily.
best can go, honestly.
His shouts have missed Cray so far, which is ideal.
Mm.
We also get to duck the audio issue.
Oh no, that's still to come.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, but if
That
it's
is
not
not
on
the,
if Drax's
that will look
audio
like
isn't
that.
up, then okay.
Yeah.
That was so many guards, I actually nearly ran out of AP on Nina.
Yep. I also almost ran out of AP on Nina. Actually, I think I did. I just ended up guarding guard Cray, which I actually think might be optimal.
Yeah, because I guess you possibly don't need to rest before the causeway.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you do that. That's why Magus would do that, because then you wouldn't have to rest before Imichef. But who knows?
I did save before that one because in my last practice run, Cray got focused so hard he just kept getting killed. We only have one ammonia at this point.
Okay, thankfully, the last trip on the Golden Plains, all I have to do is hold up. I don't have to rotate or like go in any specific direction. I can just run.
Yeah, thankfully the third trip to the Golden Plain is the last one. I guess it just kind of is like a bit of a callback to the end of Breath of Fire 3, where you had to go through the desert, I think, for 3 days, was it? Or was it actually longer? It's not like we just saw 2 Breath of Fire 3 ones, and I still can't remember how long you spent in that desert.
I think we're looking at getting ready to transition over to Ashen's. Yeah. So we'll switch over real quick, and you guys can keep playing. It shouldn't be that long. So I'm gonna cut stream and let Ashen go.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. Either way, it's gonna be his problem.
Time for me to demonstrate you can be terrible at minigames and still have world record.
As we're back at the part where you have to block off Stolf's, not escape, but you're trying to capture him. And the easiest way, or basically the only way to do that, is to basically lay down a trap for him with these barrels, push them in a way that he can't slink between them, and then try to maneuver him into that little dead end and just catch him there. Again, if you miss him, though, like all hell breaks loose, and you just, in a dead ringer to try and get him. And there we go. Hey, first try. Nice.
I don't fail that often at all, no.
Yeah, it's bad. it compounds itself if Stole like gets out of your little trap, because then you start running into encounters, and then your time loss is exponentially worse.
It can get a bit scary when you go into the second group of minigames, breaking the barrels, getting encounters, and failing to run away when your people are already hurt.
Not off.
Yeah, that's right. The barrel breaking minigame that Draxus is going to do, that I did earlier. When you break the barrels, it's like a 50 or 25% chance, I think.
I think it's a 50-50, actually, yeah.
To get a random encounter.
Right, we'll actually see that this time, because I think that was when the tech issues plagued us.
That's right, yeah.
Countdown was going through it.
I think I only got 1 roach battle, thankfully.
On average, I get every battle.
On average? God damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel that for sure.
I wish I was exaggerating too, but I literally every time nearly get. You watch, you're going to prove me wrong now with people watching, but.
And all of a sudden, laser puzzle, or I guess light beam or whatever it's supposed to be. But yeah, we're basically making our way through these ancient ruins that for some inexplicable reason have these light beam / laser puzzles. Because we are on our way to Windia, because we don't know really where else to go at this point. Because we kind of effed up our friendship with the Alliance, so to speak. We can't just, use the normal routes anymore because, Ray is basically a fugitive at this point because he just escaped the castle, even though the tribunal was still going on. So we have to go this roundabout way to get to Windia, where Nina is from, and, she's the daughter of the king of Windia, so we can hopefully, like get there and be safe for a while, so to speak. Also,
Nice.
Birds are jerks.
Yeah, these birds are really annoying to run from. They have really high agility. It's this is at least one run fail is pretty common.
And
But after two,
Drexus,
I was just gonna say after 2 run fails, you're guaranteed to run on the 3rd turn.
Yeah, over on Drex's side, we are basically in minigame hell right now, where you first have this little minigame where you have to push the vases and the barrels into the corresponding spots. However, the easiest way to do that minigame is just push one barrel and one vase where they belong and just break everything else. But as we talked about a little bit earlier, every time you break a vase or a barrel, you have like a 50-50 chance of getting into a fight against these cockroaches, which obviously loses your time, so it's always a bit of a gamble to do that. But the more egregious minigame I want to say is the one coming up with a crane.
Okay.
At least I hope we can all agree on that.
We'll try this
because
again, I
it
guess.
is horrible.
Stoop. Take you out. Try and install this fucking thing again.
With that barrel and vase one, I found you only actually need to have one or the other on. You don't have to have one of both.
Oh, is it?
You can just
I
have
thought you
one
needed
or
one of
the
both.
other, and you get 1,900 points from it, and it's still enough.
Sid, you're unmuted.
But yeah, the problem with the crane minigame, as you can probably see, is you want to do it fast because it's a speed run. However, the crane sways a lot from side to side if you just swivel it around very fast. So you kind of have to account for that. Like the easiest way to do it properly is to more memorize where the arm of the crane is, so you know if you're on the right spot or not. I don't know if anybody actually does that or not. But it is at least, something of a more consistent visual indicator, I want to say, than just going by where the box is. Because you actually have to go ahead and place these boxes in the correct spots. You can't just place them willy-nilly.
2 times double run fail from crackers.
Birds are jerks, everybody.
That's right.
RPG birds are jerks. It can't be stated enough. I think the fastest I've ever seen anybody do this crane game was with 1 minute 20 left on the timer. But I think everything above 1 minute is very, very good.
Mag has grinded that out, man. He I think his best is 136 or something in his PB. It's really nutty.
Holy shit. But I mean, you might not think it, but since there are so many mini games in this game, it really adds up over the course of the run. If you do badly all of them. But I think there's actually one more mini game coming on later on that might be even worse than the crane mini game, but we'll get there when we get there. Goddamn chicken.
I mean, overall, I think if you actually did terribly at every minigame, you could end up in trouble because your evolution system's based on game score, which comes from the minigames as well.
Yeah. But I mean, you only need the one evolution, which should be easy enough to get.
Yeah, you just need a total of 10,000 points, I think. Or, yeah 10,000.
Yeah, it's 10,000.
It's really easy to hit.
Like, I think it would definitely be more of a problem if you would need more evolutions of the dragon forms. But I think for one, you should be good whenever. I might be wrong.
It's just that sometimes...
Yeah, you would have to do very terrible.
Pretty much getting points in all the minigames requires you to go fast. So, like, even if you beef the minigames, like, you're still losing time. So, like, it still sucks.
Hmm. But hey, Nina finally got reunited with her father.
Yeah, and her father's oblong chessboard.
I think this might also be the only Breath of Fire game where you don't have a problem with the royal family of Windia. Because at least in 2 and 3, you run into like some problems with them at some point or another. I think in this game they're actually pretty chill in comparison. For once. In Breath of Fire 2, you have the whole scenario, you know, with Nina having the black wings and being expelled from the family. And then in Breath of Fire 2, there's the whole thing of Ryo being a dragon and getting captured with Balio and Sunder and yada yada blah. This game, not much so. Not just chill. Daddy's just happy to see his daughter again. It was fine, Breath of Fire. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so it's not only Breath of Fire 4 then.
Oh.
Alright, let's see what Kafu does on Drex's side. Starting with Eldritch Flame. Ah, love to see it. That's like pretty... I don't think there's anything worse that he could have done in turn 1, is there?
I mean, you can only do Eldritch Flame or Simoon. So I think he only can do those 2 spells and that's it.
He can normal attack, and you can get a combo counter there if you're lucky.
Dude, I don't think I've ever seen him normal attack first turn, let alone get a counter. I don't know if you know this, but I'm like one of the least lucky players of this video game in existence.
Well, the more I run this, the more I'm like, I didn't realize this game could do that.
That is some true, well, that's never happened before moments right there. On the other side, Countdown upgrading the equipment a little bit, getting new weapons for Cray and Sias, as well as a new armor for Nina. Make it a little bit more durable. While Kafu shoots his second Eldritch Flame, because of course he does. Yeah, there's a physical attack. There we go. No counter though, sadly.
It's not the worst fight I've had there, but... I've seen it once where he did nothing but Eldritch Flame and Simoon the whole time, and that was just really sad.
watched 4 Last Resort animations in this Cask Woods.
I think the boars are trying to tell you something.
The boars are somehow the worst enemy in this game anytime you can encounter them.
Yeah, even with
They-
Folu solo, they can kill you with Folu solo.
Yeah, I've taken
I
to
would say
just
at least they weren't
attacking
using
them.
blitz. At this point, basically trying to figure out what to do from here, and who might know what to do is Punryong, the Wind Dragon, who resides at the top of this incredibly tall tower. However, in order to be able to enter said tower, we need the Wind Flute, which happens to be in Windia. So back we go. And speaking of towers, Jaxus is making his way up the connector tower here. I forgot what it's called. God damn it. Archway?
Causeway?
Causeway, thank you. Which is also, type of tower. Which we will actually see the other strategy with Ershin and Nina doing the combo instead of Ryu and Nina.
Right there. You saw me fall victim to the game gives you 2 different camera angles the 2 times you enter Windia. So you have to remember which one is which and hold the D-pad accordingly.
That could definitely take you off guard. You're not prepared for it because I was just here like not even 5 minutes ago, and this is the way I went, and you come back to it and it's a different camera angle. I was like, huh? Why?
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it earlier, but like I'm gonna never press my shoulder buttons to rotate the camera unless I absolutely need to for some reason. The game will just rotate the camera angle for you based on certain cutscenes, and it's actually consistent every time if you do that. But still, you got to get used to it.
Yeah.
That's one of the few things that is messing with me having just done the PS2 version, because it is the opposite shoulder buttons to change character and turn camera on.
I know. I actually fixed that because somehow it unfixed itself. So at the beginning of my run, I had to stop and reassign my buttons.
I did just get a preamp, which I pretty much can guarantee probably did save me time, because I always failed to run away from the fight right before getting the last elevator.
Also, just to quickly answer the question in chat, yes, it is absolutely fair and reasonable to say that Breath of Fire 4 is your game of the year, no matter the year. I'm standing by that.
Well, this year especially. This year especially because the GOG version got released.
Hell yeah.
So technically it did come out.
True.
I'm not sure let us nominate it, though.
Probably not, no.
We can try.
I think whoever doesn't let you nominate it should just not be allowed to, hold a competition.
Agree.
It's just... But yeah, Countdown making his way through the wind tunnel is like... The gimmick of this dungeon is basically that it has these, winds going down the tunnels. You can tell by these little fans. If they are spinning, obviously the wind is pushing you. If they are standing still, there's no wind, so you can actually move. And there's no way for you to walk against the wind, so you have to wait in these little cubby holes to the sides until the wind has passed, so you can, make your way through it. On Drex's side, though, we have the Imichef fight again. And if you remember, in order to eat Imichef, the gimmick is that you have to do a combo which unbalances him, and then he gets turned around, so you can expose his weak spot, and then Cray is supposed to hit it for big damage. What we saw Countdown do earlier was that, you know, Cray was still the physical attacker, and then he had Ryu use Burn, a spell that he learned from an enemy way back at the beginning of the game, and combo that with Nina's Sever to use Firewind as a combo attack. The problem with that was Ershin was in the background and could try and assist you and shoot Imichef at the end of the turn, which would basically screw up your strategy here because Imichef would have then turned around again before Cray was able to attack. Now with this new strategy, we have leveled Ershin a little bit more so that she has learned an attack which can also combo with Sever to form Firewind and turn Imichef around. So Ershin doesn't have to be in the back row. So that means he also will never use the assist attack and balance Imichef again before he turns around or gets hit by Cray, I should say.
I lost a good 30 seconds in the Wind Flute Cave. Nice. So just walking into the wind tunnel by accident.
Right, please don't use anything mean.
Oh, there's a combo miss.
You just don't want to see Whirlwind.
The annoying thing is, I think there's only one more attack left to go. Oh no. Apparently I can't count.
But yeah, as you can kind of see, like the damage is like all on Cray hitting the backside of Imichef there. Like if you just hit his front, you barely deal any damage.
Oh no.
Yes, that is what happens because Ershin did use Wild Shot, but because it missed, even though it technically comboed, it didn't unbalance Imichef. So it kind of didn't count. And now,
Yeah,
on the other side,
roll of
that
10
is
for
the
low roll.
That is the plus side with using Ryu and Burn because it's a magical attack, so it can't fail. But then again, you have the detriment of having Ershin in the back row, potentially assisting you and screwing everything over. So it's really like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. You just have to pick and choose what you want to try and do. But hey, good job. He's down. And the other side, Countdown is now able or about to enter the Wind Tower. It's not called a Wing Tower, it's called Pung Top. But yeah, it's the Wind Tower. The Wind Dragon is on the top of it. Thanks out, I feel. But Pung Top is also the point where it's required to have Nina at level 14, so she has learned Cyclone. Because otherwise the next, boss fight, I want to say, it's not really a boss fight, it's more of a group of enemies, but can't they count as a boss because you have to defeat them? Is very hard, if not impossible, in the speedrun if you don't have Cyclone. So that's really like a hard point where you need Nina to be level 14.
Yo, Douse strats? When are we gonna break that out? Add that to the run. Douse is an ability that makes enemies take more damage or lowers their fire resistance, I guess.
Does that even work on bosses though?
I don't know, and I don't know if it makes you take more damage if you don't already have a resistance to fire. So It's just something that Zeal noticed and was like, hey, this spell exists and all we use is fire magic.
Eh,
Yeah, pretty much from the ship onwards,
Good
it would
point.
possibly be good if it works on bosses.
There's only one encounter pack that you can learn it from, though. And it's in Pungtap. I almost got an encounter skip, but you saw I got an encounter like right before I went through a door. It's unfortunate. Into this wind area.
Yeah, this part always makes me a little bit nervous because, you can see by the little flags going in the wind there when the wind is rushing up. And as long as you jump while it is rushing up, you basically go to the next elevation. But if you accidentally jump while the wind is not there, you plummet, well, a lot of the way down, which makes you lose a lot of time, obviously. So I'm always a bit, in trepidation making my jumps here. Always like, what if I jump when the wind isn't going? I'm not sure I'm ready for that resolution. Also, you might have noticed that Sias isn't in our team for a while now. He just kind of up and left. I wonder if we'll see him again. Yeah, we made it top of the tower. And up comes this little guy, that we've seen before. Who was like the source of some of our woes while we were in the Alliance. And he kind of can't have us rummaging around any further. So he's actually trying to be a little bit more proactive at this point and off us with his little assassin dudes he brings along.
He also outright says that Jenya is the Yore dragon.
But yeah, the grunt fight is a pretty tough encounter. Like, you really need to bring some form of AoE damage with thankfully we have with Cyclone here. But the grunts can deal like pretty big damage, and since there's 3 of them, it can add up really quickly. And one of them even has sleep, I think. Well, yeah, it was sleep. Which can, well, sleep your characters and then all bets are off. Thankfully, it has a low-ish chance. But yeah, just imagine if all of your team members were to get sleeped here at one point. That would just be... In the meantime, Draxus has just cleared chapter 1 of the game, also into chapter 2. Very nice. So we can see the whole capture scene, yeah, the whole fetch quest thing all over again. But hey, we beat the grunts! Oh no, there are more of them. Because yes, you actually have to do this fight twice. However, second time around, you get help.
I'm gonna show off the character portrait, of course, if I can.
Yes. Yeah, basically what's happened there, once Sias has heard that you were trying to get the wind flute out of Windia, he silently ditched your group and, went back to his employer here. So yeah, look at that grin. To tell him what we were up to this time. And you got a nice fat stack of money for it. However, in the meantime, he has changed his mind again, so he is now actually on our side. He has paid the money back, and he is now helping us with this boss fight, which is very much appreciated, let me tell you.
Also, you notice that in the previous grunt fight, I went for Simoon with Ryu and Nina. The fact that Sias is in this fight as an NPC, like friendly helper, pretty much always goes after the first character. So it will pretty much always break your combo. Thank you for waking Nina up. After immediately.
A rough awakening, but it helped.
Yeah, hey.
I think there's actually something that we haven't touched upon because, yeah, the combos obviously only work if the two characters that you want to combo go immediately one after the other. There can't be any action in between. So even like an enemy could just, go ahead and interrupt that, which is kind of where the order of your characters and who goes first comes into play. We'll see that a little bit later when we get our last party member, actually. But yeah, it's actually very important that you have people go in the right order there.
That was an incredible grunts too. That was really fast.
Yeah, that was really good. Like, Size can do a couple of things depending on the state of the fight, so to speak. Like, if all of your characters are healthy, he's generally bound to attack the grunts. But if you're like in a bit of a pickle, you can actually go ahead and throw like healing items at you, which, is nice because he saves your characters. But on the flip side, he doesn't deal more damage to the grunts and help the fight go by quicker. So it's a bit of a give or take there. But yeah, the grunts is actually one of the hardest fights in the run, I want to say. So good job on getting through that pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, it was chill. And I went into it with Nina at half HP too, so that was really scary. And I didn't notice till after my first turn. So I got really greedy and it paid off. Anyway, this is one of the longest cutscenes in the game, so talk about Drax's run. I'm going to go get some water.
Yeah, because from here on out, like, the run will also be a little bit more chill for the next hour or so, I want to say. So you're best definitely out of a rough spot once you get through the grunt fight. But yeah, on Drax's side, we're back in Witchwood. Nina just got cursed by the fairies again. So she has been shrunk to the size of, I don't know, is it an ant? Maybe a little bit bigger? Probably a little bit bigger because the sparrow mistakes her for, a fledgling bird.
I think it's about the same size as one of its like weird maggot things it tries to feed her.
But hey, at least you didn't get the encounter on the tile.
That is such a common encounter as well. It's so annoying. There's like 3 or 4 places in this run where you'll get an encounter literally on a tile that triggers a scene immediately after.
But yeah, also the reason that Countdown can take a break here, even though, the game doesn't have auto-scrolling cutscenes, but recently the community has allowed turbo controllers to be used in a speedrun, so that you can just, hold down the button or make the button continuously fire and just take a bit of a break, because otherwise there would actually be no breaks in this run whatsoever. And it is a 7 to 8 or even more hour run with technically no breaks if you don't have that. So, it's just really nice that the community allowed that. Makes it a little bit more approachable. And just all around, like, doesn't strain your wrists and fingers as much. Always welcome. No, there are definitely some speedrun communities out there who are a little bit iffy on the allowance of turbo in their speedruns, but I think, like, especially like long RPGs like that, it's definitely good to have. But yeah, Pongryong distilling some wisdom to our heroes and then promptly crashing the little barge they're on, so they are now stranded on top of a wintry mountain. Stranded with no means to escape. I mean, it's not true. Just setting the scene here. On the other side, we are now fighting a sparrow with wind magic. I'm really trying to imagine what is going through this sparrow's mind, you know, when this little winged creature just blasts them with wind in the face.
I'm just glad I got the easy fight for that. No feeding time at all. Because I've
Instead, the
never
sparrow
lost
got fed
5
up.
minutes to being confused and the bird then sitting there doing nothing afterwards until
Oh
it just
no!
runs away. And then you don't
Oh,
get
no,
any
that is the
EXP from it
worst.
either. It just runs away and you get nothing.
Oh, I've never seen that. Really, just runs away.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of turns, and the bird just flies away and you get nothing.
Oh my god. And that's great. We love confusion in RPGs, especially when we are on a solo character thing.
I shouldn't need to, but I'm going to save.
Yeah, back on the countdown side, on the ice peak, there's actually one very, very important item that we have to pick up, which is the icicle. And speaking of enemies not doing anything, these ice peaks can just sit around and do absolutely nothing. You just have to go through that, text box there telling you that they're not doing anything. And it's just like, I mean, I guess it's better than them using attacks or anything, but just sitting there wasting time. There they are again. But yeah, the icicle is an item that you can use in a fight to cast, I think it's a level 2 ice spell. And it is actually very important for the next boss fight that we're gonna face, believe it or not, because we're actually gonna go ahead and use it in a combo of sorts. But more about that when we're at that point. In the meantime, Draxus has made their way through, or to, Warren Council, or the Warren Elders here. Once again, asking them for help on what to do with Cray if they have any ideas. Which also means that the second Khan fight is coming up. It's again not... I mean, I don't think your audio is playing on stream, so it should be fine.
Yeah, it's only me who's going to go deaf. It's okay.
Are we going to see Tiger Fist again? The countdown is going around, just pushing some snowballs down the mountain into bigger snowballs. You can actually take a bit of time around here to, push these snowballs into like gaps and whatnot to get a couple more treasure chests. Obviously not needed in the speedrun. But you do have to be careful how you push those snowballs, because you can definitely, like, quote unquote, not necessarily soft lock yourself, but you can definitely put yourself in a situation where you can't progress anymore, and then you have to go back to the previous screen to reset the puzzle, and then you're just crying because you just lost time. So yeah, you have to be kind of careful how you push it, especially like these last 2 snowballs there.
I think Sias was like 10 HP off being put into Rashaka range to potentially save a turn on this fight.
God damn it.
Alright, skipped an encounter, but my run luck was so bad.
Yeah, those ice peaks really did you dirty. Also, hey, I think we just passed the 24-hour mark on the relay. I know the timer is a little bit off, because of the technical difficulties we had earlier, but I think it started about 24 hours ago that the stream went live.
Yeah, that's right.
So, hey! Second
Scheduled
day
to
of
start
runs,
at 3
everybody!
Eastern.
But yeah, Sias has a mechanic where if he is in yellow HP range, I think it is, like low HP, he enters what is called Rakshasa, which basically makes him... Does it deal more damage or do an additional hit? But he does
like
something damage
last
related.
resort, sort of, and
Yeah.
it just boosts his attack
Yeah, okay.
greatly.
It does more damage than... Yeah.
It takes his defense and puts it into attack.
Hmm. But also we made it to Czech, where we are now meeting the mediators, which actually have a very important role in the world, I want to say. And they tell you like about these, what do you call it? Energy streams that like every person, every being basically has, and how the endless, have like these endless energy streams and basically start pulling and twisting everything around them in a way, which is kind of what, the story was all about with the dragon, for example, at the beginning of the game attacking Nina and Cray because Rio was in the vicinity and everything was starting to revolve around them, kind of as it is with Fowl on the other side of the world. And the chieftain here like enters Rio's dreams, so they're basically like in a dream state right now talking, and for some reason Ershin is there, which is very peculiar because you wouldn't think that Ershin would just be able to enter other people's dreams, right? And there is actually a reason for that, because as it turns out, Ershin itself is possessed by an endless. So our next course of action is basically trying to figure out what is going on there.
And Craig gets some second thoughts. He's like, "This is crazy. This is too big for my pea brain. I can't change the world. I'm just a guy. We should turn Ryu into the Empire and be done with it." And Nina is like, "Are you insane?" So anyway, now we're going to enter into Ershin's mind and see what's going on in there.
There's a character coming up that I think everybody is looking forward to meeting again. The Ershin's mind is a very interesting place with all these twisting and turning pathways and enemies in it. Not the most welcome place for sure. But thankfully we won't be here for a long while either.
No, we will only get one dragon form.
Oh, look, it's Dice. Ooh, what a thought. And yeah, once again, she's trapped in this magical pyramid thingy that you have to break out of by defeating these 4 pillars. And this fight is really interesting. As you could probably tell, like all these pillars have like different elemental weaknesses and strengths. So we have like an earth, fire, wind, and water pillar. And this is where we use the icicle that we picked up just earlier on the Shining Peak to basically immediately get rid of the fire pillar. Then we have Dice use Shining Blade on one of them. Nina using a Cyclone to get rid of water and earth, so only the wind pillar is left standing.
Well,
and then we just attack that once more. And goes down. Oh wait, Dice was supposed to attack that one, wasn't it?
Yep, and I healed it by using Cyclone, so I have to just double Shining Blade and hope nobody dies.
It'll be fine. But yeah, it's a very neat fight, just because of the icicle used at the start here, because it just immediately gets rid of the fire pillar and like heavily damages like 2 of the other ones. And then you can just, mock up the rest of them. pretty easily. It's like it's a really neat strategy that they came up with here. And that frees dice.
Yeah, huge shout out to Magus and Bowie and Chibi Zero for doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the routing, most of which we still use today.
Another important pickup that we have on the way back here in this treasure chest we're passing by is a water ward. I think it raises your defense against water attacks, so even outright nullifies them. It's not something that we're actually gonna equip with any of our characters at any point, but it does sell for a pretty penny later on. And as we already established, like, money is really tight over the course of the run. So we could basically grab everything we can quickly that we can also sell for a lot of money to be able to afford the equipment that we need later on.
So Deus is like, in order for me to be free of the Ershin armor body, I have to be able to possess a medium, essentially. She can't exist in her current form in the human realm. She's cursed to the armor. So we get one of Abyss's strongest soldiers who looks exactly like a time mage from Final Fantasy Tactics. And now she's possessed with Deus.
Nothing ever went wrong when like a dark spirit like that possessed somebody else, right? Right?
Right. No, I mean, all she's going to do is eat food and pass out. I mean, tell me what's wrong with that. Who doesn't love doing that?
Exactly.
You're going to eat an entire animal. We're going to find a ribcage of an animal that's larger than the medium.
In the meantime, hey, Fowl's still alive. You ever remember that guy? He got shot down like a while ago. And he has regained consciousness, and he's once again being taken care of in a completely different place. Slowly coming to his senses. That's nice. Good on him. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to him ever again. But yeah, Di's having a bit of a Thanksgiving all for herself here. Like, look at the size of that ribcage on the right side of the screen there. And she ate that all by herself, essentially. Lady has an appetite. What can I say? Also, she's a bit rude at this point towards basically everybody because she, you know, has an endless herself. Sees herself as a little bit better as the rest of them. While everybody else is trying to, you know, figure out the pieces, she's just basically going all over them. But we'll also get to that in a little bit. In the meantime, yeah, Fowl is in this little village here, and this baby can just block you for minutes if it wants to, basically.
It sure can, but
you
you can reload the screen and it puts the baby into the default on position and it'll walk in a different way. But like, if it starts blocking you for more than like 2 seconds, you need to just reset the screen.
Yeah, like you can just stand still in front of that bridge that they're trying to get over, and it's just like, agony.
So this woman that's caring for Folu, her name is Mami, Mami, and she lives in the village of San, and basically she's lying and telling people that that's like her cousin or something back from the war, but really it's a god that she found in the forest, and she's a kind soul, so she doesn't want to. She nursed him back to health. She doesn't want anything bad to happen to him, but she doesn't know how truly evil his intentions are. But it's actually just one of the few humanizing moments that Folu experiences in his travels to meet up with Ryu and co. That makes him sort of reconsider. Anyway, that's a little bit spoilery for the end game, but just some context for what's going on here. And we're gonna start running some errands here for the people of San Village.
Also pay special attention to that little jingle sound that happens whenever mommy is on screen, because she has these bells, I think, in her hair.
That's right.
Every time she moves around, you hear this little bell jingle. And that will be like a very interesting detail that will be important later on. But it's just like a little, thing that already is starting to condition you to her presence on screen. But yeah, especially the mayor of the town is getting a little bit nosy at this point at who Fowlu really is, pressing mommy for explanations where that guy come from, because apparently the major has a bit of a crush on her or something. And he basically sees Fowlu as a bit of a competitor in that regard. But as it turns out, the village itself seems to have a bit of a problem with some animals and some monsters around here that Fowlu is just gonna take up on himself to try and resolve. Now, remember the Mammon fight that we had a little bit earlier on the run? That huge hulking elephant kind of thing in the woods? Well, there's a counterpart to that. And it is this guy. That is Papan. Who would have thought? Whereas, we chucked a bunch of Molotovs at Mammon with the party, Fowlu will just go ahead and charge at that thing until it's dead. Like, it's really as simple as that. There's really no strategy needed. Fowlu is just so strong, you just press the charge button and he just auto-attacks the thing until it's dead. It's barely a boss fight, I want to say.
If it high rolls with the body press, it can get scary with just charge.
Yeah, well, I got 2 counters and only physical attacks, so that was pretty easy.
I'm not jealous at all.
Oh, don't worry, that's just payback for having Sias and Nina put to sleep in the fairy world.
I don't say that, I'm there now.
I was just going to say, speaking of the fairy world, we just ended that on Traxxaside, and if you remember, we have to go through... Wait, it's 5 of the small phantoms and then the big one. 4 of the 5 phantoms you can just basically heal to death with Sias and Nina combined, of heal and rejuvenate. One of them you have to more physically, not physically attack, but use more Molotovs and sever. But we'll see how they go. But usually this is the point where you need Nina to be at least level 11 so that she has learned rejuvenate. So you can't do the combo of Sias's heal into Nina's rejuvenate. Just immediately get rid of those phantoms. Oh, here goes to sleep.
Yay.
And oh, thank God. Only Ryu got put to sleep. Yeah, when we were here earlier on Countdown side, he immediately slept both Sias and Nina, and I think he did it a second time as well. So that fight...
He did, yeah.
A little bit sideways.
He slept Sias the second time. But thankfully, they both... Nina was put in the back for so long that, the MP regen part was not a big deal. Because normally your AP is really tight through there, and you actually have to, put people in the back row to get them to regen their AP, specifically. This encounter is super early. Ugh.
You know what? They look just like the ghost that Rexus is fighting in the Witchwood. Different color.
That's right.
But
and there's your stone pillar.
Same enemy model.
I think the party needs to have Nina heading this because I think Ryu is slower. There needs to be a reorder.
Jax is doing them a little bit out of order, opting to, do all of the ones that are susceptible to healing magic first before going for the one that doesn't do that.
Sias was close enough to leveling up that I'm going to hope that him getting the level up means we might be more likely to get the combo on this one.
Wow, that encounter was
I mean-
super early and I still skipped the second one. Okay. So there's two
Nice.
possible encounters I can skip in Ershin Dream 2 here. But what's more important is the Chippendale men she's got in her dream. just
if you
stuff
are
swagged out.
if you're being with godlike powers and you can just do whatever you want, why not opt for this? I guess. Who's stopping you?
That one guy's pants are unbuttoned.
Well, who knows what they were doing before you arrived, huh?
That's right.
He, in fact, still did not combo.
Oh, are you trying to combo Sever Frost?
Yeah.
Yeah, it never happens, man. I don't understand it. I think I've had it happen in one run ever. I usually just save extra Molotovs to make it and just eat the 3-turn fight.
Alright, time for the Phantom fight. And just gonna go ahead and heal that guy to death with Sias and Nina. Yeah, once again, if you combo heal and rejuvenate, it deals more damage than both of them would do individually. Because it deals a little bit more damage, like this third tick at the end that it does there. And that gives you just enough damage that you are able to finish this fight in 2 turns.
That's right.
Because he has 5,000 HP, and each of your combos does about 2,503 to 6, I want to say. So it's barely over half of his health every time
That's
it
right.
happens.
Yeah, it's always 2503 per hit or per combo. And you end up doing 5,006 damage to a boss that is 5,000 in 2 turns.
Yeah.
It's very nicely routed.
Yeah, great fight. Easy every time, as long as
Also, I
I
skipped both skippable encounters in Ershin Dream 2, so that was good.
God damn.
That made up for the double run fail. My run luck in this run has just been absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, I think we've both been having terrible run luck. But that's Breath of Fire 4, I guess. So I never used to get
Yes.
terrible run luck, and now I always do.
The interesting scene here, as we see, Dice is not inhibiting Ershin's body anymore because she is now in this medium. However, for some reason, the armor still has retained some form of consciousness because it was possessed by Dice for so long that some of it just affected that piece of armor. And it is now basically searching for, a reason to live, so to speak. What is its purpose now that its master, so to speak, is not inhibiting it anymore, right? So it basically goes here to Dice. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? And Dice is pretty rudely saying, just piss off. I don't need you anymore. Do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. And it's a bit heartbreaking to see. And Nina is just like, just go back to the village. You're a piece of armor. What does armor do? Well, armor protects people, right? So just go back to the village and, protect the people there. And that's basically what the Ershin is going to do. Because, it's also not going to be part of our party anymore because we don't have a use for it, I guess.
Not at the moment.
More importantly, though, we are now in Sinchon, which is the ritual site that the mediums basically use to summon the gods to this realm. Because as we've learned in our time while we're at Czech, is that they mediums there, led by the Abbess, basically performing rituals to summon gods to this world. And that is basically how all the dragons in the world have formed. Like, they are godly beings summoned from other planes who first basically look like humans when they arrive, but after a lot of time has passed and they are gradually starting to lose their powers, they are turning into dragons and then more or less peacefully live out the rest of their lives there, because they are technically immortal on this realm in their dragon forms. And at this point in the game, we're basically trying to communicate with all of the dragons and trying to figure out what Ryu actually is, because yes, he is an Endless, but he doesn't like fit the dragon mold in a way. Like, there's something a little bit off about him. We're trying to figure out what that is, and thus we are trying to communicate with all of the dragons to see if they know anything about this, because they have been around for so long. But yeah, while that is going on, we are switching back to Fowl, and as you can see, there are some earthquakes shaking the land, and apparently, as it turns out, the god of the mountain is angry. And Fowl scoffs at that and wants to investigate this supposed god. As well, yeah, he knows what's going on, as he is a quote-unquote god himself. So he's curious if another being like him is actually inhibiting that mountain or not. In the meantime, Draxus is about to rescue Cray from the castle. We talked about this earlier. You have to go through these encounters with the guards before they roll over to the second turn, because otherwise they would, sound the alarm and you would get expelled from the castle again. Also, you have to make sure that you kill them on turn 1, which is easily doable with Sias's Shining Blade. However, it can miss a hit, and that is mostly why you use Nina with another Stever. Try and kill the enemy off should they actually survive Shining Blade.
Just to show how tight EXP really is here, I have only just got level 14, which is needed from that last encounter.
Dude, this has got to stop. These double run fails are killing me.
Oh, I'm definitely getting an extra encounter here now.
The lava puddles just not letting you go away. I mean, thankfully, Breath of Fire has this runaway pity system, where the more you try to run away from an encounter, it increases the chance of you actually being able to run away. But yeah, sometimes you have to go through all of the build-up before it actually triggers. And yeah, that surprise attack is not helping.
It sure isn't.
Funnily enough, there are actually some encounters on this mountain that you can take because you can get through them pretty easily. I think it's the black goose, if I'm not mistaken. That you can kill pretty easily because, you know, it's obviously faster to take the encounter if you can kill them in one hit than to try and run away and probably fail at it. But yeah, yeah, there they go, black goo. Let's go ahead, pop it, fight is done. And basically no time lost compared to a potential flea fail. Maybe we should start talking more about those to actually, you know, manifest them on the run. Because it apparently worked. As soon as I brought them up, they were there.
So far, I've pet the cat and pet the horse for good luck.
I did not pet the horse. I did pet the cat, though. Maybe that's why I'm getting all these double run fails. Horse is
Maybe it
mad.
is. I mean, the horse is probably faster than the cat, right? Maybe that's it. But yeah, here Fowl meets this god of the mountain, and as it turns out, it's just, you know, a rock golem thing that is, once again, infused by quote-unquote leftover endless energy, if you will. It's not really a god. Fowl says as much, and he's just, you know, mopping the floor with that thing. You're just busy transforming and then use eraser breath until it's dead. Because it does summon some ads every time it can. And if you were to just use like single targets attacks, obviously the ads would still be alive and heckle you. So you can just use eraser and erase them from existence. Now you have to watch the whole animation once. And after you have watched it once, you can then skip it on subsequent uses. Thankfully. Because while it is nice to watch the first time around, starts adding up time. More often you have to watch it.
Yeah. It is also pretty short, even by itself.
Hmm. But your Maul has about 16,000 health, if I'm not mistaken. So a couple uses of a razor and over.
I found out the other day that guy can use Quake, and if he uses Quake, it makes the fight really slow.
Oh, well, thank you for manifesting that. It literally just happened to me. Actually, that was pretty quick. I think it was fine.
Yeah, the issue is if he does it really early and does it more than once, because your HP gets below a certain value and Eraser starts doing less damage.
That's right. Yes. You bring up a good point. Dragon breath attacks across the spectrum in this game do less damage if the less HP you have. So if you're at max HP, they're at full strength, and since I just took 700 damage from Quake, I might have to use an extra eraser here. I don't know. I think this is number 5, so if it kills, we're good.
In the meantime, Drexus is making his way through the Golden Plane for the second time.
Nice counter. Yes. Okay.
Making up for the lost damage on the Eraser. Nice. Oh no, wait, it was the third time. Sorry, that's the time. We already repaired the sword. Going through Amphen soon.
Luckily, just made use of all the extra Molotovs I still had left over.
Yeah.
I swear it's quicker
it's
just
always
to throw a
such a
Molotov.
freedom. It's always such a freedom call once you're just done with the Golden Plains. I feel. I don't know.
I have one multivitamin I can use on Fowl as well, but I'm just gonna hold it for now because I'm pretty good on HP.
What's the interesting thing about the mountain that we're making our way through here, on the way back, the camera angle has changed for
That's right.
whatever reason. So while you're going through the same environment, you're now doing it at a different camera angle. So it can be a little bit disorientating, you know, when you've just gone through this whole area one way. And because we're not changing the camera angle because it would take too long, quote unquote. You know, it can be a little bit disorientating going back, but with a different camera angle here. I don't even know why it changed necessarily, but the game just thought it would be funny to do that, I guess. On the flip side, you can see this part of the mountain a little bit clearer, so it's a little bit easier to navigate your way out of it. But,
It's fine. Also, the camera angle changes just because of the cutscene with Marl. Afterward,
right,
the camera rotates
because
onto
that is
Fowl.
already, yeah. All right.
As
And
he,
just
you know,
stays that way then after.
Yeah, Fowl does his little musing about what this this quote unquote god's purpose was, or why it exists.
The village mayor not all too happy with Fowl having, you know, killed the god of the mountain, so to speak. And here are all the dragons in the world being summoned, and, you know, having this little council meeting and telling us, you know, about the endless and about what Rio actually is. Because as it turns out, not only the mediums, which, you know, normally call all the gods to this world, have summoned gods or have tried to summon gods. No, the Empire has also looked into summoning gods for their own purposes. However, their ritual with which they use to summon the gods is prone to failures. You know, it's not like perfect. So whenever they summon a god, it goes a little bit awry. And that is actually what happened with the Yore dragon that they tried to summon like hundreds of years back, which turned out to be Fowl. However, Fowl arrived in an incomplete state. He was still able to more or less fulfill what he was summoned to do, which was to, you know, end the war that was going on in the Empire, or in the lands of the Empire, and establish the Empire going forward. However, he was incomplete. And it was said that his other half would arrive sometime in the future. And that is basically why Fowl went into this deep sleep that he awakened from at the start of the game, because his other half has finally arrived in the world, which happens to be Ryu, because of course it does.
That's right.
So the reason we are swapping back between Fowl and Ryu is because they are, you know, one half each of a complete whole. And the way they are going through the world is like very different. Like Ryu is meeting all these other characters that are friendly towards him, you know, that help him. And I guess you can make the case that that also happens to Fowl in a way, but there's also a lot of negativity going on with him because, you know, he's being chased by his own military. Everybody's trying to kill him. As we see here, the military is just right here to try and kill him again because, you know, his mission is basically to grasp power of the Empire again for himself. And finally reunite with Ryu so he can basically conquer the whole world under the Empire. However, that would mean that he would substitute the current emperor of the Empire. And that guy very much does not want to relinquish his power to Fowl because, you know, he's emperor now. He wants to keep being emperor. So he's sending an army after Fowl to try and kill this incomplete god, so to speak. And, you know, his army keeps failing about that, but it also creates a lot of negative emotions and energy and whatnot in Fowl. However, since they are both endless, and as we have learned, you know, you are supposed to basically surrender your fate to the endless because you just keep getting swept away in their energy swirl thingy, whatever. That is basically, you know, why all the other characters are drawn to Fowl and the Ryu because of their endless energy. And but they keep getting swept up in all the happenings right here. Like Mommy, for example, you know, Mommy is drawn to Fowl not only because, you know, he's a dashing looking guy, but also because of the endless energy turning her towards him, which is why she is now very much risking her life for him so he can escape, and she gets captured by the Empire instead.
Yeah, so Yom and the current emperor know the plan that is in place for Fowl, which is why they're sending the army, the Imperial army, after him repeatedly, because they know that if he has time to fully power up and then fuse with Ryu, it's over for them.
Exactly. And that is also why they actually sent Captain Rasso, Daniel Craig, the guy that we saw way at the beginning of the game, the blonde guy, is in the Alliance territory because he is the leader of an expedition of the Empire to look for the second half of the Yori dragon, which is Ryu. So they can, eliminate him before he has a chance to meet up with Fowl.
Don't you worry, Blink. There's, another 3 hours of this run? I'll be able to show off just how unlucky I am. I'm sure. If my triple or double run fails weren't enough.
Countdown is now tempting fate for Fowl at the end of the game.
Oh, God.
That's right. There's always the end of the game. Thankfully, there's a save point right before it.
There's a hack to that.
We run out of soul gems.
I'm more worried about running out of ambrosia and dragon.
Just go for the bad ending. It'll be fine.
I had Astral in my practice run. Astral used what's that attack that does 900 damage to the whole party? He used it like 4 or 5 times after Tyrant made me use an ambrosia, so I was toast.
God, yeah. Love to see that.
Anyway, there's no way that'll happen twice. No shot. Also, speaking of unlucky, or lucky, depending on how you want to look at it, I have not yet seen a 3-bot.
Let's keep it that way for now, please.
Well, yeah, I want to save it for later, for sure.
Exactly. But yeah, with the revelations that we've just had about, what Rio is and how the world is governed in a way, we're now making our way back to Czech to, talk things over with the party, so to speak, and see what our next moves are from there.
Okay, this is a heads up from me. I'm going to be stepping away probably for the rest of the relay, but please keep the Sid and Rexton in the loop for when you're at about 1 hour warning, 15-minute warning, and then when you finish. We will need to pull them into the relay channel, so ping Sid to join the Discord for that.
Okay.
Well,
I'll let
thank
him know.
you.
Thank you.
Catch you soon. That one log there caught me out for so long because I could not see that log there. I went the long way around for so long.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you never change your camera perspective, right? Like sometimes you just don't know that an object is there that you can traverse over. But yeah, as it happens.
Woods. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
As it happens, the Empire has now found Czech and, is rounding up the people there. And the Abbess has talked to Ershin because, protect us, please. We can't fight. We are small little humans. And these guys have weapons and whatnot. So we are going on a little solo adventure with Ershin here. Fighting the Imperial army that is invading Czech. Now, thankfully, these fights aren't too hard. Like, Ershin should be able to one-hit kill pretty much everything around here.
Yeah, we also have the red cape equipped, which greatly increases the chance for Ershin to counterattack, which is really nice. You saw there, it helped me. It shortened that battle by 1 turn.
In practice, I actually had a run where I had to healing herb there. I got 0 counter attacks and they kept crit hitting me.
Yeah, it can happen for sure.
And that's again like the problem with that. We never did any level up sessions until this point. So Ershin is going here very underpowered. Now, thankfully, the game's programmed that all these enemies are kind of weak because it knows it kind of throws in the deep end here with Ershin going alone against 5 enemies in total. But yeah, it can still go wrong. Hopefully it doesn't.
My Urshin's level 14 or 15. I'm definitely good. It's just, just a formality. Alright. And now we hide under our cape. Just pretend like Rasso can't see us.
Surely can't. But yeah, the dude isn't really impressed with you, killing off his troops. Also doesn't really care for Ershin. He just cares to know where the Yore dragon is, or Ryu to be more precise. But clearly he has been through here, so, he wants to round everybody up for a little bit of interrogation. Just wants to talk things over, Nothing bad happened, but a little bit of talk ever, right? That basically happened during the time that we were, convening with the dragons earlier. So when we come back to check, like, it's completely abandoned. And Ershin there just barely scrounging into frame. Yeah, I was telling them that Ershin stayed behind to protect the villagers. Yeah, Ershin is basically dying at this point. I was just glad that it was able to, help for the time it was able to. And the lights go out. Now, thankfully, the Abbess was able to evacuate, like, most, if not all of the village to, like, a secret place that they have somewhere up in the mountains. So we're now busy rushing there to hopefully find all of them alive and healthy. In the meantime, Drax is over there making his way through the wind tunnel, once again to find the wind flutes so he can enter Pung Top as well. Now, these rotating platforms, I know they're not trolling because they are programmed like in a hard way that they always have the same amount of revolutions before you can get out to the next point. But it always feels like they're trolling you a little bit by just, going like halfway and then going, more than another halfway. So you just basically just past of where you want to get off and it's just like, oh my God, just let me get off here, please. They're basically a bus that, drives past the one bus stop where you need to get out of just to back off and return and drop you off then and there. Like, after being at another place, it's like, why? Why does the bus driver hate me so? There's the wind flute. I just have to make our way out of this again.
Surely I won't fail to run away from any more fights on the way out of here.
Fingers crossed? Question mark? Yeah, Dice having a bit of a moment over there, how useless humanity is with all of their crawls and their wars and whatnot. So why should she care about anything they do? And speaking of, well, damn. I guess we got captured by the Empire here. They surprised us in our sleep. Alina and Cry trying to reason with the commander there, but to no avail. Just being brought to the abandoned village, which is the place that, the villagers of Czech are hiding out in cases of emergency. And there is Captain Rasso. Excuse me, Daniel Craig. Sorry. And he's just telling them, like, yeah, he's been interrogating the villagers to see where the Yore dragon is. even though it was Ursula, the lady with the purple hair and the red uniform there, who actually captured us. And then we see this. Like, you know, it's one of the villagers barely crawling out of that. And yeah, like Rosser was doing a little bit more than, you know, just talking to the people of the village. And this is definitely the point where the story of the game, you know, like the crumbs were there, but I think this is like a turning point in the game where the story starts turning pretty dark with all of its themes all of a sudden. Like, it was always leading up to this, but like I think this is the part where it like really hits you that, oh my god, like shit is going down here. Which leads us to this boss fight. So this is Ait. He has a very big shield and he is not afraid to use it, which also means that we're basically not dealing any damage to him. Like, you cannot win this fight at this point. So you are free to try, but nothing will happen. In order to win this fight, what you have to do is you have to kill Ryu. Which will, you know, naturally happen after some point because Ait deals a lot of damage. Because as soon as Ryu quote-unquote dies, he will automatically transform into the Kaiser Dragon. Now, as everybody who has ever played a Breath of Fire game probably knows, the Kaiser Dragon tends to be a little bit unstable. However, it's really your only chance of beating Ait at this point. But Ryu will also automatically just use Kaiser Breath and basically obliterate this boss fight. Yeah, you definitely need to put the F in Ait here. Very well put. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage to Ait. You think with an animation like that, it would actually deal more damage, but it gets rid of his shield, and it actually reveals his weak point. And that is really all we need at this point, because Ryu is basically out of control at this point. You have no control over his actions during the fight. He just does whatever he wants to. And he just wants to go ahead and spam Kaiser Breath, which, you know, is actually a-okay with us because it's gets rid of this fight pretty easily. But yeah, once again, after you've seen it once, the second time around, you can just skip the animation for the breath attacks. That's pretty nice. And that gets rid of the boss fight. Hooray! But it's not kind of ending there because, you know, like Ryu is like completely losing his mind at this point because of all the abuse that has been happening so far. So, you know, the Kaiser is kind of taking over at this point, and he's not happy. Especially at what Rasso did. So after, what was it, 3 fights now with the guy? 3 run-ins? He just absolutely obliterates this guy out of existence and like half the village with him, I guess.
Yeah, he's
So I
toast.
guess we're finally rid of that guy. No? Like Ursula is kind of, you know, fortuitous in that she was standing like a meter behind where that thing just went off. But she's unfazed. She's like, you know, arrest them! And, and then Rio's just doing, you know, the one look over his shoulder with the dragon mimicking it, and these guys are just kind of, nope. But too late. And then Ursula has the gracious idea of just trying to shoot Ryu, which, I think Kaiser's kind of against that.
I sort of had a thought the other day with whether this is maybe happening simultaneously to the next bit that happens, and maybe Fowlu's mental state in the next bit might have influenced Ryu here as well a bit.
You know what? That's actually an interesting idea. Yeah, I can see it. But yeah, this is where Nina is just, you know, barely able to cool Ryu down, so to speak. So he snaps back to his senses. And yeah, like she said, this is the first time that she actually prayed looking at a dragon. Never happened before. But yeah, switching back to Drexus for a moment here, he's also now in the grunt fight. So let's see how that goes. Luckily, he also made the level 14, so he has access to Cyclone on Nina. But yeah, that is also like back on Countdown side, the end of chapter 2. The game has 4 chapters in total. The first 3 are basically the longest chapter, and then chapter 4 is basically just the last dungeon. So we are a bit more than halfway through the run at this point, actually. Grand fight looking good so far, I would say. I mean,
that was a
Cray getting
misclick.
slept.
That might be bad.
Ooh.
I was meant to throw a healing herb, but
Oh, I
surely
guess we'll see what the grunts do. And Nina is looking a bit. Ooh.
yeah, she's been focused a little here.
Axe. Okay, it should be fine.
Uh,
At least for this round.
yeah, I need to make sure she's at good health going into the next fight. So
Yeah, because keep in mind, like there are 2 grunt fights back to back. Just because you live through one of them doesn't mean anything. You know, if you go into the second one with barely any HP and they just kill you off instantly.
Verily, a river.
But yeah, this is the part, you know, where Fowl is making his way towards the Empire, and the only way to get there is through this passage. However, you have to present a sacrifice for the passage to open, and in comes this creature, which was Papon previously, willingly sacrificing itself for Fowl so he can continue his journey. Because, you know, keep in mind, once again, he's an endless. You know, he kind of twists and warps reality around him. So this creature is willingly / unwillingly, you know, helping him get through this. And he just kind of laughs at the absurdity of it all. Because there was no creature, you know, reasonably would just sacrifice itself like that so a human could, well, he's not technically a human, but you know what I mean, be able to continue like this. Yeah, second grunt fight on Drax's side. Dice has now joined in the fray. It's actually helping off the Shining Blade. That's pretty nice. Where's the fight along? Sleep on Cray should be fine. Would have been nice if one of the grunts always had woken him up, but I guess you can't have everything.
oh, I wasn't scared. That's on
I
me.
mean, the
in some
grunts
way,
are actually
because
kind of
everybody's
helping you
second.
there, aren't they? Like, you know, diversifying their targets like that.
Alright, so we'll see. There's enemies here that can... if I fail to run, I might get Raging Demoned. Any third strike fins. They put a little Easter egg that those bandit enemies that I just ran into can use, like... It's called something else, I can't remember, but it's basically the exact same animation as Raging Demon.
With Street Fighter callback. Yeah, that was all in all pretty good grunt fights there. Rex has also made it through the gauntlet. Can now relax for a little bit.
Nice, we're both in cutscene hell.
Yeah, so this is the point, like a bit of a turning point, I want to say, for Fowl. Because the Empire, you know, has failed to stop him and his advance on the capital so far. So the only recourse left for them, so to speak, is to try and use the cannonade on him. The cannonade, as we have established, like way at the beginning of the run, right, is this huge cannon that they have, with which they can put hexes on an area. Now, a hex, once again, is fueled by the suffering, basically, of other human beings, and then puts like this whole curse of negative energy on an area that, well, curses the area. Hence, it's called a hex, right? And that is what the Empire is now getting ready to shoot at Fowl to try and stop him, because it's basically the only thing that they can think of that might actually be able to stop him, because, he's becoming more and more powerful the longer that he is awake after his slumber. And the way the hex can get amplified is if you are able to sacrifice a being that is from the area that you're trying to put the hex on, the hex gets more powerful. And if you remember a little bit earlier, they actually captured a person that was from roughly this area that also had like a close connection to Fowl, which we will hear in just a second here. I mean, you already saw it in the cutscene earlier if you played very close attention when they showed the inside of the cannonade. And here it is. Remember that jingle? Yeah, it's Mommy's bell. So at this point, you basically know, and I mean, Fowl also knows that they sacrificed Mommy, and I don't know who else, to fuel that specific shot of the cannonade. So you know that Mommy is dead at this point. And, since they had, she had a bit of a connection to Fowl, he's starting to get really, really pissed off.
Yeah, he's not happy.
But yeah, as Drex has already pointed out earlier, it's like both sides bad things happening. We just saw Fowl with the cannonade, but a little bit earlier we had Ryu just go absolutely batshit with the Kaiser dragon. So, like I said, it's really like a tonal shift in a way for the story, like a very hard tonal shift in the story at this point. Again, it's been building up to this for a while now, but this is where it kind of starts, crashing down all around you. And I want to say, like, in a way, it's probably one of the most mature stories, like, in the Breath of Fire series. I mean, there's debatable about 5, I guess. But if you compare this to the other games, like, not saying that they didn't, touch upon sensitive subjects or anything, but I think, like, this game is, like, very much more clear about this. Also, this animation, with the cut rope around Ursula just, falling down, it's just, such a good animation. And then just Sai is also exclaiming, yeah, it's not right to tie up women, which is like,
It's not good to tie up women.
It's a bit of a tonal shift, again, to what we just talked about, but you have to have a little bit of levity in all of that. Otherwise, you would just go, like emotionally bankrupt, I guess. But you know what else we are going to do? We are going to run around the world like a headless chicken for a little bit, because at this point in the game, and this is like the last big open chapter of the game, or rather, it is the point in the game where it kind of starts opening up a bit more. Like so far, we've been pretty much going straight, like from one area to the next, following a straight path with a little bit of backtracking here and there. But at this point in the game, like the game is really starting to open up so you can go to more areas more freely, because very soon we're also getting the shift ability, which like really just allows us to warp to every point that we have visited previously whenever we want to. You can also start doing more side quests and whatnot if you want to. So it's not just, like a straight shot from A to B anymore. I mean, it kind of is, but, you have the option of it not being that. But also, guess what? Ershin's back.
I too.
It turns out, like, Dice was. Oh my God! The Sid is Ershin.
It would be a better existence right now because I've been jumping through hoops trying to fix my capture card, and it's like, this works.
Cross-reading the chat of it, yeah.
It works fine on the TV. It doesn't work here. Didn't work. Now it works. I'm just like, all right, it's functional. I'm gonna stop pressing buttons.
It's sometimes just the thing that you have to do. Just stop doing anything. Just let it run its course.
Yeah.
Don't ask why it's working. Just be glad that it is. I think that's the nicest ice peak I have ever had.
It looked pretty good, yeah.
I normally at least see one of those birds try and gobble a fish at least once.
But it's better than failing the fleas or then just, sitting around watching you. But yeah, we're busy going through, the whole check part of the story on Drax's side again. So if you missed any of that, now's the time to recapitulate. We learn about the Endless and their energy streams and how they twist and turn everything around them.
Meanwhile, I'm riding a raft.
Hey, minigame! It's been a while since we had one of those, isn't it?
I was gonna say, I was like, who snuck Final Fantasy VI in here?
And where's Ultros?
Indeed.
Now, if you just chant Ultros 3 times on a raft, he magically appears somewhere or something.
Oh, that sounds abysmal.
So yeah, fun fact, you kind of want to pilot this raft as best as you can, because every time you crash into something, you lose a little bit of the logs, keeping the thing afloat. And if you actually manage to completely dismantle it, you have a longer walk down the mountain path than, just riding it all the way to the end and being able to immediately exit the mountain here. So you do want to kind of try and not be too badly at this minigame. Also, very important that we speak to this NPC right here, because I just touched upon it a little bit earlier, but this is where we learned the shift ability. Now, the shift ability is very important and very useful because it basically allows you to warp to any previously visited place on the world map whenever you want to. So you don't have to go through, the whole walking animation whenever you want to go somewhere else. It really cuts down on travel time. Also, once again, we are on the lookout for a means of transportation, in this case, another sand flyer or a ship or something. And Ursula is just more than happy to oblige. Yes, she's just gonna try and capture that ship right there. And Sias is just following along. Chat, do you want to guess who that ship belongs to? Because you might actually know who it belongs to. That's right. It's Moloch. And he is more than happy to see his favorite friends again. And I lose the term friends very lightly. Yeah, he's just literally giving them a verbal beatdown, and Cray and Ina just keep shrinking over the course of the conversation.
Yep, they're just totally embarrassed. But still, Marlock knows. And you'll see in a second. Perhaps maybe this game is hinting that Marlock 2 could be an endless. He says, you know why I gave them the money? Because I know they're going to do great things. And then his eye glistens.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember. I haven't casualed this in a long time, so I don't remember what that actually means, but that's what it seems to me.
Like, I think he was just trying to make a play
that's getting money
or something. Yeah. But honestly, I kind of like the endless read of that scene. But yeah, I mean, the man literally just gifted you your very own sand flyer that you can now use for, say it with me, minigames! Yay! Because, whenever you use the Sandfly to go from A to B, you now have to go through this quote-unquote racing mini-game, which, let me just tell you, this Sandflyer controls like hell. At least in my opinion. I don't know how Countdown or the other runners are feeling about this. But it's the turning on it, yeah, you can kind of see it there. This thing just goes flying wherever. And don't you dare touch any of the walls, then it just goes completely off the rails. Thankfully, we don't have to do a lot of these races.
You lose points if you hit the wall.
Oh, that too, right?
Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe not. I think 6,000
at least
is the
you
most
just
you can get.
At least you bump off them like pretty hard, and it just kind of sends you careening. But yeah, we're looking for a way back into the Empire because, we know Fowl is there and Ryu and Fowl are destined to meet. So we're like, hey, you know what? We can just go ahead and use the causeway like we did at the end of the first chapter. And then this guy just tells us, yeah, no, some idiots broke it a while back. So like, oh, wasn't us.
Yeah, now
Wasn't
now
us.
Ursula is gonna verbally browbeat us because she's like, "What? Are you kidding me? You guys did that?"
Yeah, I guess we have to find a different way to get into the Empire.
Yeah, I'm definitely not skipping the extra encounter here now. That was terrible.
Oh. Oh, maybe? Nah, there it is. Damn. Well, I guess the Spectre just made you depressed.
Yeah, we weren't enough already for messing that up. Sounds really evil. You literally have like one tile's worth of bad movement and you get the encounter.
Pushing the snowballs, you mean?
Oh, that
no,
Ershin's dream.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ershin's mind bit.
Yeah, you'll see I got 0 points for that.
Damn.
It's okay. I have enough for
PlayStation.
for wear. Sid, you wanna mute?
I think he's sorting cables. At least it sounds like it. A very important pickup that we have here on Mount Giga. This is going to be the first dragon crystal of the game that we're going to pick up. And it kind of works similar-ish to the Dragon Gene system in Breath of Fire 3, where you pick up these crystallized things in the overworld and they give you different dragon forms. However, unlike in Breath of Fire 3, you're never actually combining any of these crystals to form, different dragon forms that Ryu can morph into. But rather, they give you like distinct dragon forms or dragon variations with different abilities. The one that we're going to pick up here is the fire crystal, which gives us a wyvern or whir, depending on the evolution that you have. And we touched upon that very briefly at a previous point, where the points that you get during any of the mini games, accumulate over the course of the run. And every 10,000 points that you get through the minigames, if you then go into a battle and transform into a dragon form, it unlocks its evolution, basically making it stronger, giving it more abilities, and blah, 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 blah. And that is also the reason why, as Ryu, we kind of don't want to transform into his first form anymore after a while, once we have basically hit that 10,000 point threshold, just to make sure that the first time we transform into Wyvern, or Were as it's called in its evolutionized form, we get that transformation, because that is basically the only dragon form that we really need in the speedrun. And of course, we want to make sure that's as powerful as can be. There are, is it 5 or 6 different dragon forms like I think you can pick up. But again, we're only going to take this one because it's the fire-based transformation, and that's really all we need for the rest of the run here.
This right here is also one of the first cutscenes that was cut from North America, or like part of a cutscene, where Ryu sticks his hand out to block Ursula from basically saying don't proceed, and then Ursula kind of gives him a tongue lashing for putting his hands on her. So Ryu just sort of awkwardly sticks his hand out at this point, and then the cutscene continues.
Yeah, it looks a bit weird where he puts his hand from that angle, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Everything's fine. Okay, hopefully Cray doesn't die.
Yeah, so keep in mind, we're still looking for ways to get into the Empire, so the causeway failed. So now we're trying another checkpoint, but then the soldiers immediately recognize us as, you know, the troublemakers from earlier. So Cray gets into this one-on-two, not a boss fight, but fight against these troopers here that he has to do on his own.
I gave him a wind
Nina
ward.
Explicitly want him.
I gave him a wind ward so that he wouldn't take any damage from that sever. Although I hate to see it because it's slow. No crits, 1 counter. It's alright.
In the meantime, Drex has got baby stopped for just a little bit there. That damn baby. It's also so bad because you have to go through that bridge like, what, 3 times or so? It's like, every time.
I always lose track of which scene here we actually come and fight the boss. So I ended up saving twice there when I didn't need to.
It's like one of these points in the game, you know, that you come to like 3 times in a row and you have to go to a different place like every time. It's like, oh god, which part am I on?
Oh, alright, opening crit. That's good.
Anyway, we're back on the Papan fight once again. Papan, not much to do here. Just charge and I guess pray that body press doesn't hit you too hard.
I got a 600. Oh my goodness, triple body press. If it wasn't for that crit, I'd probably transform already in some ways, but... There we go.
Nice.
I won't lie, if it wasn't for that opening crit, I would have, I'd have definitely transformed there.
Also, hey, do you all remember this guy that we're talking to? You know, the little bald sailor there? That is Zig. Or I think Ziggy, as he's actually called in this one. Oh, no, it's still Zig. Never mind. You might remember him from Breath of Fire 3, where he was a little bit of a bully, I want to say. Still a sailor, but a bully. And he's back. And once again, we need to ship from him. So we're now trying to, you know, charter a ship so we can take that from the Alliance over the continent of the Empire. And he's basically the only one who is more or less willing to lend us one so we can make the trip. However, we have to do a couple things beforehand. The first one, wait, we're actually doing that a little bit later. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Somehow, even with saving twice, I gold split that one.
Oh, nice. How bad have your previous Papan fights been then?
let's just say the notes say you will rarely need to transform. I pretty much always need to transform.
Nice. So we're making a bit of a round trip here back to shortly after the dam. If you remember here, we got quote unquote attacked by that mud dragon, or rather we met the mud dragon here after being quote unquote attacked at the dam. And now that we have met all the dragons back in Sinchon and communicated with them, we can now actually go around the world and collect all of them to get their abilities. And we specifically want this one ability from the mud dragon here because it will actually be very important for well, believe it or not, normal enemy encounter later on in the game that this ability will help with. Now, we couldn't teleport here with shift because we technically haven't been here yet since we got the shift ability. Like, you can quickly warp to everything you have been ever since you got the shift ability. So everything we did before that, we basically, have to redread the ground in order for the warping to work here. And that is why we had to go there manually. Also, look at all these studs. Guy's really living the life here. We can see once again the guy with the zipper down for some reason. Why? Nobody knows. Also critically important, we are making some of our members here apprentices to Abbas, because once again, the master system from Breath of Fire 3 is back in place, where certain characters can serve as masters to your characters, altering the status points you get on every level up. Now, Abbas gives you a lot of AP, and I think it is intelligence to your characters on the level up, which is very important for us because, once again, we are following a magic route through the game, which means that we will lose a lot of magic spells in order to kill the bosses. We haven't necessarily done so in the bosses leading up to this point. I mean, we have been using spells, but we're also using other abilities. But from this point onward, it's basically spell. And this is also why we are finally doing a grinding session, because we basically have not grinded at all during the game so far. We've been running away from everything that we were able to run from. Of course, we had to fight bosses, but we are really hurting for levels and just straight up power in our characters at this point. So luckily, the game provides us with a fountain of experience, if you will, in the form of the bots. So we go back to Sinchon, where we communed with the dragons earlier, because that is where the bots can spawn. Now, we are specifically looking for an encounter with 3 bots on them, which, can take a while. Obviously, it's RNG at this point, how long it will take for this encounter to spawn. It can be the very first encounter that you run to. It can be the 50th or whatever. Hopefully not. But we'll see once we get it. So there's really nothing else you can do at this point other than run around in the screen and hope that the 3 bot encounter comes your way sooner rather than later. I mean, there's 1 bot, which is nice, but not really what we want. Yeah, Countdown is basically in RNG hell right now. Aldrex's is catching up on the story and check on the endless and whatnot. Oh, yeah, just about to go to Sinchon, yeah. So like the big story part. First, Dice will chew out Ershin and tell it how useless it is.
So we sort of get an idea of how long Ershin's really been in this world, though, because of course the armor is put in uses language of the old empire still. So I'm not sure how long Dias has actually been in the world, considering the word Ershin is actually comes from pretty much the first emperor's time here, and it means master in the words of the early empire.
Fun fact, in Japanese, his name is just Master. There's no Ershin.
Okay.
Oh, there's a prot and a proto bot, but again, we're looking for 3 bots. No less. maybe more, but that's impossible. But hey, you're actually in the same screen right now. High five. Couldn't see each other, but you were in the same screen just now.
Let's go.
Give him a high five on the way back through in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll still be here.
Oh god. Imagine. But yeah, so maybe while you're fishing for the bots, I can probably go ahead and explain how it works. So what the bots basically do is whenever you hit them with a combo attack, and I think it can be any combo attack, it doesn't have to be of a special element or anything, they break and they double the experience that they give. So what we're going to do is we're going to break them 8 times in one fight, because that basically puts us at the maximum experience that you can get in a fight. And we want that experience to go to Ryu, Nina, and Ursula, because those 3 are basically going to be our carries for the rest of the game. Like the other 3 might get a little appearance at some point or other, but Ryu, Nina, and Ursula are basically our main team going from here on out, because they are the best magical attackers, and they get the spells and everything that we need / want. And the way this is gonna work is basically that we will combo with Ursula and Ryu to break them. And then after the 3rd break, we will have to use Nina to heal the bots back up, because at that point they will be at very low health. And we don't want to kill them after the 3rd break. We want to kill them after the 8th break. So we have to go through that twice where we heal them up. And then basically after the 8th break, we can just go ahead and kill them then, get the maximum experience. So it can be, I don't want to say stressful, but like a lot is riding on this experience grind, because this is basically the only point in the game ever where we will go out of our way to gain any sort of experience. So obviously we want to make this count as best as we can. But yeah, again, it's RNG to run into the fight. It can be the very first one you run into here, or you're just running in circles for, I don't know, minutes. I think I will take this moment actually to go ahead and fill up my water and maybe use the bathroom real quick. So I will see you guys in a minute or so.
See you in a moment.
I'm at 15. So you got a big chance to catch up, make up some ground.
Crazy thing is that you'd be like, oh, maybe after a point it's just worth taking a couple of 2-bot encounters.
I'm thinking that as well, because I've gotten like 2 or 3 in a row.
But the problem is, I think you have to take 3 2-bot encounters to get your levels to where you need them to be if you take the 2s, which is crazy that a 3 gives like just that little bit more than killing 4 would do, and it's kind of weird.
I think can you not just do 12 rounds with 2 bots instead of 9 rounds or 8 rounds with 3? I don't know. Maybe that math doesn't work out.
Actually, you might be fine with just 2 lots of 2. Is it 120,000 you get with 2?
Do you have enough? You don't even have enough resources. I think with Nina, you need more MP.
You'll get just enough MP pretty much from the initial one's level ups to give you enough MP to do the next one. I have tried it before. It is possible to do, it's just incredibly slow. So of course the encounter itself by the end's like 5 minutes long after you've broken it open 8 times
Mm.
or whatever.
I think that I am approaching 20. Alright. I will just take the next 2 bot, I think.
In worst case, you get a 3 bot immediately after the 2 bot, and you just end up over leveled for the rest and get Inferno early. It looks like you did, in fact, get your free bot.
It is there, yeah. I think it was like 21 or 22.
Oh, so we're at the bot grind now?
Yes, sir.
How's it been? Feast or famine?
It's pretty rough.
I think
We're making it work.
I think Team Nina needed that. Hey.
I come back and I see 3 bots. I guess I should have left earlier.
I do get that same feeling sometimes too. It's like, it's me. It's clearly me. I am the bad luck.
Yep. Yeah, I guess the thing that I forgot is you saw Countdown use the combo with Ursula and Nina to break the bots open, so to speak. And once you've done that, it will stay in this broken state for 2 turns and then reform on the 3rd turn. So you're basically just doing nothing in that interim time, or you're using the time to kill off Cray, Ershin, and Sias, because you absolutely want to make sure that they do not get any experience, so everything gets funneled into Ryo, Nina, and Ursula. But you can also use that to preempt the next combo, so that as soon as those bots have reformed, they're immediately getting broken again, to not only save on the time, but also to make sure that they actually don't get a turn in and start attacking and, you know, screwing up your party and whatnot. Yeah, we'll need 8 breaks of the bots. I think there was the second one. And then on the other side with Jaxus, we are now in the mall fight again, so it's just, you know, transform into the dragon.
Yeah, I got
and use
cute
a razor
and got the RetroTink
until
5X,
dead.
which I thought was going to fix my video issues. Oh, it's just an endless cycle of unplugging and plugging things in. So sorry, chat, for making noise in the background. Dang,
I mean, just have a
Tism
couple
got
to
the
sort
best
your
of me.
problems out.
Got me all hyper-focused on this silliness. Speaking of chat, let me bring you guys back, so I can at least see what's going on. Great, thank you. I'm glad you could come in here and then bark immediately. Good dog.
He just wanted to tell you that he has had enough of these tech issues. Stop it.
Good Puppy is actually the one that's been my co-pilot for the first day. Got like a rescue that was like, I guess, borderline feral, and she was chilling with me all the first night. She
Ooh,
barely
nice.
ever barks unless she wants attention from the other dog.
Oh, and an ambush on the
Yeah.
last tile.
The staff. I mentioned it in like the staff Discord, and now I have to give the staff updates every couple of weeks.
Understandable.
All right.
Drax is fighting really hard to make up time, and then these lavoids just go, nope. Ambush.
Yeah. it's kind of annoying as well because I'm
Do it to
pretty sure I'm
yourself.
on the last tile
man.
before it triggers the
I enjoy it.
dialogue as well. Oh no, maybe I was 3 tiles away. Okay.
They knew.
I was literally about to say how nice this split had been. Like,
Maybe you should have said it earlier, and that would have prevented it.
You know, whenever I'm at the live event, when like just everything kind of goes quiet, I'm like, did the audio break? Oh no.
yeah, we've gone. We're not here anymore.
Yeah. You get very paranoid about it. You're like, oh no. And then somebody talks to you, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Can definitely understand.
Oh, I thought the kid was gonna get him away again.
All right. Tweaked my input sensitivity so it doesn't show like I'm yapping all the time when it's just my fan pushing a little bit of air. Yeah, the Team Nina has faced some very unfortunate luck this entire relay. The only real like setback Team Ryu had was at the start of Breath of Fire 1. One of the early bosses saw fit to kill the runner. Actually, I think it was the first boss. Yeah, it was a high roll on the boss that even most of the runners were shocked by, unfortunately. Well, actually, that's not fully true. Blink and Charles both knew it could happen. They were just like, wow, it can, but can't believe it. I can't believe it's
Hey,
a high roll.
we're out of the bot grind. Grinding is over, y'all.
Yeah, I guess
Sure
that's
Continuing
got to be
the
the
run.
big downside of this, huh? This brutal grind.
Yeah, it does definitely takes a while, especially if you can't get the encounter quick. But luckily, I guess it's also the only one that we do during the whole run, so you know, at least it's a one-off. But yeah, this catapulted us from like, I want to say like the mid-teens of levels into like the low 30s, so we are quite a bit stronger now than we were before. But on the other hand, unfortunately, we basically stay that way for the end of the run. Like, we will obviously, defeat more bosses and gain a bit more experience and gain a level here and there, but it won't grow that much anymore from here on out. So this is basically what we get. I mean, theoretically, if you want to, be safe and make sure, you would maybe do a second round of bots, but that will obviously take you another, 15 to 20 minutes or so, depending on how quickly you can get another 3-bot encounter.
It's just not worth doing any more than that. You're totally fine at level 30.
The bots don't have a chance to flee like metal slimes, right? They'll stay once you find them.
They stick around.
You just have to be careful not to kill them.
Mm.
That's why you have we have turns built in where we use Nina to heal them.
So like we said, before we started the grinding and got turned around a little bit here, what we're actually trying to do is we're still trying to get a boat that will take us over to the continent where the Empire is. And before we are able to get that boat, we have to basically appease the sea gods for a safe passage and whatnot. And that is why we're here at this water shrine, getting this orb, and then just going to go ahead and drop it down a well, and that will, pray for safe passage and blah. But another thing that we haven't talked about, remember a little bit earlier, we also talked to that one dragon, the mud dragon, to get its ability. And so the dragon system in this game is basically twofold. One is the dragon crystals that allow Ryu to transform into, these different dragon forms and basically become stronger during a fight. The other is like the actual dragons themselves that you can find in the world and talk to, which also bestow their abilities onto Ryu. And the thing is, of course, the Kaiser dragon transformation is in this game as well, which is, of course, uncontrollable as it was in Breath of Fire 3. However, if you are able to get all the dragons and the crystals, you are actually making the Kaiser controllable. So that is how it works in Breath of Fire 4. As opposed to Breath of Fire 3, where you needed like a specific gene combination to make it controllable. But for the speedrun, Kaiser Dragon is not needed, so we're not gonna go out of our way to get all of those. So yeah, you won't see Kaiser Dragon anymore, sadly.
No, there is one instance of using Kaiser Dragon still.
Oh yeah, right.
You'll see it soon.
What was it? Was it Dragon?
It's 1 and 2.
Oh right.
The dice.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the dice, right. Right. I forgot about that encounter for a moment there.
Because one is immune to physical and one is immune to magic, and neither of them are immune to breath attacks.
Yeah, it's like a special attack type that, pierces those immunities. Well, not pierces, but yeah.
I got every counter.
Whoa, in Ershin?
Yeah.
Solo Ershin? That's awesome.
But yeah, for the dice encounter, you at least don't need Kaiser to be controllable, so, it doesn't matter as much. You can just use the uncontrollable version. That's fine. Also, look who's back, it's Khan! Hey! Clap for old boy. I guess it's time for a rematch.
Ursula doesn't seem to think so. Whoa!
Yeah, the story point here is, that the sailors are a bit superstitious. They don't allow women on their ships. So, yes, they would make the trek with us, but only if Nina and Ursula stay behind. And then this whole discussion starts, okay, if both Nina and Ursula can prove that they are, quote-unquote, strong enough to make the trek, would they be allowed on the ship? And the sailor's like, yeah, okay, I guess so. And then Ursula just, whips out her pistol and shoots Khan over the top of the mast. And was like, does that mean I'm strong enough? They're like, But yeah, now we have to get through this awful minigame. And this is one of the games that I absolutely hate. I don't know. Like, I just can never get it right. Like, you have to push this guy off the mast here. And in order to do this, you have to make him like run at you and then, jump so he runs past you and falls off the mast. Because you can't just push him off because, he's physically way stronger than Nina is. But it's kind of tricky to do.
Half the problem is
They
he'll
kinda-
half the time just troll you and not actually walk where you want him to be either. He'll just do his own thing.
That too.
You probably turn
there we
turbo
go.
off before that mini game, huh? It's probably a good idea.
I guess I can see how that would help, yeah.
Anyway, I got it in less than a minute, and I'm fine with that. I'm
Yeah, it's
pretty
definitely a
sure
bit
that
of a
you
tricky
can,
one.
if you do the exact same movement, he will do the exact same movement, and you can trick him and just get it immediately. But my turbo buttons are on, so that was out the window. I had to just figure it out. Mainly just turbo circle. That was a bad one.
Hmm.
That's a good point. I can't remember what the buttons are on this one instead of PS.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm using a PS2 controller or PS1 turbo controller.
I want to say it's
Yeah, but even
triangle,
after all of
jump,
that,
and circles to charge. I guess I'll find out soon.
but even after all that, the sailors are still like, yeah, nah, we still have one more trial for the ladies to go through, and that is to spend the night like the lowest part of the ship that is haunted. And yeah. So while the boys get to, sleep in the hotel until the next day, the ladies have to spend the night down here and prove that they are brave. And absolutely nothing bad is going to happen to them down here. Except they're immediately getting attacked by a ghost for some reason.
So whether you start with a physical attack or a magic attack determines what enemy spawns out of it. So in this case, it's a Chingle because I physicaled it. If I used magic first, it would be like a wizard enemy. But yeah, it dies to Typhoon.
Of a quick fight. I can kind of see, like, Nina having a bit of a rough time there, whereas Ursula just kind of shrugs it off and keeps going. Because she's a battle-hardened warrior or something like that. But yeah, also no problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Draxus is nearing the end of the second chapter. So we are going through a bit of a rough spot in the story in a way.
I wonder how Nina and Ursula are doing. Maybe we should go check on them. We're dumb boys.
Just hanging them out to
That was-
dry.
Yeah, the
You
Eid
slept in a
fight.
hotel last night.
The fight against Eid, again, you can't do anything against him. Everything you do will just do 0 damage. So your only recourse is to either wait until Eid has killed Rio, or just, go ahead and do it yourself. Because as soon as Rio reaches 0 HP, he will automatically go ahead and transform into Kaiser Dragon. And that will basically go ahead and wipe the floor with a boss fight.
All good fun until the Cray and Sias decide not to die.
Cray a turn early, and you're like, yes, I can start full comboing.
I mean, I've almost wondered if there's a weapons.
And that's just too much effort for Cray, unfortunately. Cray is just useless in this route.
Oh yeah, speaking of, the master system works a little bit different than it did in Breath of Fire 3. Like, obviously, you're still gaining stat bonuses on level ups when you are on the master. However, the way you gain their abilities usually revolves about certain things you can do instead of just leveling up. Like, for example, there are masters that teach you their abilities once you've reached a certain amount of combos or a certain amounts of battles that you've won, or just how long you've played the game, for example. So it's not as, dry cut as it was in Breath of Fire 3. They were a bit more experimental with the requisites for the masters this time around.
Oh, hey, volume warning, by the way. There's a chance of getting tiger fisted, so people could go deaf again. Because we are fighting Khan again, and he does still have Tiger Fist in his arsenal. He may not use it, but just
also,
be
he
careful.
has trained with dolphins or something? I don't know. Yeah, he is back for his third match against us. Wonder how it will go this time.
Also, you'll see the title card for my transformation here. Is going to switch from Wyvern to Were, which would indicate that I've gotten enough bonus points in minigames. Nice parry, Sias. Parry's his own shining blade, dude. He's so good.
It's always so funny when that happens. It's like, how is that even possible? Like, how are you attacking yourself with your own weapon and parrying the attack? It's like, what? But yeah, this is basically the first boss fight where you will see how, the boss fights from here on out will gonna go. Like, we're gonna go ahead and kill off Sias and Cray, potentially also Ershin. And they're just mopping the floor with the boss with Ursula, Ryu, and Nina. So you kind of saw how much damage Ryu just does on his own there already, and then, you combo that with Ursula and Nina, and it just, exponentially deals more damage.
Nice, we're off to a great start, Nina. For whatever reason, at this point in the game, Nina loves to never combo with Ershin. And so you'll get Ursula and Ryu combo with each other, and then Nina will just throw out a solo Typhoon. It's quite enjoyable as a runner.
And there is an accessory called the Harmony Ring in the game that potentially increases the chance of combos happening between characters.
Again, it's just vibes, man. See, look, it happened again!
The other side is also that the Harmony Ring sells for a pretty penny, so you could afford to buy more soul gems if you needed to. So I was like,
Well, by the time we're buying a bunch of soul gems, you have 2 Harmony Rings, so you just sell 1 and keep the other.
I must admit, I did have a giggle at your notes at the bit for selling the Harmony Ring there.
Yes, because I made that mistake at one point. I finished that run, but I did sell both of them in like one of my first attempts. I was like, it's probably fine. Combo system in this game again. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. It's all vibes. It doesn't make any sense.
Lol.
yeah, all you Breath of Fire 3 lovers, now that if you have seen Zig in the game, you might be wondering, hey, is Bade also in the game? And to that I will just say, just wait a couple more minutes, we'll get to him.
Yeah, stay tuned. But first, route improvement that I actually found, a small one. I'll show it off after this next boss fight. Actually, I forgot. I have to fight a boss first.
It's kind of funny that Nina, the narrator of the game, basically just tells, oh yeah, after the Khan fight, the rest of the trip went out without incident, and then immediately there's an incident where you have to go and resolve. It's like, make up your mind.
Right. Is there an incident or not? I mean, the wind stopped. That seems like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it turns out the wind stopped because there is another quote-unquote deity causing trouble on the nearby island, and that we have to go check out and resolve. And in the meantime, Fowl is about to be hit by the cannonade again. Kind of. But yeah, we touched it upon, but you can kind of see that, the woman kneeling there in the middle of the, butcher circle, I guess, sacrificing circle, whatever you want to call it, is actually Mommy. Like, you probably can't tell the first time you see this scene, but once you know, it's like, oh yeah, that does look like her. Also, you just can't help but appreciate the aiming that those guys did. Like, you saw it on the map, how long of a shot they are about to do. And they, basically managed to hit Fowl, dead center. It's like, that's a hell of an aim, man.
I mean, the crazy thing is, this is in their own nation, not that far from the capital. Just think they hit Chamba and Sinister with this thing as well on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah. Robin Hood has nothing on these guys, I tell you.
All right, well, I forgot where to go, but that's okay. We made it to the boss.
So this is Gleb. He's basically the same as Mal that you fought with Fowl a little bit earlier. Just that, this time we're not just transforming into our dragon form and using Eraser or any dragon breath ability all the time because we have a proper party, so we're just gonna use the power of friendship and combos to take us through this guide.
I'm getting a crazy number of gold splits in this run.
Hell yeah, let's go. Relay PB.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder whether I'm going to regret not local recording this.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
But wait, you getting a PB, would that mean new world record? It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would.
God damn.
It's not going to happen. Not in a marathon run.
I'm going to stop talking about it immediately just to not jinx it.
I mean, it would be the run where, our equipment just died 16 different times, so we don't have a beginning to end recording. Now I'm gonna feel bad. I murdered a world record recording. Oh man.
I am sure the mods will understand.
I can vouch. You're nope, it's my fault. Don't blame him. My computer is apparently a piece of POS. It's just ruining all the fun.
We all were there. We all saw it live.
Yeah, we got four vouchers. I think that might be good enough.
No shenanigans were happening during this run.
Nina, you are killing it with the combos today. I don't understand if it's what it is about this dragon form that just makes her suddenly incapable of comboing.
Scared of dragons, maybe?
Look, I hate to tell you this, but Nina is actually an agent of Team Nina.
I would believe it if this weren't so common in the late game.
Yeah, it's sadly, it really is. Like Ursula and Ryu just basically combo off each other like every single time, or maybe like 98% of the time. And then there's just Nina, who is like, I don't know, every third or so, maybe, if you're lucky. But yeah, Giga Flare, this is the thing that you want to see. This is the big damage. Yeah, sadly, I guess Nina is just not feeling it today. I don't know.
Okay,
What a
this is
bummer.
the part that I discovered that people didn't know before I started running this game, which is the way to exit this dungeon. So it used to be that getting an encounter in this dungeon was required when you left, but not anymore. Not required, but unavoidable. Turns out you can just jump off the top of this ship here instead of walking through the bottom. And yeah, if I took one more step, I would have gotten into an encounter, but I didn't. So not only is it a shorter walk, but you skip at least one encounter. Easy peasy.
And we love it.
Maybe Chad's right. She's just down bad for dragons. That's the problem. She's too distracted. It's not that she's scared.
I mean, to be fair, she did say at the end of chapter 2, you know, looking at Rio in Kaiser Dragon form was the first time she was ever afraid of looking at a dragon. Maybe it just stuck.
This is a great perspective for the boat coming on screen. You can't tell where the ground is and where the boat is and where the water is.
You could if you know, make a new angle. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird shot for sure. We just wanted to illustrate how crystal clear and, you know, unpolluted the waters are around here or some such.
Best minigame ever.
Rafting! Ooh!
I got the big bag. I'm super
Almost as
happy.
fun as riding a barrel
Ooh.
down a waterfall. Koopa shell.
I have Super
forget to
Mario
collect the
RPG,
coins.
isn't it, that does that?
So this is our first run in one of the pop-ups. Those are these little furry creatures. And this one was hungry, so we gave it an apple. Oh, yeah, our boat trip came to an end, so we're finally on the western continent. Woo! We're not quite to the Empire yet, though, because we have to, you know, we landed at like the northern tip of it. So we still have to make our way through this jungle section before we actually get into the Empire proper, but getting there. The inevitable meetup of Ryu and Fowl is getting closer and closer. And checks this side like Nina getting the talk down by Moloch. About all they're doing to him, the poor merchant.
casually gives us like 100 million zenny.
Yeah, I mean, it really puts into perspective like how expensive those sand flyers really are, doesn't it? Like, my God. Makes
I
you
don't know. I
wonder how
kind
there are
of
so
feel
many
like
of them around
from
anyway.
the dialogue here that he just takes all the money, and really we could have got some change for this, but the guy was like, "Oh, I'll
Yeah.
take that." Yeah.
You know what? Fair.
So yeah, we Breath of Fire 3 heads. We are finally meeting our boy Bade. We find out what he's been up to. Just living in a jungle with these Karibo-looking creatures.
I mean, it goes further than that. Like, one of them is his wife.
That's right. He is
Like-
married to one of them. That's correct.
Like, Bade, my guy, do we have to talk about this or what's going on there? Because I have questions.
I find it funny you call them Karibo-looking creatures. Not because they do actually look like Karibos, but when I was like chilling and waiting for the end of the Breath of Fire 2 run, I got called out. They're like, "Hey, you're being real quiet." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm playing Master Duel," and I should have followed it up with like, "Why am I playing this? I hate this game. Why am I? This is just self-inflicted punishment." It's like,
Managed to get the first shortcut fine on this. I guarantee I won't get the second Blinking Sandflyer shortcut fine.
Yeah,
the
I had
shortcuts
to
with the
do
Sandfly
some-
actually pretty tricky. Like, you saw it to count on earlier, and I guess Drexus just now. You can ride over these sandshell-like structures to, take a shortcut over the boundaries. The problem is if you're angling just a little bit wrong, or if you don't have enough speed, you can like land on the boundary itself, and that will crash the Sandflyer and will just put you back on the track instead of just propelling you on the other side of the boundary, which is like really weird and anti-speedrun friendly, I want to say. Also very finicky to set up because the Sandflyer controls very I'm looking for here very lightly, like just a single tip on your joystick is like already making it go all the way one side basically.
A good analogy my dad that gave me is it controls like a cow on roller skates.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more control, but at least as finicky.
Just slightly better. Maybe a camel with roller skates. Why is it gonna always be roller skates?
All right, let's see on Drex's side if he gets the second shortcut. To get the angle just right with the speed. And oh, nice. Was a close one, I want to say, but he did it, the mad lad. I think if you see like rollerblades like in a movie, it kind of is shorthand for telling you it's set in the 80s or something. Like that.
Fair.
Wasn't this game sort of released around the time where drifting was like the cool thing to do?
With the rollerblades?
Well, no, just generally cars, but boats apparently in this case.
Initial D gone in 60 seconds.
I mean, this game probably came out like 6 months before Gran Turismo 3 and the PS2, right?
I think this actually came out after the PS2 for some reason. I think it released on PS1 after the PS2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I think the PlayStation 2 released in what, end of 2000 in Japan? And then 2001 worldwide?
That's about right.
Was it something like that? And I think it was actually the same with this game. Like, I think it released in November of 2000 in Japan, and then later in 2000, maybe March or May 2001 in Europe and America. Roughly. Might have the date slightly wrong, but I think it was something like that. So definitely a very, very late PlayStation 1 game. Yeah, once again, Drex has just picked up the fire gem, so he's now also able to transform into Wyvern/Were when he chooses to do so. So very important pickup to get that. Like, if you don't pick that one up, well, your run is kind of effed, to be honest. Not quite sure how you would go from there, so very important to pick that one up. Excuse me. On countdown side, we are making our way through the salt flats now. Yeah, we're like in the very northern tip of the western continent, trying to make our way like basically into the mainland, so to speak, to get into the empire. But to get there, we have to go through this little chain of islands, or chain of little islands rather. And you can only make that track, you know, when the flood has receded. So you have a very sparse time window to make the track through these parts. Which definitely won't be a plot point at all. Nuh-uh. But also all the enemies around here are just kind of nasty. Like they can put all kinds of status abilities on you and whatnot.
Yeah, they're also like
kinda
starting to
tanky.
catch up to you in levels. So like the bot grind is starting to wear off
Yeah.
in terms of just always being able to run. There's a little bit after that, like a couple of dungeons where you just always run pretty much. And now that's not the case. Because we mastered with Abyss, so she gives us lots of wisdom, but no agility. So we don't have anybody that's particularly fast. I think Ursula, maybe Nina is faster than Ursula at this point. I'd have to check. But Ursula and Nina are definitely the two fastest.
We're definitely starting to approach like the last fourth or so of the game here.
Yeah, we are getting there. Chapter 3 is a long one.
Good, I got enough time to finish up this practice run. It's a great time to waste all of my good luck before the run.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that the end of chapter 2 is like the halfway point nearly to the whole run, like just after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
given
then
that
again, you have to
chapter
keep in
4
mind
is
that chapter 4, yeah, is basically just a fly in a dungeon.
it's like 40 minutes long, yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, chapter 3 is like half the game.
Yep, pretty much.
But yeah, oops, the tide set in and we are now trapped on an island. Great. Good job, guys.
So I guess if you're on really like world record pace, you're starting to make up some time then, right?
I can't keep track of how close I am in comparison. My mind is not capable right now.
Oh, well.
I've also never run the GOG version, so I don't even have like a PB based comparison. And I didn't use live split today, so
Got it.
Yeah, I mainly used live split as a way of being like, yeah, I've got this much time left until the end of my run.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we get to like the what would normally be like the hour or 30-minute mark, I can let Rex know. And of course, I'm right here, so I should know when the run ends. Hopefully.
I kind of wonder whether the quarterstaff here would even be enough just to make Cray kill himself later on.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're at the point now where money isn't a big deal. Well, I am. I guess you need a little bit more to go.
I mean, the only thing I'm really going to buy now is the wolf skin things and
the flintlock
gems.
and the biter for Sias.
So in that little cutscene we just saw, we saw that Fowl who has actually, managed to make it to the capital. Like, keep in mind, the last time we saw him was when he just absolutely got blasted by the hex from the cannonade. He somehow survived that and, made his way now to the capital.
And he's still
And
he's still feeling
he's-
that. Trust me. You'll see.
Yeah,
limping.
He's not doing so great, like mentally as well as physically.
He's doing his best, and that's all he can ever do.
On the other side, Draxus is making his way through the world right now, doing little bits and bobs, picking up some abilities and whatnot before he also goes into the bot grind.
So Ursula, Cray was trying to apologize to Ursula for getting them stranded, and Ursula, sensing Cray's weakness, was like, basically, shut up. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be the leader of this ragtag group? And Sias and Ershin, of course, watch this happen and cite the "what will be" from the the motto of the Pab Pab or Puka Puka, whatever they're called. The little Karibo guys.
I think if there's one thing to really criticize about the game's story is that characters in the main group outside of Nina and Cray and, to a degree, of course, Ryu, really don't get a lot of character growth ability. I mean, I guess you can make a point about Ershin, but at least like Ursula and Sais are kind of just there. Like they have like one thing that they do, and that's kind of it, I want to say. So they're sadly left in the dust a bit. And also at this point, like, Ryu, Nina, and Ursula just go try and find a spot where Ryu can maybe go fishing so he can, get a bit of food for the group because they're stranded here for a while. And you will find this fishing hole that you could go to. But, with speedrunners, we don't really have time for that. So we just immediately exit it and tell the girls that, nope, weren't able to catch anything. Tough luck. Guess we go back to the others. Bye-bye.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Breath of Fire speedrun will not feature fishing.
SMH. Wait.
I won't tell you
Texas.
which encounter
How
I
many-
got my bots on.
I was just about to ask.
Was it one?
It was my first encounter.
Wow. Well,
God
you made
damn
up. You probably made up about 10 minutes just on that.
That's a good 10 to 15 minute save, I'd say, yeah.
That's pretty good.
I was gonna say, I just saw you walk into those ruins. I look over to Countdown for a little bit, look back, and there are the bots, right? Like I said, whenever I'm gone, they're there.
All right, and Fowl is back. The king has returned.
And he wants that throne. Also, you might remember from way back at the start of the game, Paulo didn't emerge alone from his tomb. He had his little guardian puppy with him, Wong-Fu. And there's another, which is the golden boy over here, Artur, who guards the palace. And, despite the Empire itself not being loyal to Fowl anymore, his dogs still are. And at this point, Fowl has had a bit enough of everything, being against him. And he basically orders Artur to just, burn the capital to the ground. He doesn't care. So Puppy goes on a rampage. Also, there's a question in chat for the runners here. If you had to learn another Breath of Fire game, which one would you want to learn?
Honestly, it might be 1. 3 or 1, kind of up there.
And 3 + 1 = 4, so good pick.
Yeah, 1 more so than 3, but I like 3 a lot as a game in general. I just think the speedrun is super harsh, and so I don't know. I would probably pick 1 first. It's also shorter.
Bear with me.
Draxus is sort of busy, so why don't we come back to that?
Yeah.
I don't want to lose track. If I lose count here, it gets very sad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, no. It's an interesting thing coming up here. Nina and Rio are going back to the fishing hole, and they're actually doing some fishing there, which you are not in control of. So I guess it's okay. And Nina kind of has an open conversation to Rio about her feelings and whatnot. At which point she confesses to Rio that she is in love with Cray.
Yeah, it's a little weird, and I
Which-
often wonder if that's like a
Interesting.
translation thing, because she immediately walks it back and is like, I like him more as like a brother in like the next text box. And so I wonder
Which
if
is
that
like,
wasn't just a translation of like love, the different Japanese kanji for that, or terms,
that's
I guess.
exactly what I was what's gonna go at, because in Japanese the word is like daisuki, which on the one hand means love, but on the one hand can also just mean like very much.
Right,
And
like I
depends-
love pizza.
Depends on the context. Yeah. So
Not
it's,
like
it's a bit
romantic
debatable
love.
if she's actually in love, romantically with Cray or not.
I don't think so, because Cray and Alina are together romantically, right?
I mean, they are, but like Nina and Cray have been on this whole journey, and I guess not too big of a stretch to imagine that she has developed feelings for him, despite knowing that he is in love with her sister. So
Sure.
it is feasible, not necessarily probable, but
All right, Cabo is just going to miss every attack, so I will not get any counters. But I did get either 1 or 0 run fails in salt flats, which is incredible.
Also, yeah, we are technically fighting General Yom again, and of course, he sends out his little demon thingies to try and stop us, because it's really the only thing that he has left at this point, because we are in the castle, where the Emperor is. We basically have reached our goal as Fowl at this point, so he's just basically throwing everything in the kitchen sink at us to try and overpower us, even though he kind of knows it's futile, because at this point Fowl is basically at full power again, more or less.
Yeah, at the end of this, after this battle, you're not going to see it because I'm going to turbo through it, but Yom basically says to him, like, I know this was a futile effort, and because of your great power or whatever.
So he knows it's a lost cause, but he is loyal to his cause, to
That's
the
right.
Emperor, and being a general in the army. So he's a pawn in the game, so to speak. So he's just following orders. That is what he's good at. That is why he is a soldier, and that is why he's doing that.
Nice. Love to see Samoon. It's a very nice short animation.
But yeah, it's basically just a matter of transforming to Peist, which is Balu's evolved form of the water dragon transformation, whose original name I am forgetting. And then just using Frost Strike and charges, and
It's Night.
both fights are gone.
Because we
What was
pick up
that?
the blue dragon. I think it's Knight. K-N-I-G-H-T. We pick
Might
up the
be.
blue
I
dragon
literally can't
gem
remember.
in one of the after Papan sacrifices himself and smashing himself
Yeah.
into the stone. Wouldst thou kill a god?
Oh, they were certainly trying.
And so even after Yom sacrifices himself to make this elevator work for Folu is like, mortals are so weird and stupid. Also, the elevator, it says, do you want to take this to the bottom? And the default answer is no for some reason.
I mean, don't you rather want to walk?
No, it's a long walk, man.
Like, the one thing that always strikes me as odd about the way this castle is built is that the throne room is like all the way at the bottom for some reason. But then later on at the end of the game, you know, when you obviously get here with Ryu and the gang, you go into the throne room and then it continues, and then you take this elevator up to another cliff, and it's like, what is the height of all of this?
Yeah, there's a little bit of weird consistency issues there, especially like going to the battlefield at the end, where you go, you take a moving platform down, and then it cuts to the final battlefield, and you're taking a platform up out of the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll point it out when I get there.
But hey, here he is in all of his glory. Emperor Soriel the 13th, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Sonia. 13th Emperor of the Fu Empire.
He's got a grand plan here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how it plays out. He was planning on Fowl making it back here. We'll just say that.
He is prepared.
Also, check out the faces on the little lanterns that are on either side of his throne. I always thought that was kind of funny. They look like Moonanites. So here, what's this guy's name? Yuna is going to try and...
Yuna. Yeah, one more attempt at stopping Fowl here.
Oops, I did the wrong thing.
Oh. Yeah, supposed to transfer him into Tyrant here.
Yeah.
And then just use Dark Wave.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is just that Dark Wave is like one of those breath attacks with a really long animation that you just have to watch, because ultimately he's gonna use it on you in the final battle.
Which is no other move that kills in one attack anyway, so...
Well, we're gonna find out if Eraser works.
Oh, I mean, if it does...
I still have to watch the animation in the final battle, so I'm still
Yeah, but
time.
the animation's shorter in the final battle, because you don't see Fowl actually do the weird bit with the big sphere turning into
Oh,
a curse.
interesting. That's a good point. Okay, I failed to kill the Evoker.
We might just be able to charge him in the middle of it.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, it's
I'll
probably
throw
not
in
shorter
the block.
because he goes through an attack and then you have to, you know, finish him off somehow. But hey, yeah, at least it's not a boss or anything.
Because that had been something I had been considering, is whether there's any other move that can kill them in one hit or not.
Yeah, you can use popping twice, I think. Which is like ultimately faster than the Dark Wave animation, but then you still have to watch the Dark Wave animation, even if it's shortened in the final battle. You still have to watch the whole thing.
And of course, if you take more than one attack, they're probably going to get a turn in between. It just gets slow.
Yeah, I also messed with that timing quite a bit ago. So here is his grand plan, which is to stab Fowl with the Dragon Slayer, which has the ability to kill gods, purportedly. Now, one of the other big cutscenes that was cut from this game is where Fowl pulls the Dragon Slayer out of his leg and, in one swift motion, beheads Emperor Soniel. We don't see it though. It just implies that it happens. Anyway, back to Ryu and Nina.
Yeah, so then now having the conversation that we alluded to earlier where Nina is pouring out her heart, so to speak. And her
He's been like a
feelings,
brother
and
to me.
he just falls over, either because of the revelation or because the fish was pulling so hard. We never know. Also, keep in mind that, since the very start of the game, Nina and Cray have been looking for Nina's sister Alina, and we still haven't found her. She's still out there, somewhere.
It's a little awkward, right? Because at this point, like, we've been searching for so long and we kind of haven't really talked about her, had any update on her. So, like, run into anybody who's seen her, anything like that.
I think the last update really got her was when we were in Sinestra, doing the thing with the orphans and Marlock and whatnot. And after that, we got captured at the end of chapter 1. And ever since then, that story thread has kind of, just been going on in the background, I guess.
Yeah, they sort of shift focus to Ryu for the next chapter and a half.
Yeah.
Speaking of
he is supposedly the main character.
It's more than an hour, correct? For to finish.
Until the end.
Yeah,
yes.
but not
Okay.
much.
Okay,
Not
so
much.
it's getting close to an hour. All right.
Yeah.
Commentators and Rex, I should let them both know then. Okay, thank you.
I think probably when we are at the tomb, probably when we're at the tomb, it's like an hour-ish. Roughly. Just still a bit away.
God, this game's long, man.
Yeah.
Again, it's like the third... Like the
Yep,
third
they're-
chapter that not necessarily drags on, but it's just a very long stretch of game that you have to get through. It's like a lot of like different story beats that you go through. It's starting in Czech, you're going a little bit around the eastern continent, trying to find a way to the western continent. Then you have the whole ship business, you have the jungle. Then you have the sulfates that we just were, and then a bit more, and then you have the tomb, and it's like, ooh, a lot of stuff to go through there. Also, Drax is now proving the sailors that he is strong enough to go on the boat with them. Nicely done.
Yeah, I got the first jump slightly wrong and just flew off the side of the mast, but never mind.
Yeah, happens. But yeah, Drax, the question to you as well. If you were to learn another Breath of Fire game, which one would it be?
See, I'm torn whether I'd go with something like one of the early SNES ones or whether I'd want to go with like either 3 or 5. 5 possibly, just because it's short and I haven't actually played it before.
Oh, really?
I played part of it. I own it. I played part of it, never got into it as a kid. I kind of feel like I'll enjoy it more now than I did as a kid. Because the whole roguelike style to it just didn't make sense to me as a kid. I had the same issue with Majora's Mask as well.
I think that was a lot of us back then. And, looking back at Dragon Quarter specifically from now, right? It's like that game was just so ahead of its time with its systems. Like if it would be released like today, right? I think it would be way better received than it was back in the day.
Yeah, I think they just released it at a bad time for what it was.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to go through and play the other Breath of Fire games. I'm not going to lie, 4's the only one I've ever completed.
Well, at least you played the best one. And I won't hear any counter arguments from you and Chan. Nope. I said it. True. Okay, so we made it, to the outer fringes of the Empire at this point, and we kind of don't know where to go. So we talked to this peddler there, who only builds information of where to go once we give him like a special item. There's a couple of different things. that you can give him to satisfy that. And the one that we opt for is that we go to some ruins and get another dragon crystal that we can
Don't burn
then,
it, dog.
trade for the information. So we have to go through a little dungeon here. It's not a big one, which will give us the... Oh god, I forget what it's called. But it gives you the punk transformation. Yeah, just a little bit of side questing going on here, basically.
Well, so much for skipping that encounter.
Yeah, my movement's always bad in that place. I don't know why.
You can skip the encounter in that room before the gem. But you also, it relies on you just getting lucky too. My movement has been pretty good, except for that like one segment jumping down. Took like 3 extra steps, it was over. Run luck has really turned around, though. I have not had an escape fail in a really long time.
Now that you said it.
Yeah.
Jinx it yourself.
It wouldn't be the first time I ate my own words, but so far so good.
So I was talking with Shawnee about figuring out how to salvage the VODs. We should be able to just highlight the runs that were being streamed from your end. And if we're lucky, Ghoul can cobble those together with the live footage that we have. And very least, we'll be able to give you your VODs back from the stream. So if you PB, you have a video of it.
Nice.
This is the river. Pretty much every screen you can skip an encounter at the end if you move well and or get lucky or both. In this case, I did not move well, so I did not skip the encounter, but there's always next screen.
Meanwhile, Drex is getting stalked by a very weird-looking fish in the water there. Not quite sure what that was all about. Yeah, so the river, as you can see, is just a lot of, using these levers to alter the water level and then pushing boxes around, form bridges so you can walk across them. There's also very short dungeons, like only, 3 or 4 screens or so?
Yeah, I'm already done.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. It's about time.
Remember that one minigame that I was hyping up earlier? Well, we are very close to getting it, and oh my god. I guess that's the point where Team Nina can make up a lot of time if things go wrong. But yeah, first off, we are doing a little bit of shopping here. We're selling a lot of the unneeded equipment that we have accumulated in the last couple of hours, which is basically everything that we have in our inventory. Let's be real here, except a couple of things like the manly clothes, for example. But all the accessories, the weapons, armor, and whatnot, just get sold off. We won't need them. We need better stuff. And that better stuff specifically at this point is armor, because we are starting to be very, very squishy. So our free frontliners here will be getting some wolf skins.
Oh well. Sire self parry number 1.
Oh no.
Let's go.
Like he did the same exact thing when Countdown was there earlier. The Con 3 fight. Like, what the hell?
Oh, I probably shouldn't have gone with that move, actually.
He's
Not that it
just
matters,
showing
'cause
off
he's
at this
just
point.
stunned Cray from killing himself as well.
God damn it, Con. Stop it. So yeah, here is the chicken corralling minigame, because once again, we're looking for directions because we don't know how to navigate the Empire, and the local village chief is heartbroken because his favorite chicken escaped the coop, and so we are getting tasked with corralling that chicken again. So, he will lighten up and tell us where to go. And oh my, ooh, nice. That was pretty fast.
Yeah, practice paid off, man.
Yeah, that chicken can just go off the rails wherever it pleases to, and it can be such a pain to try and get it back into that coop. Can't be understated how hard this actually can be. Gotta get in that quickly. That's good.
You know what I was thinking, man? How much faster would the speedrun be with an escape dungeon spell? An outside or an exit or whatever you want to call it. Breath of Fire 2 had it, but they never brought it back.
I mean, are there actually that many dungeons that we have to backtrack through?
There's
in
quite
this
a
game?
few, yeah. I took note as I was playing through my last practice run. It would definitely shave off multiple minutes. I don't know if it would be 30 minutes, but it would definitely be some.
Kind of weird that was a really popular sort of spell to put in SNES era and Mega Drive era games, and then they just never did it again.
Also, hey, remember this area from, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours ago?
There's the run fail.
Because Team Ryu, literally Team Ryu on Team Ryu, has made it to the start point of Fowl. We are approaching his tomb.
Yeah, that enemy, that giant dinosaur enemy that just attacked me, is the first enemy you run into. Once he revives.
And if you remembered who stayed behind to guard the tomb, yeah, we are about to meet a not necessarily angry puppy, but he can give you a run for your money. So this is Fowlu's guardian dog, Wongku.
This is also an incredibly difficult fight to get optimally. It's very random.
And he's also a definitive step up from everything you faced before, because he has around 32,000 health, if I have that correct. He has a bunch of abilities that hurt.
Frost Breath is great to see first, though, because now Cray will die turn 1.
But yeah, our strategy will basically be the same from here on out, mostly. First turn, try and kill off Cray, Sias, and Ryo transforms. And then we just do our usual spiel of pumping with Ursula, Ryu, and Nino. And then just keep doing that until the fight is over. It'll just start taking a little bit longer from here on out. Yeah, this is also the point where you really want to see Nina start comboing with the other members of your party for that extra damage.
Lost a bit of time there to forgetting which way I was going for that Wisp minigame thingy. I don't know why my brain went blank where I was going there.
It like turns red when you're about to basically fall down to the lower floor.
Oh yeah, I blew it right at the end and took the wrong fork and fell. I had to do the whole thing again.
blimey.
It's like 20 seconds or something. It's not bad.
Yeah,
I
I got
didn't
close
even-
for a moment.
I didn't have an extra encounter too, which is great.
Yeah, now we have Drexus fighting Gleb. Basically, same setup, honestly, as we just saw Countdown do on one crew. Dias and Cray killing themselves, Ryu transforming, and then we're into Combo Town. Maybe Nina's behaving better on Team Nina? We'll see.
Alright, this should be my last turn. Pretty optimal one coup fight. I know I said right before that it's hard to optimize, but that was about as good as it can get. Frost Breath on turn 1 to get Cray dead. And then mostly physicals for the rest of the fight. That's pretty good. No miss combos so far. If this doesn't kill, that would kill. Good.
Yeah, I think quite a few bosses from this point on also have Sanctuary, which is an ability that basically nullifies all buffs that are on your party. Which sounds bad until you realize it also means that you're not taking damage that turn, so it can actually be kind of beneficial if they even spam that. But yeah, I don't think we actually saw it this way, did we? No. All right, Chad, got a question for you. If you remember from the start of the game, right, this is the tomb that Fowl emerged from at the start of the game. Because, you know, he was down there for his 500-year or so slumber. If anybody is able to tell me which room was his quote-unquote bedroom, or what the hell he was doing down here for 500 years, I will award you a metaphorical cookie or something, because that's something that I just never can figure out. Like, this tomb is so weird.
I mean, I was always under the impression that he just straight up was like in cryostasis or whatever. So, but I kind of see the room.
Yeah, but where? Like, was he just hanging out on the staircase? Like, was it before the elevator? Was it on the elevator? Was it down here in the elevator in this weirdly like central room that goes off into multiple directions? Like,
None of the above. He was hanging upside down like a bat from the rafters.
I mean, maybe it's just you go through this tomb and none of these rooms in a tomb look like rooms you would expect in a tomb. If that makes sense, like none of them like look really like, you know, quote unquote comfy and resty and whatnot, like a room where you would go to lay down and have a sleep or, you know, forever sleep, whatever it is. It's just like, who designed this? I mean, it's a very interesting looking place in a way because it's just so, I don't know. It looks so out of this world, if that makes sense, through the world that it's in. with all these, moving blocks and elevator kind of blocks moving around and whatnot. Like, it's very interesting that it fits into this world somehow. I mean, the good theories in chat, but keep in mind, even though it is a tomb, the goal was for him to emerge from it at some point because he's immortal, and they kind of knew that when they built the place. At least I think so. So this tomb is not necessarily a tomb that would be there to hold somebody, I guess, in place for the rest of their existence. However short-lived that existence might be after.
Well, that's incredibly unlikely, but fine. Fine game. First encounter off the boat and we failed to run away.
They were just taken by the sides. Although this is the boss fight that we talked about earlier, where we're actually going to use the Kaiser Dragon transformation that I forgot about. Because as we established, this is 1 and 2. One of them is immune against physical attacks, the other immune against magical attacks, but the Dragon Breath attacks kind of pierce both of them.
Yeah, depending on what face they show when they roll the die, which is also, judged by what you do to them, it determines their attacks. But if you do the same thing every time, it's pretty easy. Otherwise, this fight can get kind of hectic. But mainly, they'll just use stasis and other physical stuff that isn't terrible. Thank you, Ershin.
Punch.
I got a physical on Ursula, which is good because, as we talked about earlier, Dragon Breath attacks they scale less when you have less than max HP, which is bad. So I want to keep Ryu at full here.
I guess that's the second time Dragon Breaths have scaled, because off 2 scales off of max AP.
Yep.
I mean, I guess for the mid dragons anyway.
But you also gotta keep in mind, and I think this is a first in the series, if I'm not wrong, that when Ryu is transformed into a dragon, you cannot heal him unless you have a special item to do so. So you can't just target him with a healing spell and heal him up again if he has been damaged.
That's right.
So it's actually a bit more of a bother than it is in the other games. Which makes especially the last boss fight or boss fights very dangerous, because you need your dragon transformations with Ryu, but the fights are also pretty long. So it can be quite a bit of a pickle there.
Yeah, and before I entered the tomb, I actually picked up one of the 2 ambrosias I'm gonna get in this entire run.
Yeah, because I think even in Dragon Porter you can heal him. He just can't heal himself when he's in dragon form because he doesn't have access to the item command anymore.
Hmm.
That's actually like a huge thing that can get you caught up. Because there's a couple of fights where you want to use an item and or change your weapon before you go dragon mode to buff your attack, and then lead off with high speed and then swap to a high damaging weapon. It's a very likely point that could trip me up. I'm sure Rex won't make that mistake, surely. It's funny.
The wrong place.
Rex pretty much knows it inside and out, but he had to like relearn any percent because he's been exploring other categories that aren't as cookie cutter.
Oh, that is smart. Going from the other harbor?
Yeah, and then all you have to do is... I don't think anyone else uses that menu, and I don't know why.
Yeah, no. The first time I've seen it. Huh.
Which one?
You can literally just choose
Interesting.
from a list where to go.
Oh, when you
Yeah,
get
to-
out,
to
when you
get-
get on the sailboat, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just manually sail. I didn't know you could do that.
But yeah, with the shift command, you can actually open a list of everywhere you've been as well and just select it in the list and just teleport there.
Oh yeah, no. Or at least I knew that, but I
Yeah.
never thought about going back to the other harbor, so not the one on the western continent, but the one on the eastern continent, to use the ship from there to get the plant for the pop-up. I was like,
Ah,
that is interesting, because the distance looked way shorter than it does from the other side.
All right, now everybody's about to get their head cut off. Ready?
Yay!
Blech.
Perspective. But it's also another thing, like, why is there a second entrance to a tomb that is accessed by this weird block thing moving you through this corridor out of this obelisk that splits in two? It's like, the hell is going on here? Such a weird area.
I am not going to get lost on the salt flats today. No, on the... whatever you want to call it.
I say that every time I go to this area, but it's just so hard to navigate because it's such an open field compared to everything else in the game you go through that it's kind of hard to sometimes remember where you have to go.
I'm opting to kill this mob instead of running, just because it's 6 enemies, and if I fail, it's a long, long time.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Nina carried a little bit in Breath of Fire too, due to the switch glitch. She's like the only one with a decent weapon for 2 or 3 boss fights, I think. Nina's a good cleaner for Dragon Quarter, though. If Ryu fails, Nina's usually going to bail you out. Hopefully.
All right, back in Astana. We came here briefly before the aqueduct to talk to one guy and immediately leave. And now it's like the focal point of the entire story, as we're about to find out.
We're so close, yet so far.
That's right. Who's going to figure out how to skip the King's Sword? Or the Dragon Slayer?
Dragon Slayer. Yeah, so remember Ursula basically joined us to, not out of friendliness or anything, but she wanted to keep an eye on us and, escort us back to the Empire because her orders as a soldier are to, find the Yore dragon, Ryu, bring him back to the Empire, which, she technically did now, just following us around because we wanted to get here as well, because we needed to. And she's now going back into the headquarters. However, they are surprisingly empty. And also, they are the place that we snuck into way back at the end of chapter 1, if you remember. The place that Ryu had that dream about, where we would find Alina. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Also, this is the one fight that we picked up the Mud Dragon ability for, like, I don't know, an hour or 2 back, when we had our little go around the world before we did the bot grinding. In order to get rid of this guy, or this encounter.
Yeah, I don't know if we picked it up specifically for this, but I mean, the reason we pick up the Mud Dragon in the first place is because we can't apprentice under Abyss unless we've picked up at least one of Ryu's extra dragon forms.
Also true.
Yeah, so that's like a hard requirement, and Abyss just gives everybody so much wisdom on level up that it's not really worth apprenticing under anyone else. And it's only like a 45-second detour, so.
But it's also like a nice backup to Curia because I think it can miss.
Yeah, Curia misses a lot. It misses more than it hits for sure.
It was definitely kind of nice to see it actually hit or kill most of the enemies from that encounter.
It hits. It hits every enemy. It's because those all have 100%. It's the one guy in the back that it doesn't hit 100% of the time.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think I've always used Mudflow before Curia in this fight, so I guess I never noticed.
See. Now you gotta go for the Gamba.
Yeah, I don't even use either of those. I just combo it to death. In the time it takes to watch that Mud Dragon animation, you could have probably done 2 combos.
I just use the Mudflow and call it a day.
Fair enough. I have been tempted to Kyrie and maybe do whatever else and then take the risk it works, but so far I just essentially
also look at this room.
And Typhoon.
So first of all, gross. What the hell is all of this? Second of all, apparently our whole progress is impeded by this loosely draped over tendril artery kind of looking thing. It's like, come on guys, just step over it. I know it's weird, I know it's gross, but you can do it, I believe. Thirdly, we have found Alina. Oh my god. She is right up there. However, we can't reach her because, this tendril thing is apparently in our way. Like, honestly, step over it, go around it, whatever. Like, it's so thin. But no, the game sends us out. And apparently we have to go find the Dragon Slayer, you know, the sword that Soniel stabbed Fulu with a little bit earlier, if you remember. Because apparently it's the only thing that can cut this tendril thing, so we can continue and finally go meet Alina here. So, yeah, we have to go all the way out of this building again. And then also come back later, once we found the Dragon Slayer. Great, huh?
That's awesome. I didn't know you could even get an encounter in this room. Also, shoutouts to Breath of Fire 1.
Yay, gong heads!
Gong heads, yeah. Although they're just called gongs in that version, aren't they?
That's a good question. But just remember, they're also in Breath of Fire 2. Like, at least you're fighting one at the start as young Ryu. Game.
Yeah, I think they're in every game.
Are they in 3?
I don't know. I said that and I immediately thought about 3, and I don't know.
Like, I mean, it would make sense if they are on 1 and 2 and then 4, so it would just be weird if they aren't in 3, but I'm really hard to remember if they are in 3. Whatever that may be, we got the hot info that the Dragon Slayer is held by Yuna, and so we go to this town here, and you know, meet the sleazy little slime ball and get it out of him.
Yeah, as I said about 4 hours ago, Yuna's a pacifist, so
yeah, he just hands it over to us more or less freely.
Yeah.
Now we just threaten him with a bit of violence, and he just gives it to us. Which is actually, I guess... Yeah, see? There it is. That's very kind of him, because, yeah, he could just done that, you know, just weasel his way out of the situation like he always does. Wasn't fast enough, I guess, this time around. So we are able to get the Dragon Slayer. And now that we have the Dragon Slayer, we can just go back all the way where we literally just came from. Isn't that great? Yeah, but you see, he doesn't do the torture himself. That is what he has all his underlings for. But yeah, we're also about to enter, I guess, one of the darkest scenes in the game here. So I guess a bit of a trigger warning for everybody.
I just used Tyrant by accident instead of Pest on the first one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
New strats incoming. Let's go.
Gonna keep this interesting.
I mean, I should have enough AP still anyway. It should be okay. Oh no, because we don't have Frost Strike. We have... Sod it, Dark Wave.
And
Good luck.
Pabinga, maybe?
Time to become one with the darkness.
You also have wisdom fruits, so you can go ahead and blow a bunch of AP.
Hmm. Also, yeah, that room we just came from, as you can tell, it's undergone a bit of a drastic makeover, I guess, with the color. Somebody spilled a bucket of purple around here. I think the music has also gotten a bit more ominous at this point. I mean, it seems to do good damage, it just takes a bit longer.
Hey man, if it gets you through the fight, it's a, what's the saying?
Push
Whatever
every
gets you to
forward.
sleep at night.
I don't think Aura Smash would have done enough, otherwise I just Aura Smashed it. Alright, cool. Two dark waves killed it.
It's not too bad.
Nope. I don't think Team Nina could have withstood another catastrophic failure.
Yeah, we actually also have to go ahead and equip the Dragon Slayer here so we can actually cut through this. And we get a little bit of a reaction of all of this around here, which is just
Yeah, that is a bit.
And it regrows immediately. That's a bit ominous.
There's an eyeball following me. What could that be?
Gross. That's all I'm saying. But hey, there's Yuna again. What is he doing here? That's... Almost as if he knew where we were going. But on the upside, we have finally found Alina! Hooray! And the sleepyhead has been in bed this whole time. What the hell? Would it have killed her if she would have gone, you know, a little bit outside from time to time? Make it a bit easier for us to find her?
This right here is so wrenching.
Yeah. So there's a reason she hasn't really left bed, and we are about to find out. Because, you know, obviously everybody is elated that, hey, we finally found her, but it's also a bit weird that she's just staying in bed like that the whole time.
Yeah,
And
now
she
she's
kind of
requesting us.
ominously, tells Rio and Nina to leave the room, but leave the Dragon Slayer behind, and only Cray is allowed to stay. I was like, huh, what's going on here?
Yes, pretty dark one.
And, yeah.
Her legs
Ray's
are
also
just
like,
a
you
little
know,
bit
let's
numb. She just
just-
wants a massage. It's fine.
On which part of her body, though? So yeah, like Cray's kind of asking, okay, like, you know, why don't we just go? I know we found you. Let's just leave. And then Yuna comes in and reveals the, truly horrible truth here. That while Alina was in his care, so to speak, he had a little bit of an experiment going on. And he was trying to turn her into an endless. Now, keep in mind, you know, the endless, as we have learned, are basically otherworldly beings that have been summoned to this world and have basically godlike powers. And, since Yuna is a bit of a scientist himself, he was trying to, create God himself. And this right here is the end result of that. Like, he has technically managed to turn Alina into an endless, but all these weird organ-looking growths that you saw us climb earlier, yeah, all of that stuff is part of Alina's body now. She has basically become a perfect experiment for Yuna, because what he's able to do is he's basically able to cut off pieces of her body, potentially use in the cannonade for the hexes that they're shooting around all the place. And, he doesn't have to use other sacrifice anymore. He has like an infinitely regenerating endless that he can just pack up whenever he pleases and shoot around with a cannonade. And, some grim stuff. Grim stuff.
Yeah, this is some like extra evil.
Yep.
This particularly like is one of those ones that sticks out in the back of my mind whenever I think about like this is a really evil thing to do.
Yeah.
This comes to mind.
And obviously, Alina is not very happy to go on living like that. And she basically asks Cray to, use the Dragon Slayer here, because only the Dragon Slayer is able to kill an endless and, well, use it to end her life with. And, he loves her, he tells her as much, she knows. And, only he emerges from that room. And as Nina narrates here, you kind of had a feeling, what happened, but Cray didn't say anything, and they just continued on their way. And that finally, like, bookends the whole search for Alina, which basically started the game, right? Like, this is the first thing that we set out to do when we loaded up and began our journey. And that also bookends the third chapter of the game, as we venture forth into chapter 4, which is the last chapter of the game. So we are getting close to the end of the game here. It's about another 45-ish minutes.
Okay.
I'd say, depending on how we get through this. Incidentally, and I guess it's a little bit of a spoiler here, this is also the last time that we will see Yuna in the game, apart from a short cameo in the credits. So, and this, I think, drives a lot of people that play this game like up a wall. Like, Yuna technically gets away with all of this. And the reason he does is because the game got released in a bit of an unfinished state where, they were not able to do everything they wanted with it. Because initially it was planned to at least, in the ending cutscene, have something happen to Yuna. So, he gets a reckoning for his actions, but we never got to see that. So he literally gets away with all the stuff that he does throughout the game and before, which leaves a lot of us very unhappy, because by the gods, I think everybody of us wants to get their hands around that guy's throat at one point or another. Here we go. We also did a little bit of shopping, sold a couple things, and we loaded up on soul gems. Now, you might know soul gems from the other games. It's basically an accessory that you can equip, and what it does is whenever one of your characters, or one of the character that has a soul gem equipped gets killed, they automatically get revived again. And that is basically the saving grace for the end of the run, because we are starting to be very underleveled again, so we are very easily killed by basically anything the bosses will throw at us. So we really need something to be able, to survive the fight still. And the soul gems are literally the only thing that are able to keep us alive throughout the encounters here. So we loaded up on them, bought as many of them as we could, and they are the only thing getting us through the last couple of boss fights that we have to do from here.
Thanks for letting me know it was 45 minutes out. I got distracted when I went over there to say something.
I mean, it's a good point. Instead of experimenting to create an endless, could have just bought a lot of soul gems for the people he sacrifices to the cannonade. I guess that could have worked as well. If you think about it. I guess his high intellect never thought of that. Like, I mean, it's like the whole thing of, trying to create God and getting the quote-unquote recognition and fame and whatnot, or the satisfaction of being able to create unending life as a scientist that drives that particular guy. Because even though it would have technically been possible in a way, I guess, I think Yuna just wouldn't have been satisfied with sacrificing a person over and over that would just use a soul gem to come back.
Yo, Gonger's
That
up.
would not have tickled his scientific portfolio or whatever. But yeah, we've now finally made it to Chedo. Chedo being the capital of the Empire.
Nice, I got the right.
Looks a little bit destroyed, and if you remember, when Fowl finally made it here, he told Artur, one of his two dogs, to go ahead and basically wreck the capital because he's had enough of humanity. And that is basically what we're witnessing here, the destruction of Chedo, the imperial capital, at the hands of Artur. A very important item that we picked up here. It's an ivory dice, if you remember... ivory dice, sorry. If you remember... Breath of Fire 3, we also got some of them there. What they basically do is they double the experience that you get at the end of a fight. So we use that to, get a little bit more out of the boss fights that we're facing here.
Nice.
So we're just gonna use... Hell yeah. Love to see that.
Second Sias self-parry of the stream. Well, third, because Drax has got one too.
I have
he just
no doubt I'll
keeps
get another
being
one.
too god. Yeah, so we use the ivory dice like immediately at the start of the fight. And the usual things happen. We try to kill off Sias and Cray, transform Ryu, and after that, blast him with the magic. And just re-equip the soul gems as necessary.
This is not good, man.
Oh my god.
I need him to physical Sias right now.
Like, why are they so tanky? Like, the one time you want them to die and they just don't? So obviously, we're attacking with Ryu to start getting the damage in on Artur, but ideally we would like to bring in Ursula and Nina as well, but for that, Sias and Cray have to die first. Alright, there's Cray going. Yeah, there goes one soldier. Wait, did she use it, soldier, or did she revive on her own?
She revived on
She
her
used
own.
Soldier.
Sias is still alive on turn 5.
Oh my god.
I also appreciate that we
Like-
have the same doggo, just a slightly different shade.
Yeah.
Ursula
Reuse those
has an
assets.
ability.
Go for it, sorry.
Ursula has an ability that sometimes she just auto revives, even without a soul gem. Which
Yeah,
can
that's
save
something
you
that-
some of them.
It's something that Ursula has, like, that's unique and innate to Ursula.
Doesn't one of the masters give you the ability to as well?
Oh, that's a good question. Been a while since I played the game casually, so I honestly can't remember. But hey, Sai is finally a bit the dust.
Oh, I forgot to put a soul gem on her. She's gonna die.
It would have been funny if Jaxus was in the one crew fight right about now.
Getting
Can I have
close,
both the puppies on
sort of.
screen? Oh, it's not that far off. Making the way through the river. Come on, Ursula, just get up. Damn it.
Oh crap! Did I forget to put that back? Oops.
Nice. We love to see shield. This is probably one of the worst auteur fights I've had pretty much ever.
Really feels like the game is just pulling out all the stops now for the finale. Oh my god.
Oh, I missed. So soul gems, I guess, are like the manly clothes from previous entry. How did we end up getting such a massive amount? Do they just sell them in a store?
You can just buy them at the start of chapter 4.
You buy them, you sell one really expensive accessory at the beginning of chapter 4, and then you can buy 29 of them.
I see.
Now you would think that is a lot, but tell me, at the end of the run, we probably will have barely any of them left.
I mean, yeah, when you die to to a stiff breeze, they do kind of go quickly.
Yep.
Well, the other thing is that we're not healing. Like, that's the more important part, is that they're also so that I don't have to spend time healing anybody. They just always auto-revive.
True. Yeah, I guess your levels are high enough that if you did bother healing, you could stay alive, but it would just take longer to burst the bosses down since you're going for combos.
Yeah, and it's also
at
like
that
on
point,
in the final boss, there's the AP becomes a huge factor for both Nina and Ryu.
Yeah.
So
and you don't really have the resources to regenerate the AP, so it's really just, you have a set amount of turns basically to get that fight over, otherwise you run out of AP and then you're like in a huge pile of poo.
Oh, don't
Hey,
troll.
that was our tour. Oh, chicken coop. Drex's side, let's see how he does. Oh god. Yeah. That's the chicken crawling that I remember.
It could have gone worse, but my goodness, it didn't want to go where I wanted it to at first. I thought I was going to be threatening to eat chicken tonight.
I am going to be eating chicken tonight. And mine was great. That was one of the best chicken coop minigames I've had ever.
I was way too tired. Pizza it was. Pizza it will be.
The other thing I don't understand is, why does this guy here ask Nina, why do I recognize you? Like,
I think that's supposed to be... I think it's actually supposed to make sense, but I've never figured it out. Like, maybe it's an NPC that we talked to or ran into or ran past at a certain point in the game.
Lost in translation type thing, yeah.
I feel like at one point I might have known, actually, but it seems like something Zeal might know.
Fair. Zeal probably would know.
Well, luckily, Kray's on 1 health at the moment, so whatever happens, he's dying first turn.
Silver lining.
Especially if I keep going
Yeah.
the wrong way.
It's a good feel on against 1 and 2. Yeah.
So we're having a little bit of character development for Ursula here. This is her grandfather, who was like one of the generals in the army as well. He basically just tells her to, there's more than the army and war and whatnot.
Yeah, because he's a general, he knows pretty much the entire plot line of like the Imperial Army was trying to capture Ryu. He's the Yore dragon.
All right, final dungeon time. We have made it to the castle. You know where
Sure
Fowl
have.
is? We're just gonna take the elevator all the way down, and we'll be done in 5 minutes.
Just kidding.
Just trying to give me a slight heart attack. It's okay. 5 minutes? What?
Sorry. We're still like half an hour or so out.
At least. The final boss itself is probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've been kind of like trying to keep tabs by looking at El Magus's run and comparing.
Okay, well, he had like the god final boss, so don't
did
use
he?
that. Yes.
Okay.
That's why his splits suddenly go. They're like minus 2 minutes, minus 2 minutes, and then it's minus 5 minutes, minus
Gold,
8
gold,
minutes.
gold. Yeah,
On the last 2 bosses.
the thing has been buffering so bad, I really wasn't able to look at the splits. I was just kind of looking at the timer on it. I'll disregard that information. Oops.
Yeah, like the final dungeon itself isn't too bad. Like it's long-ish, and obviously we have to run from a couple of fights because of course we do. But it's really like what is at the end of it that instills dread and fear in everybody running this game. But we'll get there when we get there. In the meantime, Drexus is fighting one crew. Maybe it's a gander at how that fight is progressing over there. Missed the start of it. Seems to be
going
going
relatively
fine.
well at the moment.
Yeah. Sias and Curia down.
Yeah, both Kray and Sias died first turns, so made life slightly quicker.
I mean, quite literally, seeing as they are dead.
Oh, Sanctuary, free turn. Don't mind if I do.
Nice. Yeah, again, Sanctuary is an ability that I want to say that nearly all bosses from here on out can use. It basically cancels all kinds of buffs that you have applied to your party. Which you would think is bad, but we really don't put any on anyway, so it's basically like a free turn for us. So if anything, you really just want to see more bosses use Sanctuary all the time.
And like that. I don't want no Blizzard.
All too bad, because it's getting cold.
Oh yes, she didn't use a soul gem for it. Nice.
Yeah, that ability on Ursula, it can trigger quite a lot actually, which really saves you on the soul gem usage. Which again, we have a lot of them. But they will quickly start to run out once we get into the actual final bosses of the game.
It's just a bit painful this one because I only have 3 of them to play with at the moment until I get to...
Chapter 4.
There we go. 1 coup down quick.
Nice. The reward is You get it to go into a tomb. Yay! Don't forget the ambrosia if you haven't picked it up yet.
Oh, I grabbed it before the boss today just because I was paranoid I'd forget it.
Yeah, like ambrosia is really like one of the most important items you want to pick up for the final boss gauntlet. Because again, it's like the only thing that you can use to heal Ryu's dragon forms, which is kind of important for the last boss fights. But yeah, back on Countdown stream, we are now into the Dragon fight. Dragon is a interesting boss where he regenerates all of his HP every turn until you disable that regenerative ability.
I've just made casual players very, very jealous.
I got a Chopam.
Yeah, Chopam.
The bane of collectors everywhere.
Unfortunately, okay, good. I was like, please tell me my microphone actually muted properly, because sometimes I hit that button on the front, it doesn't do anything. Oh, neat. They just ranted on stream.
Ooh, I meant to wisdom fruit and Ryu here. Let's definitely do that. There was something in the back of my mind, just like, I know I've forgotten something.
Yeah, going to the next boss fight without any AP on Ryu. Bit of a tough call. Yeah, Gauntlet has been able to disable Dragon's healing ability. You can kind of see that by every time you get a hit with a little star icon on it. You need to get 5 of those, and that will disable the healing ability, and then you can actually, start properly fighting the boss and dealing damage. Oh, yeah, right. It also has 30,000 HP. Sorry, I said 15,000. 15,000 is what he regenerates every turn. But he actually has 30,000, so pull that. Other than that, pretty straightforward fight, though. It's not a lot going on. Also like a boss that's, on the way to like the final boss gauntlet. Just kind of have to get through.
Thank you, Ershin.
Thank God it is.
Very close.
It's like, it's kind of cute when Ershin tries to assist you and deal a little bit more damage to it, but like in the speedrun, it really just wastes time because you actually get no real benefit out of the assist. I mean, in this instance, it even dealt 0 damage, but even if not, like the damage is so pitiful that it really makes no difference whatsoever. Oh yeah, back from Drax. Oh man, we're just ping-pong bosses here. We're now into the 1 and 2 boss fight.
So somebody in chat is asking why the party members have to be killed every time. I believe it's for EXP, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. We are basically trying to funnel all the experience we get into Rio, Nina, and Ursula, and depending also into Ershin. But Prey and Sias like really fall off very quickly when it comes to the speedruns, so we really don't use them a lot. And since the XP that you get at the end of a fight gets distributed to all the party members that are alive at the end of a fight, we're just killing off those two so that the others get more experience. Because again, we are very under-leveled throughout most of the run. Like we do that one grinding session against the bots roughly at the start of chapter 3. But other than that, we basically take no extra encounters other than, you know, the ones that we have to fight, like the bosses. So whenever we do get experience on those fights, we want to try and funnel that towards the characters that we're actually using. That is why we kill off some of our party members in the boss fights. As you might have noticed, but Countdown is collecting these differently colored charms. They kind of act like keys around the castle. You need them to be able to break certain barriers that impede your progress. You have to find 3 of them: the blue, the red, the yellow, and the red ones. And then you can make your way to the bottom of the castle here.
Funnily enough, you don't actually have to pick up the blue one.
I was actually
It's
kind
straight
of
past it.
debating if you really need to after I said it, and I was like, wait, do you actually need to pick it up? And I was like, yeah, no, you actually don't. It's
No,
fine.
I just pick it up out of habit, which is a bad habit apparently. Because I'm
Yeah, I
always
think you
like,
really only need.
if you're in
ahead.
PvP, you're like, I can't remember if I need this or not.
True.
You
Yeah,
don't
I think
wanna
you
be
actually
without
only need
it.
the blue charm, so you can go easily back to the start or something, if I remember correctly.
I think it's also to get the dragon equipment.
Oh, right, yeah.
Actually,
Because
don't know if
obviously,
there's
this
a
being the
shortcut
last
thing.
dungeon of the game, of course, it has the dragon equipment for Ryu in it somewhere. But I just find it so funny when you get the red charm, or how you get the red charm. Like, you know, you're basically opening that door from the other side with it. It's like, huh? He's just there, and then you go to this double door down there where the seal is on the other side of the door, and it just opens it. It's almost like it wasn't intended to be opened that way. I don't know. I find it a bit weird. But yeah, sorry, because of that rant, I kind of forgot about the boss fight happening on Drex's side, who is still fighting the 2 dice, 1 and 2. One of them is immune against physical attacks. I think that is 2. And one of them is invulnerable against magic attacks. And I think that would be 1 in this case. So that is why we're transforming into Kaiser Dragon here. So we can use Kaiser Breath that kind of bypasses those immunities and is able to damage both of them. And then we just do the usual magic shenanigans to kill off the other one. And then Wonku comes back and gives you his beat. You can actually use the elevator. Or, not really an elevator, is it? That weird block that you're riding there. But kind of elevator-ish to get out of the tomb on the other side. But yeah, final boss gauntlet approaching for countdown here. So I want to say like, I don't know, 20-ish minutes? 15 maybe?
It's probably 20 to 25.
Nah, yeah,
Depends how much
there's still the
violence Palu
yeah,
chooses.
there's still the cutscenes before all of that. Yeah. But yeah, we basically made it to the throne room finally, and Fowl just immediately blasts all of your party to oblivion because obviously he only wants to meet with Ryu. So he can be made whole again? Because remember, the Yori dragon is, the deity that the Empire was trying to summon to this world like 500-ish years or so ago. Didn't go quite as they planned. That is why the Yori dragon got split into two. One half being Fowl, the other half being Ryu, who just got to this world. So, Fowl just wants to go ahead and connect with this other half, become whole again, and then just, I guess, wipe out humanity or something because of all the bad experiences he's had so far. Whereas Ryu is like more of a pro-lifer, I guess. It doesn't really give into Fowl's demands and plans and whatnot. But also, yeah, this is this inconsistency we were talking about earlier, where you're riding down this elevator block, down.
Yep.
But then the very next scene, you're riding it up. It was like, huh? How is this architecture working, actually? All right, so final fight number 1. This is the one-on-one duel between Fowl and Ryu. It's really not as much of a duel as it's more like an endurance test. You have to, so I think it's 5 turns until Fowl uses a specific ability and basically ends that fight.
That's right.
But you have to survive until that point, and that is the hard-ish part.
That's why I've been carrying the manly clothes this whole time, so I don't have to blow through 3 or 4 soul gems.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of weird that, you have to survive until a certain point. Like, basically every other attack would be able to kill you, so why doesn't it just end the fight then and there? But no, you have to see this one specific move from Fowl. Oh, parry is good. Parry is very nice in this fight, actually.
Only if I can get 3 more.
Oh yeah, Fowl is just going ahead monologuing. Oh, that was 3 turns. A rip from manly clothes. He will be missed.
Nice counter.
That's gonna make a difference. He uses white out, and that ends the fight. And now this is the part where you can technically screw up your speedrun, because, if you've seen which category we're running here, we're running true ending. So we're not going for the bad ending, because that is something that you could do at this point. Because what's happening now is Fowl and Ryu are having a little bit of a conversation here, what they have experienced leading up to this point in time. And, they're reminiscing about what they've done, what events they've experienced here. Like, Ryu a little bit more on the good side, whereas Fowl probably more bad experiences he's had so far. So Fowl kind of has lost hope into humanity, if you will, and just kind of wants to go ahead and eradicate the place. And it is up to Ryu to, does he want to stop this, or does he just want to go ahead and fuse with Fowl and become the Yori dragon again under Fowl's command, if you will, and go through with his plans? And you get to choose through dialogue options what you want to do, but it's not really clear what they mean. Like, I think none of this is just yes or no. It's like a maybe, and I think just a ... And you have to go ahead and select the maybe 3 times. I think 2 is actually enough.
You just have to do it the one time, and it gives you the option to slap away his hand.
Yeah.
Actually, I think if you only do it once, you don't slap his hand away. You just kind of shake your head and don't grab it.
Mm.
Anyway,
but
I
yeah,
like the slap animation, so I'm just going to make sure I say I don't know every time.
But yeah, basically, if you don't do that, then Ryu would fuse with Fowl, And then you would be on the bad ending track. And what would happen there is you would be the Yori dragon. And obviously your friends can't have that happening. So they would stand up against you. But since you are this absolutely powerful, godly being, you would just go ahead and completely obliterate them. The Yori dragon has like 10,000 HP or, quadruple 9. And he regenerates as much HP every single turn. So he's literally unkillable. Like your whole team can't dish out that much damage. And you would just kill off your whole party. And that would be the end. That would be a very bad end. And because it's also a little bit too easily achievable, we don't speedrun it because, we've come this far. So obviously we want to have the true ending experience. And that is obviously why we are going to go into the last 2 real boss fights, which are actually quite hard. Not gonna lie. They are a thing.
The thing about the bad ending too is like it's pretty deterministic. You can pretty easily, I'm sure we could figure out a way to consistently kill off our entire party such that you could just like add a chunk of time, like split for the last room and then add a chunk of time and like basically calculate. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind.
When you said, oh, I was like, wait, what did you select?
He's just about to demonstrate what happens if you do the bad ending.
That would be, oh my god. Like, what would we even do at this point? Like, would we switch to Dragon Quarter or would we reload the last save to come back here?
I saved right before the final boss.
Okay.
It's kind of really weird at this bit here. If you change to Ryu before climbing the ladder, you can skip having to wait until Cray climbs up.
Time save?
Yeah. Micro time saves. So otherwise you've literally got to wait until everyone climbs the ladder before it will let you actually cut at the thing.
You know what they say? They add up over a run.
I think I'm going to take it slow and steady with what we got, so.
Second out of the 3 last boss fights, Tyrant. Oh my god, what Ooh, yeah, this guy can put you through the ringer for sure. Now, Tyrant actually has, I want to say, an ability where he cycles through his elemental weaknesses every turn. Now, of course, the game doesn't tell you what that elemental weakness is, so you have to manually keep track of it. But it technically doesn't matter that much until one very specific turn where we might opt to swap out some party members to make use of it. But generally, we're just, going through the motions on our side here. But it really depends on what Tyrant is throwing our way in terms of damage that we have to deal with. Because keep in mind, once Ryu is transformed into a dragon, there is no way for us to heal him. Unless we use one of the 2 ambrosias that we have. So we basically have 2 heals for Ryu throughout this fight and the next one, which is important. So we kind of want to go ahead and end this fight as fast as we can. The problem is, of course, that Tyrant has about 60,000 HP, which is double the amount of, one crew that we find earlier. And even Dragon. I think Arthur has like 43,000, so he's a little bit closer to that. But what I'm trying to say is it's a massive amount of HP that we're trying to go through here. So we also want, of course, Bonina to go ahead and combo off of the other 2 so we can deal even a little bit more damage, which she kind of doesn't do as often as we would like her to. Yeah, Malefication inflicts a couple of status ailments on your party if it hits. So luckily it didn't here, which is good. It's nice to see. We are hoping for a lot of sanctuaries.
So we want Malefication and Sanctuary as much as possible.
Yeah.
Mainly Malefication because Ryu is inspired right now, which gives him plus 20% wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, like we said, Sanctuary basically eradicates all buffs that are on your party, which, yeah, it isn't too bad, but then again, Ryu would lose out on a little bit of damage at this point, which over a couple turns, of course, can add up. But you want to see either of those two moves and hopefully none of the others that you can use because they deal a lot of damage. Or, you know, you can just physically attack somebody and instantly kill them. Also possible.
Hello.
Hello. But you're really just hoping that he doesn't damage Ryu as much, so the Dragon Transformation gets into the next fight in good shape. If you have to use, you probably have to use one Ambrosia here nearing the end of the fight, which is fine. But if he just keeps on focusing Ryu, things can turn sour very, very quickly.
I went for Supernova, but he outsped me. Way to go.
Yeah.
God game.
Supernova.
On the first turn here, Tyrant has a Earth weakness, which we can make use of by swapping in Ershin, because he has a Earth Elemental spell at this point to try and squeeze in a little bit more damage. But it is kind of risky because Ershin is kind of slow, so there's a high chance of Tyrant going first and then messing up the combo by either killing somebody or things happening. So sadly, Ershin didn't combo into Ryu. As also that was missing. But then after that, we just go back to the usual combo of Ursula, Ryu, Nina.
Okay, will I hit a full combo? Turn
that's
4,
always
still
the
haven't
big
hit a full
question, isn't
combo.
it?
Nope.
I'm
you're
gonna say
getting
no.
3/4. Yeah. My money's on 3/4.
Like, I think the
Nina!
worst thing that really can happen. Oh, did
You
do it?
mean Nunya combo? Yeah, that is her name now, isn't it?
I mean, like we established, she is a sleeper agent of Team Nina.
Hasn't done a good enough job.
She's saving up her strength for Dragon Quarter.
I think the worst thing that Tyrant can actually do is like physically attack Ryu at this point, because I think it deals the most damage to him.
Whenever
So
we're
the
getting close to
magic-
time, just let us know as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's still another fight after this, so I think we're like a good 10 minutes away from that. For Team Ryu.
I'll be chilling here regardless. Can't get rid of me that easy.
I'm still learning Dragon Quarter.
Yeah. I get to do quarter of a game, isn't it neat?
Oh my god.
Lucky you.
Imagine if it was a quarter of a marathon.
With the way that some things have happened, it has felt like a quarter of a marathon.
I mean, I think a thing that we can all agree on, like, if your Dragon Quarter run takes up a quarter of this relay time, things have gone astronomically bad.
I would literally have to not save and die on the final boss.
I think 6 times.
If yeah, and I think I'm just gonna grab some extra save tokens, and I'm gonna take this extremely safe. Considering what I've seen happen to other people, I'm like, I'm gonna bonk something really dumb, and it's gonna kill me.
So far, I get to see any of the footage for the tutorial of Frog, so I think you're safe.
Yeah, that tutorial is really good.
It is.
But we can we'll big ups it during the Dragon Quarter section because I learned this in like 2 months, so you can do it too.
Trying. Oh, not 2 months.
Kind of. Yeah.
But one thing that you really have to remember in the fight here is, like, always have your soul gems equipped on your characters. Like, you do not want to waste time, trying to revive any characters, especially because you probably also don't have that many Ammonias at this point. So forgetting to equip a soul gem on a character can be kind of catastrophical.
you remember all the way back to the light beam puzzle, the room after that, there's a hidden treasure chest with 2 ammonias in that I get as a backup.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a couple of safety chests of ammonias I could have picked up and I haven't.
Gotta risk it to get Nina back on track.
And for the biscuit.
Okay, show me one full combo, please, before my dragon runs out of HP. Or MP. Both.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, running out of MP on that first one's kind of rough.
I think at this
Okay,
point we
he's
have
done.
like 1 wisdom fruit that we can use.
Yeah, I have 1.
I meant to use it at the start of the astral form.
Yep.
All right, that is Tyrant down, so we have still 1 more boss fight to go through.
That wasn't terrible, even with the terrible combos. It was only
I mean,
a
you
couple
still
of
have-
turns slower, but just lots of like having to check soul gems, and
You still have both ambrosias too, don't you?
I sure do. Well, you get an I have the 1 ambrosia. You get another one for beating Tyrant, but yeah, now I have 2.
I mean, yeah.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
probably need to like start the fight ambrosia.
But yeah, it is not completely uncommon for Tyrant just, absolutely botting you and you using at least, the 1 ambrosia that you have at this point, and then also dragging Ryu's HP down so far that you basically have to use the second one immediately at the start of the next fight. So you're really in bad shape if that happens. But yeah, here's Astral. He is the final boss of the game. And for some reason, they changed his design from the earlier transformations when you were controlling Fulu. I guess because he has become more evil or more powerful, over the course of the game. And that is why it changed. But yeah, final boss time. And, well, technically, we're just doing the same thing we did so far. Where we're using Ursula, Ryu, and Nina for the combos. And then just hope and pray.
Not a full
Yeah,
combo, at least. I think Nina has anything to say about it.
Yeah, right. I had purposely
fair.
had Cray act first because Cray is extremely slow, and so the boss always outspeeds him and uses a spell that puts everybody at 1 HP. So I had him use Moon Tears and guaranteed that he went after the boss. Just as like a, easy first turn.
Yeah, so Moon Tears are like a full heal and status restore. So since Soul Rend puts everybody at 1 HP, that just immediately gets them all back up into a fighting condition, and then just use the Wisdom Fruit with Nina on Ryu, and now it's basically a race against time. Like, we don't have any AP regeneration items at this point anymore, I think.
I have an extra Wisdom Fruit somehow. I don't know how that works.
Oh, okay. I mean, that is very good. That is very good, actually.
Might be worth mentioning I'm probably under an hour from the end of the run myself now.
I'll give Rex a little poke.
So yeah, Rex is already in chapter 4 now as well. On his way to the end. Wait, it's probably more like 45-ish minutes, maybe?
We'll see how well this goes.
Actually making some good time here in the run. Well, if you compare this to the start.
Yep. I'll have to focus on my run though and get one of my 2 commentators to keep Rex abreast of the situation. Thankfully, Ashen's doing the restreaming, so all I gotta do is pull Rex in here. And then he'll probably run away because he wants to actually focus.
I don't know anything about the story, but I can do it.
But Astral can use Soul Rend again over the course of the fight, which can be a little bit dicey if he keeps doing it. But more importantly, it doesn't kill you. It just sets everybody at 1 HP, which yeah, that was well. But I think the big thing to look out for is like Power Flux, which deals a bunch of damage to your whole party. Hello.
Yeah. Hello indeed.
Oh, wait, there we go.
just waking us up a bit, making sure we're gonna go down. Yeah, that's right. I don't have to add Rex. He's a mod.
Oh, I didn't even realize this stream was in here too.
Yeah, we're using this to get the commentary out.
I don't have to get. No, I don't have to get 2 minutes of ads.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've been restreaming it in here for most of it. Every once in a while, I forget to ping it.
I'm about 5 minutes from the end, by the way, guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the fight is looking pretty good so
Maybe-
far.
maybe
I don't think I've
less.
seen a single power flux so far.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything, but this fight's going really well. That's why I reminded myself to say something.
He has
about
been
timing.
very, very amicable. Like, you normally don't see a fight go this, but, you know, I'm probably just jinxing it if I say anything more at this point.
I mean, I'm just chilling on the start screen, and then I'll wait out the minute and start up. So.
Go.
But I think it's safe to say that, like, really nothing really bad can happen anymore at this point, because he's still stocked up on soul gems. He still has both ambrosias. He still has another wisdom fruit somehow. So.
Oh no,
I think
plenty
we're
can
in
go
pretty
wrong.
good shape.
The problem is he's baton passing to me, so that's where all of it's gonna go wrong.
All right, well, I managed to only lose like 40 minutes. So, you still have another 40 to go, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be playing pretty heavy on the saves, so that if I do get dunked on, I only lose like max 5 to 10 minutes. Luckily, there's enough save tokens to be pretty liberal with them, if you're willing to go out of your way for a couple extra.
And they don't sell for anything either.
Yeah. The save tokens are a whopping 5 Xenia pop, so...
Oh my god.
Yeah. You can't even buy a meat for that. The only reason you'd sell them is mainly to just get them out of your inventory, so something else can be in that slot.
Well, actually, if you get the Duke's pattern for the first danger room, let's see, it's 10, 30, 30, 50, and
Oh, the money drops?
the 30s, those Dukes can drop bombs, so that's 30 per, and like if you sell the save token, that puts you at 270, and so that 30 brings you down to 240, which means you can spend the entire 240 on the last 3 bombs. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you'd mentioned it, but I didn't quite understand the math. I was like, whatever you say, Rex. You're right, but I don't...
The math can line up so that 5 matters, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the one time that 5 Xenia actually matters.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
Just so Astral actually go ahead and use Soul Rend there, which actually also said Ryu's HP 2-1, which can be very dicey because, again, keep in mind, we have 2 Ambrosias maximum at this point, which are able to heal Ryu. Otherwise, you know, if you are out of Ambrosias at this point, like, he is very much in death territory. And if you don't have the Dragon transformation anymore, and you're only halfway through the fight or so, you are in a rough spot. But yeah, luckily not too bad. Kanda was just immediately able to use that Ambrosia to get Ryu back up. And I think we're like in the last quarter of the fight, roughly, HP-wise. I haven't been counting, so I'm not completely sure. But I think the fight has been going on for a little while now that we are almost done with it.
Yeah, I think one or two more full combos.
Yeah,
So,
it should do it.
get ready.
Meanwhile, Drax is over at Archer.
There's the power flux. When it doesn't matter.
And that's like the thing that you have to be mindful of because it deals a bunch of damage to your party. If you could just keep spamming that, it's like very easily. You also have to use an Ambrosia early. think it's his most damaging attack overall. You know, apart from Soren, which obviously just sets your HP at 1, but you know, that's a bit of cheating. I still got 18 soul gems left, so looking very good over here. You can kind of see the damage difference it does when Nina actually joins in on the combo. It's like almost doubles the damage you do with that last hit. Well, not doubles, but yeah, it adds a good chunk.
Nice malification, man. This is the easiest astral of my life.
Gotta happen sometime.
Ursula's at 20 MP. I think this should be it. Definitely getting close.
It's unfortunate. Ursula's probably dead. I know. Hopes and prayers. That's keeping her alive. Okay.
All right. Gonna wait out the 1 minute timer, and we'll start at 9:29.
Woo!
All right.
Run.
GG's to countdown.
GG.
Ursula lives.
Rapid fire
GG.
for done. Well, for Team Ryu.
Yeah, I was a wild run. A lot of escape fails. Losing probably 3 minutes to the Phantom that put me to sleep. 21st or 22nd try bot encounter.
Yeah, that was rough. But yeah, it was like a solid second half of the run.
Yeah, the second half was
Overall?
pretty good. Yeah, after the bot grind, I felt good about that.
Yeah, quickly talking over the end there for Breath of Fire 4 is like, you know, at this point, like Fowl basically rescinds his powers to Ryo, who becomes like the full Yori dragon. And he basically goes ahead and banishes all of the Endless out of the world so they can return to wherever he strips them of their powers so they can actually die and move on and not just, you know, hang around this otherworldly plane for them. And yeah, that's established earlier. Yuna gets away because the ending is kind of unfinished. And then Ryu just lives out the rest of his days as a normal person. Yeah. The end.
The end. I am.
And then we can
Michael
watch it all again on Drex's side.
Yeah, we get to watch it all again on Drex's side. We see Sid start up. This goes pretty quick, but in short, Ryu is this is a big case system. Ryu's 8,192nd. So he is a small ratio. He works for the local ranger outfit, and this is Bo, or rather Bosch, that we meet. He is our first NPC companion, and then we run right back out, and you'll see this kind of, you know, gritty industrial sort of thing because we are a full kilometer underground here in Dragon Quarter. As Sid runs to the slums to go buy some stuff.
Yeah, the game is nice enough to start us with a free revive item. We spit in its face and sell it for explosives and food.
Yes, much fresh meat.
Yep. This game has an overworld combat system where you can use traps. It's called pets. And the meat and bombs are tools that will help us pretty quickly with regards to manipulating monsters. You can see all your encounters. And like any game like that, if you swing your weapon or kick at or what have you a monster, you get the initiative. And so you will see, you know, once we start entering combats in a bit, you will see us using those tools to try and make sure that we start
Yeah, you'll see me try. Rex will be doing it right. I'm gonna be like whiffing at air.
Yeah, so I
Stupid
already have a
hitbox.
criticism. I already have a criticism.
Oh no!
You have to go. You want to go left around the pillar in the low sector burrow, not the right
Yeah,
side.
I started pivoting to the right for. I don't know why. I just started doing it without really thinking about it.
Maybe that's your low sector burrow 2 muscle memory.
It's
you have to go on the outside in low sector burrow second time.
Nuggets. Start? Yes,
yeah,
we
great
are.
Start. We got a nugget fight.
Oh, come on! You could at least hit Bosch. Blech.
Nope.
Stupid enemies are stupid.
So the game has a runaway system.
Give me that back.
That we don't want to use because it takes away a chunk of our money. Thankfully, we have no money because of what we bought at the beginning. So it's nice the first few times, but it can start to hurt us. And obviously,
you lose 10% of your money when you use penalty retreat.
I'm more worried about the HP I lost getting kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you've spent all your money already, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. The first couple is fine.
Of course.
Another extra fresh feet.
Being a little bit greedy here, trying to pick up some extra party EXP because sometimes I mess up the initial fights.
Well, that escape is worth exactly a bomb.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
It's actually at 1.5. I think it sells for 120.
I thought it was 80. I know AP plus is. I know AP plus is like 1 1/2 or whatever.
There's that extra party EXP.
125 or something.
So, in terms of routing, where like this isn't an RPG with step routes, this is not, but this is an RPG where there are 2 monster layouts for each floor, and 2 item box layouts / content sets for each floor. And so when the skill in managing the game tends to come from being able to recognize and take advantage of those 2 differences, but there are only there and like things will wiggle around inside of that space. So for example, the monsters can either be on the left, hunt around that thing, or they can be in the way here. And so you see, you have to manage them. It's a little close there to manage not to get in a fight, but manage. But
and also
it does it that fine.
And also their behavior can be completely different.
Yep. In one set, a group of enemies can be there, and in one side they'll rush you, and the other side they'll run away. And it's just like, which enemy pattern did you get? So this is the more involved pattern for this floor. And unfortunately,
I do not want him dying.
Yeah, we're gonna have coming up is one of 7, I believe, danger rooms in the run where the game does not let you out until you've killed everything. And that means this is why we bought the resources, because we don't have a choice but to kill everything. For optimality, we're trying to kill everything in the first round of combat, right? Like with them eating a meat, right? Like that is the ideal. Obviously, that doesn't always happen. But
yeah, I switched to Bosch here because he can actually do damage, where Ryu is like, huh?
Yeah,
this is why I wanted the extra EXP, so that when I screw these up eventually, I can still hit level 6, and the first boss isn't super awful.
Yep. This is Bosch is definitely the carry for the first dungeon. Now we're going to see some more meat management, and also kind of trying to herd these enemies into place.
Okay. I might get a nice chunk of EXP out of this.
That
assuming
looks good.
I can. Yeah,
and you get the bombs. Okay. Yeah, enemies have physics, as do the stuff you place down. All right. No, that wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't perfect, but
this is a good start for me. I'll take what I can get.
You're getting experience from big enemies, so it's all good.
This one is actually pretty important. Normally, that other little fuzzball stays to the side, and you get like 47 party EXP out of that. But with that setup, I get 70 instead. So I'm up on party EXP. I might even be able to hit level 7.
Yeah,
which isn't super important, but it does give me some extra gas.
So with the nugget pattern on that danger room, if you get like any other XP drop, you are hitting level 7.
Yeah,
if you get everything right anyway.
I got like a 10 drop somewhere, and I think I got it twice too.
Yeah, that might not be enough with how the first group went. I'm not sure.
I did. I think I lost like 5 to 10. I can't remember how much cycling the turn is.
But this cutscene we're about to skip is kind of the lore important one. Despite Ryu being very low class, he connects with the being in this room, which is a massive hulk of biomass. That kind of looks like a dragon.
Yeah, it's the remains of Ajin, as they pronounced it.
Yep. But yeah,
it's technically linked. It is technically linked with him right now, but for some reason it doesn't like truly kick in until later.
Yeah, you can see in the upper right we've gained something. We've gained something that will consternate us later.
We got a glowing block.
It's a secret tool that will help us later and hurt us later.
I ask a question about that.
That is
actually.
when
I was going through the tutorial that Rexton made, what happens when you hit 100% before?
Oh,
you die.
Insta reset.
So the game will give you 3 choices. It will let you go back to your last save point. It will let you go back to your last save point in one way. Go back to your save point go back to the beginning of the game instead, right? Like keeping, in both those cases, you keep some of the resources you had, or the game's over, right? Like, so additionally, this game does not let you actively copy save files. This is a game where, in concept, you get one run at a time. So like if you die to something or you overuse your meter, you are put in a position where you have to go back to your last save or not. Now, like I said, you keep some of the resources from that. Like the game's actual intended grind loop, which we won't be using. It's a roguelike style grind where you make a save point, use your meter, bank some of the experience you got, reset to the thing, and that the reset part is free. So it's just like you're supposed to. And this was like in 2002, nobody knows how to do this if you aren't a computer, like a wizardry player, right? Like you're supposed to grind, reset, and take small advantages until you're powerful enough to get past the next segment. That is the built concept of the game. We absolutely won't do that. We don't have the time.
In short, you die.
Yeah, in short, you die. Right, like that's
your run's done.
For our purposes, the run would be done for sure.
Okay.
We don't save generally. But yes, it is a complicated way to say you die. Now that said, Sid is coming up on the first boss. What happened was we were supposed to, Cyclops. We were supposed to, plot-wise, we were supposed to help carry a package from point A to point B. That's what we were doing. We're doing escort duty, right? We get level 7 here. That's good. That's better than the lowest possible. So that gives us a little more safety. Not as good as level 8, but it'll do. But that plane was rated by revolutionaries, right? Like, and so we have all crashed out. We are all alone, and this big genic, they're called biological creations, has decided that it's really angry at us and possibly that little girl on the ground with red wing-like things coming out of her back. So
yeah. That Cyclops is actually like one of Trinity's genics. Okay. They call it a war genic. Like in that cutscene with the train, she chases them down, shoots them down, and then the Cyclops that they have,
right? And we see
because they want her.
Yeah. Later we do see that Trinity has more war genics, so that makes sense. Fight wise, this is it's 1v1, so we're trading blows, but the game has a secret weapon, right? Like I know it's more complicated.
I got a lucky drop here. Normally this is a lot more complex. I got the power boost. Yeah,
I got the power boost. Okay, so we're gonna be.
That's why I went because I got it.
So normally,
that's
if you don't have
better
any
for
other
us.
tools, So normally, if you don't have any tools, you the enemy will switch the way that they do damage. They start kind of like charging, then hitting, and so we in turn kind of counter by charging and swinging. But then if you get them below half health, they switch into murder mode, and you don't have much time to kill them. With extra power, we were able to do that quickly. We gained access to an actual capability. This is the D-dash. We will be using it liberally for the next 5 minutes, and after that it will become a tool that will still be useful, but we have to be careful because it uses up our meter.
It's free for now, so we're gonna take advantage of it.
Control wise, this is actually a little sticky. You have to let go of the button before you hit the door. Right, like as a speed tech. Here we beat Lynn, which is to say cat. right, like the cat of this game. She was a Trinity. She was one of the Trinity people that raided our train, but right now we're all kind of working together to survive. So it's Ryu, Nina, and Kat are here together as the team, and we are going to dash through a bunch of stuff. Hopefully, get some resources. The money is fairly tight early.
Money
And it is
EXP.
spider time.
And it's spider time. This is the second danger room of the run, and it has
It
two
is the worst
patterns,
one.
and they're what's one of the hardest. All right, we got the possible task pattern, but we're not interested in that game. So we
Oh no, the throw!
I'm gonna have to buy extra seriously?
Oof.
It used
the other bomb.
Footloose on the floor? I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, that's a super rare thing.
I'm gonna I think I either didn't know or forgot about that.
Oh, what am I doing? Why'd I let go?
God.
Oh dear God.
Why'd you let go?
I know
I can survive this. It's just gonna
You can
take
survive
a couple
this.
of turns.
It just takes some time. That's a time loss, but we'll manage.
I kind of trapped myself in it. Yeah. Oh, good. Nina got a really quick turn here.
Good thing you had that footloose.
Yeah. I can move.
That
also,
does
it
cost
saves
us
your
something.
camera when you reset, so it's like really obnoxious.
Yep, it's a little obnoxious to do an exit.
Okay, can
because
you
of the camera.
Get in there, buddy?
Yeah,
There we go.
This is honestly the worst danger room in the game. This is technically the better of the two patterns, but like
only if you perfect it. Otherwise, it's kind of the same thing but worse.
Even if like the road to perfecting that particular room is still like a grind in itself, and even when you like get good at it, it's still like you can still bump one and it's like it can mess you up, but it is recoverable because you just try to pay attention and like get one of their attention again and then drag them into the other room. But yeah, that room, particularly the other pattern, is the worst thing in the game.
Yeah, I have focused a lot of my save state practice on that room.
The big struggle is the spiders devour meat at a speed that is
unparalleled.
Yeah,
it is the fastest in the game, and it makes it very difficult to manage them.
I think the only thing that comes close is like the snail enemies, like the hermits. Like those actually eat pretty fast.
Yeah.
One of the other things is you'll notice that I'm chucking meat or bombs sometimes, and other times I'm putting it on the ground. So if you're holding like forward a little bit, you throw, and if you're standing neutral or still, you'll set it. So I was intending to set the bomb and slap him with a sword, and I ended up throwing it because I was still moving forward. So some of that can make it a bit hard.
Yeah,
that's like the absolute class. That's like the absolute classic mistake that I will still make.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Never mind.
Sensitive.
I was looking at that like I should open that.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that one.
200 zennies.
That one it usually drops fresh meat. That's what I'm after because I'm a you
poor thing.
But
I know, right?
With 200
I only got like
you can
6
buy
bombs
25
instead.
meats. Yeah, you can buy 25 meats. Zenny can be exchanged for goods and services.
During my practice run, I got greedy with bombs and like bought 30 bombs and had like 16 meats, and I'm like, I think I've made a grievous error in judgment here.
All right, so this is if you thought the early slums were slums, like these are the more slums.
Yeah, this is called end sector for a reason. It's the end of like the entire shelter. Also, there's a giant ant in the background for some reason.
It's very cool. You're not going to see it, and here's us re-meeting up with the Ranger team. But the Ranger team is this is the twist. The Ranger team wants Nina, and Bosch is willing to fight to take her from you. But at this point, Ryu goes Super Saiyan, which is to say he turns into this game's version of a dragon, which is this biotechnical monstrosity. And it makes him unreal powerful. Oh, that's not great.
I forgot to heal her.
Okay.
No, that would have been good. Oh wait, no, because then
Lynn,
up.
Yeah,
not for me.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. So we see Bosch try to damage you and fail. Right, like
his beast blade just doesn't work.
Yeah, his beast blades just not work. Impossible. We're gonna we finally see Nina in combat. One of the things she can do is set up traps. You see that there's 3 stars for map and 3 stars for magic and 3 for traps. She's the one that gets to burn those magic stars on traps. We will be using these traps to great effect during the run in various places. They are not, however, fast. Lynn gets a bunch of kind of combo-ish capabilities, but really we're just using her to manage positioning and to knock Bosch back into our traps. And Ryu can move as far as he wants. He has access to a bunch of powerful strikes and a breath weapon. And that breath weapon, using that line capability, is going to be important for us. But Sid said perfect because every frame you hold the button down, you use meter. You lose 0.05 of your meter.
That's how that works?
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It is terrifying. It is horrifying. Right? Like, but it means that you have to get those breath feels right. It used to be that the old emulators weren't good enough, and like you can see in docs, like people discussing back in the day, the old emulators weren't good for breath. Now it's on, but it used to be.
Yeah, so that was me. That was me who said that. My opinion has already changed. I don't know if it's because my computer sucks and when I stream I lag more, but like my breaths suck now.
Suck on EMU? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It still feels pretty close to me. But anyway, so we have now rebelled against the Ranger Corps. And so now we're trying to go get Nina back to the laboratory where she came from. The medical laboratory, right? Like that is our current plot quest. The game explains to you that yes, you have a dragon meter now, and you can use your run, but it costs you. And you can use the dragon, but it costs you. And turning into the dragon, every turn as the dragon costs 1%. Turning into the dragon costs 1%. Using your strong attack is 1.5. Using your weak attack is 1. We will never use the medium attack. Breath
not
is
even
0.05. Yep, not
I
even
thought
worth
about it. I shouldn't have. No, you're right.
It's like we're not even going to talk about how much it costs. It's that useless.
Yeah, it's not worth discussing. You can figure it out. You're charging up costs you 2 meter, which is the most expensive thing on that list, and we'll be doing it quite a bit because it's very powerful. But that is the dragon form. It also has high other stats. It has infinite movement that doesn't cost AP. Yet otherwise movement costs AP in this game because it's a tactical movement game.
And you have like complete free range.
Complete free range. You have full like pull out the tape measure and measure your distance style. Yes. Tactical stuff.
So this is usually where people stop playing the game because of the D counter.
This is where you get introduced to it as a concept, and it can be.
So just to interject here real quick, Jax is just finished the first of the final boss gauntlet, so he's in the last 2 boss fights now. So about 20-ish minutes, I want to say, from the end.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, no, Draxus is getting there. This is our third danger room.
Still in this.
Okay, we got the easier pattern, I think, for this room. And
that spooked me.
We're going to manipulate all these monsters to try and get to that meat, but they can't go over the cliff. Lay down some bombs, start the fight.
Should hit. Good.
Clear out, get some dents on the enemies, and then this room we have to hybrid approach it. Bombs into dragon. And here's another one. We want to hit an exact number. Let's see how we do.
Way over. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a bit over. Yep. Just a bit outside.
I saw how tight it is during the 80% tutorial. Like, you should only be at this percent. You're using up a lot of leeway.
I have a lot of places where I can recover 0.5, like 2 or 3. If I get really lucky, I can spike a 7 cents right before Bosch 2. Mm-hmm. And that can save anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5, depending on how high my damage roll is. It's a bad idea, but
the safeties in this game, always cost time, but also where like you have like that dragon meter is an ironclad restriction. You need to have this much dragon meter by the end of the game, or you cannot power through the last bosses with our stuff.
The final bosses are impossible to kill without dragon. Absolutely.
In a speed run scenario. Right, but yeah, so here we're going to do a little more inventory stuff. We're going to sell our extras. We're going to ID stuff that drops. The ID is almost always worth it, but technically you can find something that costs less than 100. Right, we're back we're back where we started. Great, right? The medical area is just to our right on the screen there, right? Like, so we buy up, we go in the medical area, right? Like, life is great. So yeah, we are proceeding, in Dragon Quarter. We, need more bombs. We need more meat.
I have a couple of extra there since I got the cash.
Yep.
Oh wait, whatever. I could have bought antidotes there, save like 12-ish seconds, but I guess I'll show it off. There's another little room over here that actually has 2 antidotes, and that's actually the perfect amount. If you get
and there's
really
another
lucky,
room. There's another room over here that has quite the cutscene that you don't want to run into.
Yeah, there is like a hundo category that's called 1/4 because when you actually get the 100% from this game, that's what it's classified as on your save file. You would have to go in there because you need to clear out the mini games to get into the secret dungeon. It's a pretty cool category. I might pick it up at some point, but it does not look like it's very
big fan of the 1/4 category. It's one of those things where people are like, you're supposed to get to 1/4 in multiple runs. This game has a new game plus. As you can kind of imagine from the system I described on Death, right? Like, why not use that for a new game plus? It does, but you can do it in one go if you are prepared. Unfortunately, some people have decided to hit us down here, and they brought along gas. Enough gas for the entire town. They
enough for Lynn and just Lynn.
really want you dead. Like they have gassed this entire town to try and retake Nina from you. So yeah, every round of combat, you can get any of your characters can get poisoned. For Ryu, it's not a problem. For the other 2, that becomes their new life. Deep breath. We're looking for 600.
Yeah, this should be fine. I still have everybody else too.
Oh yeah, so this is one of the backups. You can cool down out of dragon form, and then you're back to like your normal moves and your normal AP bar. And
it does shave a little bit of AP.
Considering
how heavy I went over on the previous one, I figured it'd be better to.
You're fine with
here.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally. Right. So yep. What we skip over here is Nina sucking up all of the gas into her wings. Like Nina clears the town of poison gas via her wings. Like
the burn line gets weirder every game, doesn't it?
It sure does. Yep. But yeah, we got an ID, so now we can go into the medical sector of the corporate lab, which is where we wanted to go anyway. So that's what we'll be doing here. Meanwhile, on the right side, we're into that tyrant phase of the last boss sequence. So yeah, you have another chance to chop here. We're not going to take it. The game points you in the wrong direction here. Like you're supposed to go back. You're supposed to go back towards the camera here, like to proceed. The game absolutely it's just like, hey, yeah, you want to go forward, right? And that leads to an optional section.
It threw me off for a long period of time. You can get 1/4 in a single playthrough. It's just pretty tough.
Yes, it's tough. There are 110 points of like good. Yeah, you played the game wellness. If you get 100 of them, you can do it. And so it's that extra 10 points of slack that make it possible.
The cool part is you get a lot of extra attacks, weapons. You're not as heavily dependent on Dragon. It's a much cooler showcase of what the game has to offer.
Yes,
any percent just also, much easier to learn.
Yeah, it's also right. Like what is an hour IGT becomes 3 hours IGT and 3 hours and change. Right, like real time. Right, like quarter adds a lot of time.
There are a couple on the leaderboard as well. Dine's run is a really good one. I was watching it the other day. Super cool watch.
That said, we're entering an important room. This is the easy and simple pattern for this room. This is where we're going to solve most of our money problems. These enemies are like the gold bugs in 2, right? Like, and in this game, right, like you want to kill them in essentially one hit to get the maximum amount of money. Right,
unfortunately, I'm going to miss out on Jolt, and I'm going to have a little bit lower of a money curve here.
Yeah, so the other pattern is harder, but gives you 20,000 zenny for the pleasure.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that.
The
that
reason
room is
that
our
Missing
mighty
Jolt stinks is a lot of these enemies, Frost is our backup spell, but a lot of the enemies that we're coming up to, either Frost animation is really long and doesn't do a ton of damage, or the enemies straight up absorb Frost, so it's a very bad backup.
Yep, this game, the elemental triangle is fire is weak to ice, is weak to frost, is weak to fire. Right, so like we're about to go when we will go through a cold area where everything's weak to lightning. So here is where the quest of the game is set. Essentially, the guy tells us, yeah, like she's a product. We made her. Is she not performing up to specs? And Ryu, understandably, loses his shit. And he's like, okay, nope, like none of this. We're taking her to the sky, right? Like we're taking her away from you all, away from this sort of, bio-slave kind of setup, right? Like we're going somewhere else, right? Like where you are free, right? And so that is that the arc of the game is now set. Ryu has fully left, normality and is headed for the sky to save Nina from being an air purifier slave.
Like, when you phrase it that way,
he's a Dyson.
Like it's like that's what it is. Like it's just she has giant air filters on her back, right? Like it hurt her to take up all that poison. Like that was an effort for her, right? Like,
can I ask one other question for the mechanics?
Sure.
The tactical and rating bonus. How important is that to the run?
Pretty important. So the tactical, like I said, like if first strike gives you 5% on the tactical. If they're still eating meat, you get another 3%, and first strike gets you 2%.
The real big
something
one
like that.
How many monsters you have in each encounter?
The second number is a combination of how fast do you do it and how many monsters are there. Right. Okay. And so like you'll like we try and get them in packs of 4 in the danger room, not just because the bombs indicate doing that, but like just picking things off gives us less experience. So we tend to try and get enemies in big chunks. You'll see us do it over and over again. And that second number being, the maximum of 10 enemies gets like 200% there, right? Like it's a lot. It's a big deal. It's a lot of experience. That experience goes into our party bucket as well, so we can spend it anywhere. You could theoretically spend it to level any of the characters.
No, not this one. That's my backup. I want to save on the not backup.
Right. And so there you saw the save interface and you saw 2 slots. Like those are your 2 slots. You have one slot that's back at the beginning of the game, and you have one slot that is your current active save. Right. Like it's like that is it. Right. Like the temp data you can you can stop your run. Like you can just like, I'm going to stop playing and start again. Like on a DS, right? Like in DSs, you could always like suspend your run and come back. Like that is what that bottom slot is for. Right. Like it's like you can, suspend your run and come back. Right. But that's it. Like that is your save slot for this attempt.
So I can honestly see that this game being very frustrating to a lot of players who like, I love Breath of Fire, pick it up. It becomes basically a roguelike.
It had a very difficult reception at the time in 2002 because of that. Like it's such a tone change. It is such a flavor change. It is such a mechanical change. And there's nothing that's like that in the RPG space, right? Like on consoles. Like again, right, this draws very heavily from kind of a wizardry tradition, or like roguelikes or NetHack, right? Like if you weren't that sort of player, this was new, alien, disconcerting, and frankly unfair, right? Like punishing, right? In a way that you wouldn't be like nowadays, right? Like we have nowadays Souls likes are like 15 years old. Everybody knows what a roguelike is, right? Like this is much more grokkable nowadays, right?
Yeah, when I was going through the speedrun tutorial, I run a mystery dungeon game. This would be right up my alley if I were to actually have the game, but also like I understand the mechanics and see how this goes. But damn, that meter's scary though.
Yeah, no, I mean like mystery dungeon games, like we didn't get a ton of those either. Right, like Square did a Chocobo dungeon thing on PSX. Right, like, but we didn't have like Sheeran. Right, again, that stuff's also the wizardry tradition. Right, like we didn't get those back. Right, like there's all right, this is the 3rd floor of ice, and it's a very important one. We're going to pick up stuff we need, and we have to deal with 3 different rooms of enemies. This is the first one where we're trying to set up a kill. So we're using bombs the other way you can use them, which is put them on an enemy. They do less damage if you throw them on the enemy, but it also means they're not on the map anymore. so like you can use more of them, right? So that's why we bought a ton of them. We're going to try and initiate the fight so that we can kill them with the final bombs.
You're trying to get the treasure key here, right?
Yes. We also need the treasure key here because we need a tool for sorry, I realized Drexus is done. For Lynn, Drexus is done.
No, Drexus is on to the final boss now.
Yeah,
so there's one more fight. So about 10-ish minutes, depending on how it goes. Like, Tyrant was pretty okay.
Yeah, it was a little bit
really
rough.
good turns there.
Having Dark Wave for a while.
Yeah, but made it through all right. I think you still have both Ambrosias as well going into the fight, so it should be fine. I don't know. How many wisdom fruits do you have? Do you also have 2?
Used them yet, so it should be fine.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Right.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Sid is in one of the other kind of bad danger rooms. You have to deal with these bats that can wait for quite a while to come down. You have to use this meat to keep them from approaching you. Right. Like, and again, we're going to try and corner trap them and kill them in a big chunk. And get a bunch of experience for our treble.
We're gonna have to do this manually. This is where Jolt would be very nice because I could Jolt all 3 of them at the same time.
Yeah, and Frost isn't gonna do it here.
Oh, that's bad damage roll, unfortunately. We're gonna want to move her away. So they try to go after her.
Yeah, she doesn't actually start with a direct attack, unfortunately. That's not great.
Luckily,
Lynn go first. Yeah. Okay.
Not optimal, but
manageable.
This is going to be a little bit annoying, actually. I got to wait this out.
Oh yeah, confusion affects you on the map. Right?
Yeah, because I got 1 bat left.
Very traditional.
If I trigger the fight now, it's...
Yeah, in theory, you can lead that other bat to water as well, but it's harder. You have less room to work with, and you're managing more monsters in the corner. So Sid is choosing. But yeah, you have to wait out he's waiting out the confusion here.
Let me double check and make sure I didn't get him. Nope, I didn't get a multi-med. Frost won't do anything. Yeah, there's not much I can do here.
Yep.
Just giving Rex a chance.
Yeah, just an unfortunate piece of the puzzle. And yeah, you can see as well, like we're going to this guy like that in the lower right hand, and we have our map, and we also have a depth meter, right? So as we proceed, you'll see that depth meter.
Well, I guess we're just gonna do it the hard way.
Oof. Yeah. All right. Just have to take the aggressor. He's gonna bite down a few times.
Just in case Lynn gets her turn, I can push him into the fire.
Yeah.
Unfortunate way
Most
of
of
having to deal with
Ambrosia.
this. Actually.
Power flux time.
Oh dear, no.
That's sad.
The dragon form die?
My dragon form might die to this. Oh, not quite. Close.
Ooh.
His sketch.
Right, Ambrosia time.
And that's like what we were talking about when Countdown was here earlier, right? Like, you can enter the Astral Fight in a pretty weakened state, so you might have to use the Ambrosia kind of soon. But then again, he can just go ahead and use Soul Rend, like, more or less at any point, which immediately puts you back at 1 HP, so you have to use the second one already.
Yeah, I'm
so
hoping
it can be very dicey.
Please don't. Please be kind to me, Astral. If it's kind to me, I beat my world record on this.
Nice. A segment or whole run?
The whole run. Oh, I power fluxed again. That's not nice.
That's rude, yeah.
I'm literally 17 seconds behind my PB and my world record, and I know I've got like 3 minutes of time save in this one fight.
This fight, right.
Yeah, like Astral and Tyrant can be really hard if they want to be.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, the Cid is coming up on the fight that defines the run, and so to speak. Right, it is the point at which we are at our weakest against what the enemies are presenting. And so this is why we picked up the cleaner. We're going to have to manage a series of fights and try not to use too much D-meter in solving them. right? Like we're dealing with a situation where we do not outspeed the enemies to a significant degree, and that is going to be a problem because like we just don't have the levels, we don't have the armor, we don't have any tools here except for kick and like kick the dragon and the cleaner. So like this fight is very much kind of like the inflection point in the
17
run.
at least. Oh no, we didn't even hit 17. Yeah, that's my fault for splitting up the fight. It massively nerfs the EXP you get from that set of enemies in the previous room.
Yeah, ideally it's 17 Ryu, 13 Lin. That's not where we are.
It's 17 is the what you're looking for. We'll buy an extra one of these. I don't have any aid
prox
kits.
bombs, yeah.
Prox bombs. Yep, prox bombs are a new type of map tool. They detonate after a time when enemies get close.
Okay, and then
we will be using quite a few of those as well.
Good,
save token. There's a save both before and after this fight. There's a phone book before and after this fight, which tells you something.
Yep. The big one is we grabbed cleaner in that room that we went out of our way to pick up that blue chest. That will suck the enemies towards us, and if we combo it, it will suck a wide range of enemies towards us. And that's basically the only way to do this room. So that's one of my safety saves, was just in case I sold the cleaner there, which I have done in practice, and it's pretty much a GG. There's no way to handle this fight without it.
You barely care about identifying anything else. It's easy to kind of get in the pattern. But this plot-wise, right, like this is the Rangers catching up with us. Again, right, like we are doing what they don't want us to do. And so
what's our turn order?
How bad is the turn order?
It's
as
bad
as
as it glitz. Yep.
So you didn't see us use this before, but we actually have like a tactic style turn meter where we can move people, right, like up and down it, right, or down it rather, inside of our capabilities. And so
That
here
won't hit
we kind of manage the meter. We move Nina down a little bit at a time, try and save time, but we want her to be able to heal in case either her or Lynn gets pounded.
See how that works.
We'll gamble one more. If she dies, then Lynn can't die. It's fine.
Yeah.
Or, you know what? Okay, fine. If you're going to be like that, then you obviously want her to live.
Roll the dice again.
I'll take it. No, I want my EXP.
All right.
Yeah, I can't move her turn because she did something.
And Lynn has a whole complex combo system with a ton of different options. Again, we're only really going to see the cleaner gives us the one thing we really need here, which is line everything up for Ryu to lay the hammer down. Oh no, Nina can't move. Right, equip cleaner. We move into position, so we have 40 AP
here
or more.
Yeah, normally I set for 40, but I decided to turn back a little bit here.
And here you
that's bad.
You see Hey and to come here. All right. Yep. Normally come here pulls one, as it says. We get multiple people with that, and that's how we put everybody in the middle of the map to try and get them in a line for Ryu's breath. Because there's no other way we're going to be able to do the amount of damage we have to do to these things.
Have to do this.
This fight has something like 8,000 HP in it. We are not capable of doing that much damage.
I'm gonna have to actually kick you over a little bit more. That should get me where I need to go, hopefully.
Kick. We picked up kick from that first danger room. It's a safety that can be very useful here because it is, lining up, 8 enemies is not the best situation. You're missing one.
Yeah, we're trying here. I think
that's not better.
The gunner go. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
44.
All right, they'll have to deal with that guy. I'm coming over here. Shouldn't have kicked the other guy again. This is going to be a bit of a drawn-out fight, but we're in a winning position at this point.
Yeah, 800
Just not a
power.
Quick one.
1 to 800 person mook is much easier to deal with than 8 of them. Thunk.
But quickly coming back to Breath of Fire 4, is it me or is Nina comboing more with this team than it was on Team Rio earlier? Just going back to that whole sleeper agent thing, because it looks like she is. She's barely missing any of those combos. But yeah, Astral is definitely putting up a bit more of a fight than he did earlier for Team Rio, which is... But we are getting to the end over here.
We're probably just short of the next combo killing. Let's pray about a combo in a bit until he's dead.
I think you still have a Wisdom Seed and the Ambrosia, so we should be fine on resources. Also still a bunch of soul gems, but you kind of saw how quickly we were wasting through those because of all the attacks that Astral was looking out there. And this is like basically the worst thing that could have happened. Physically attacking Rio's Dragon Form. This is literally what you do not want to see ever. Like, it's fine if he uses his...
This could be bad. I didn't use
because only
Rio
can use the Ambrosia. No other team member can actually use them.
Right. So if you lose Dragon Form, you have to Ambrosia with Ryu, and then thankfully he comes back at full health, but it just slows you down.
Apparently, that is actually it.
You were there.
Oh,
wait,
GG.
Was it enough?
I didn't think that was going to be enough. I guess the combo before did slightly more than I thought it did.
All of that being so combo heavy earlier got you down.
For Team Nina.
GG.
Rip 1,000 EXP there.
That is like a 2-minute world record.
Oh my god, what a finish for Team Nina. Holy hell.
Yeah. They made you sweat it by knocking out Ryu in the last cycle.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
That was a bit of a clutch.
I mean, I totally
again,
knew
it
that
would
was
have been
gonna
fine
kill.
on the
That's why I
resources.
didn't use the Ambrosia. Yeah, I knew that was going to kill.
Yeah. All right. So over on the Sid side, we see one of the best things about this game tactically is that you can use as many items as you want for free, AP wise. And it's fantastic. But we're in the second fight now, which is they brought along a giant robot. If you were going to see our charge.
Asimov, right?
Yep, Asimov. This is Asimov. We charge up and we attack him in the back for a higher chance of critical. We succeed. Asimov will explode if not defeated within 3